This is a miracle. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226, The Second Sacrifice of the Mysterious Dragon. Gulp, gulp, ha 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 ha. Li Meng laughed heartily, gulping down his wine. Mine. Everything here. Everything belongs to me, boss. This really works. As long as we fly the North Sea King's undead flag, no one dares to resist us. But boss, a pirate asked, if the real undead captain knew about this, would we? Do you really believe in that kind of stuff? Li Meng wanted to slap the guy. You believe in things from myths and legends. When did the North Sea King become a thing of myth and legend? Mortal lifespans are short. It's not surprising that he can become a legend in just a few decades. Gongsun Wu and Yingmu Ian appeared on the deck. However, compared to Gongsun Wu, who stood to one side, Yingmu Ian sat in a chair, elegantly observing the scene before him. You, who are you? Li Meng didn't remember anyone there. It was as if the two women appeared out of thin air, too strange. Boss, women, so beautiful. The pirate said this, then froze. He couldn't even tell if Yingmu Ian and Gongsun Wu were beautiful. Everything was blurry, and he couldn't make out their faces. Boom, Li Meng felt a sudden, sharp pain in his heart, his head spinning. Thump, 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 thump. In an instant, all the pirates collapsed. Beside Yingmu Ian, Gongsun Wu said, Your Majesty, we've cleared the eyesore for you. They're not trash, Yingmu Ian said. At least trash was once useful, so please don't insult trash. Trash has dignity too. Dead, all dead. What the hell is going on? The surviving merchants had no idea what had happened. They hadn't even seen Yingmu Ian and Gongsun Wu. But they couldn't see them, either, because the two women had already found a ship and sailed it away. As usual, the laws of heaven and earth were brought to bear, all to please Yingmu Ian. Yingmu Ian had Gongsun Wu casually dispatch those pirates, not even glancing at them, for fear of staining her eyes. Trading a small ship for a larger one, Yingmu Ian asked, Do we look like merchants? Your Majesty, please do not defile yourself. Gongsun Wu found it deeply inappropriate for the dignified Empress of the East to compare herself to a merchant. But the word merchant does bring back some unpleasant memories. We need to hurry. Yingmu Ian's eyes were filled with worry. If those guys get there first and give him a preconceived notion, our trip will be meaningless. Those guys, a group of merchants who never lose money. Gongsun Wu had no idea who Yingmu Ian was talking about, because, as far as she could remember, she had never come into contact with so-called merchants. How could they possibly meet the Empress of the East? A little further ahead is the open sea. That waters don't belong to our Eastern Empire. Your Majesty, please allow me to cut through space and escort you there. To reach Atón, we need to pass through that person's waters. Yingmu Ian didn't care about the king of the North Sea. As for the Eastern Empire, she had her people out, so who would dare to stand in her way? But there was one person on the southeastern coast of Miracle Land that concerned Yingmu Ian. You're talking about, Gongsun Wu was a believer in the supremacy of the Eastern Empress. In her mind, Yingmu Ian was invincible. If it weren't for his injuries, even against the Holy Emperor, Gongsun Wu would still believe Yingmu Ian was superior. That's Duke Li, is it her? Gongsun Wu said. She's just a minor miracle master, Tiang. She's not even 1,000 years old. Why should you be afraid of her? It's not fear, it's trouble. Yingmu Ian shook his head. Don't underestimate her. In terms of combat power, I don't take her seriously, but she's special, invincible, Yingmu Ian said. I saw it with my own eyes. 7 miracle masters attacked her alone for days and nights, yet no one could hurt her at all. Miracles certainly possess infinite power, infinite resistance, and immunity. However, if the infinite were to strike the infinite would shatter. Therefore, miracles can inflict damage on miracles, and multiple attacks can even kill a miracle. 7 against 1, Gongsun Wu was stunned. It was the first time she heard of such a thing. This is too perverted, right? It's indeed incredible. I am considered an old veteran, but even I have never seen such a weird miracle. Yingmu Ian didn't know how the Grand Duchess did it. If we use space-based shuttle techniques to get there, we will definitely be captured by the Grand Duchess's subordinates. Her miracles are very strange, and no one knows her true form so far. The Grand Duchess's territory is called Huxia Kingdom, the smallest country in the entire miracle world, Yingmulian. The population is only 200,000, but there are only 4 miracle citizens. 4. Gongsun Wu was confused. Isn't this too stingy? What can 4 miracle citizens do? They think there are not enough people to move bricks. This Grand Duchess is really weird. Don't underestimate those 4. They're veritable monsters, Yingmu Yang said casually, clearly unconcerned. Xiao Wu, you'd probably be crushed against any of them, Your Majesty. I'm a peak legendary. I didn't say you weren't, Yingmu Yang smiled. What does being a peak legendary have to do with whether you can defeat them? Are they that strong? It's not a matter of strength or weakness, Yingmu Yang said. They possess powers similar to the miracle's own bodies, with unlimited energy. Furthermore, their abilities are unique. It's also thanks to these 4 that anyone from outside the northern border, whether by air, sea, time travel, or dimensional leap, can't pass through. If we show up rashly, Yingmu Yang said, we'll definitely be intercepted, then, we'll be in big trouble. The Grand Duchess was battle-mad. Seeing a top-tier powerhouse like Yingmu Yang, how could she let her pass? She would definitely challenge her. Yes, a challenge. The Grand Duchess was certainly powerful, but she still lagged far behind the most elite miracle masters. It's rare to encounter one on a normal day, but now that they've finally come across one, how could they miss the Grand Duchess? It wasn't that Yingmu Yang was afraid of the Grand Duchess, but even though mosquitoes are small, a bite from one is unpleasant, painful and itchy. In Yingmu Yang's eyes, the Grand Duchess is like an irritating, poisonous mosquito. If you accidentally sting her, you'll get a small bump. So, if you can avoid it, it's best not to. So, let's just drive slowly over there. No, Yingmu Yang said. First, teleport north of the east coast, and then drive slowly over there. Meanwhile, in a chamber within the castle of Avalon in Arden, Iodina awoke from her slumber. She opened her eyes, her lovely eyelashes fluttering slightly. The girl wasn't particularly beautiful, not a stunning beauty. But she had a delicate and lovely appearance, giving Bai Luo the feeling of a girl next door. Father, Iodina's memory gradually returned, and she thought of her father. Shiro shook his head. Iodina's father was already dead. The tainted being was merely a reanimated corpse. His soul had long since departed for the netherworld dimension. Shiro couldn't guarantee anything, because there were so many netherworld dimensions, tens of thousands, and no one knew where her father had gone. Furthermore, a soul could be shattered, or reborn somewhere. Of course, once Shiro conquered a netherworld dimension, his kingdom of miracles would establish a reincarnation system and expand its power. My condolences. Shiro was at a loss for words to comfort the girl. In such cases, time was the best medicine for healing, and no amount of words would do. Thank you for saving me. After a moment, Iodina seemed to understand her current situation. She knew that Shiro had saved her. No one will hurt you here with me. My throat. Iodina, unaware of the power of miracles, was surprised to find she could speak again. Did you heal me? I did. Bai Luo stroked the girl's head and said, I've avenged your father. From now on, start anew on this land. You awakened her, but the girl has a strong heart. Sooner or later, she will overcome the shadow of her father's death. Now, invite her to sing a song for you. Born by the sea, Iodina had seen life and death, and she was mentally prepared to face the day her father met with a shipwreck. Even after Bai Luo declared that he had avenged her father's death, Iodina, though still in pain, felt a need to repay Bai Luo for saving her life and avenging her father's murder. Please allow me to repay you, anything I can. Iodina wanted to thank Bai Luo, and repaying her gratitude seemed to become something the girl desperately needed, a new source of spiritual comfort. Then sing me a song. The girl was stunned by this request. She pursed her lips, but still said, if you need me, I will sing. Songs don't have to be happy, they can also be about sadness and loneliness. In the past, when fishermen were buried by the sea, Iodina would sing a requiem for the villagers. Now that her father had passed away, Iodina should sing a requiem for him as well. Iodina sang the requiem from her homeland for Bai Luo. Her voice was deep and melodious, its sorrow tinged with mourning for the deceased. If Bai Luo hadn't been certain that the girl hadn't awakened, he would have suspected she had some miraculous power that enhanced her voice. Otherwise, how could she sing a song that moved hearts and resonated with his soul? Bai Luo had heard the songs of sirens and mermaids before, But he subconsciously felt that no one could compare to the girl before him. "What do you need? Just tell me," Bai Luo said. Alea. As Bai Luo finished speaking, Alea, dressed in white and with a bandage covering her eyes, appeared before the girl. This sudden event made the girl exclaim in amazement. "This is Alea. You can talk to her about anything." Bai Luo knew Iona hadn't truly gotten over her father's death, so he called Alea over. As Arden's most accomplished counselor, Alea had recently been tackling the issue of Dagwa. She was making good progress. Dagwa had adapted to life in Arden, and his relationships with Yurxi and the store manager, Glass, were growing stronger. In time, Dagwa would inevitably face a dilemma: should he go back or stay? "Alea, I'll leave it to you, don't worry." Bai Luo had a lot on his plate. Iona's task was easy, but it was also quite difficult. "She has sung for you. Now, invite her to the most prominent stage, before tens of thousands of people, to sing a song." This task wasn't particularly difficult for Arden at this point. Arden Island's population had already exceeded 5,000, with at least 80,000 more in the ancient capital. Bai Luo's plan was to set a date and select another 5,000 people from the ancient capital to bring over, making a total of 10,000 people. At that time, Iona would be invited to perform on stage. Bai Luo was so mesmerized by the girl singing that he could not help but linger. She was definitely qualified to represent Atón and become the brightest rising star of that day. Coincidentally, there was a good opportunity recently: dragon ritual, category, blessing, gift number of miracles. 10 population size. 10,000 requirements: please prepare enough food, set up the altar at the usual place, and wait for it to eat. Requirement 2, the pastries last time were good, but they were all sweet. Can you put some salty ones, by? Dragon. Chapter 227 10,000 Miracle Children. Finally, it's the second sacrifice of the mysterious dragon. Having obtained 9 miracles, befriended King Aole and Queen Cain, and gleaned a wealth of intelligence and information from them, Bai Luo was no longer the naive newbie he once was. His understanding of the world of miracles had truly advanced. "What level of miracle are you?" Bai Luo wondered. "A miracle that can influence miracles, on the same level as my black book?" "Never mind." Bai Luo could sense some of the mysterious dragon's emotions. It wasn't as skeptical of him as Chi Yu. "As long as it's one of us, it's fine." A bit aloof. "I can even subdue Fei Yan, so why should I be afraid of another mysterious dragon?" In fact, the mysterious dragon struck Bai Luo as remarkably docile, even strangely familiar, much like his senior sister and Inya. The only problem was that the mysterious dragon had repeatedly pleaded with Bai Luo not to give it orders, citing the consequences of something terrible. Bai Luo wasn't entirely sure why. "I really want to meet you, Bai Luo. Can I see you after this sacrifice?" Bai Luo mentally questioned the mystic dragon as he read the contents of the sacrifice. Number of miracles: 10. Population: 10,000. These two numbers meant different things. The former meant that the mystic dragon could only effect 10 miracles this time, so Bai Luo had to choose the type of miracles he wanted to bless. The latter, the population of 10,000, was a prerequisite for the sacrifice. This didn't mean the mystic dragon could only affect 10,000 people. In fact, its blessing was an area of effect. Anyone within that range would have their aptitude enhanced, a truly powerful, but-like power. Wait, suddenly, a message flashed through Bai Luo's mind. It came from the mystic dragon. "The 10,000 people here don't refer to ordinary people. You want the children of miracles." Shit. Are you kidding me?" Bai Luo's eyes widened. The people under his command totaled no more than 100,000, and most of them were ordinary people, not even derivatives of miracles. Small creatures like the mushroom men don't count. Only individuals with complete souls are true children of miracles. However, what embarrassed Bai Luo was that a mysterious dragon's claim of a population of 10,000 didn't mean just 10,000 individuals. It required 10,000 individuals with complete souls to perform the dragon ceremony together. So 30,000 would be fine, 40,000 would be fine too. As long as their combined soul integrity exceeded 10,000, the ceremony could begin. Why? Bai Luo was puzzled. "You're still in the mission phase, needing to prepare this and that. Isn't that your ability? Since when did the ability of miracles require conditions to be activated?" The mysterious dragon's explanation for this was, the door. The purpose of the 10,000 children of miracles is to hold open the door, allowing your power to pass through. Bai Luo had a vague suspicion about a mysterious dragon. Are you too big if you don't show up? Suddenly, Bai Luo felt as if he understood. If the mysterious dragon were an extremely large dragon, then once Bai Luo gave it an order, the mysterious dragon, as Bai Luo's miracle, would be unable to resist and would have to carry it out. But then, a terrifying thing, Bai Luo asked. Will it be a cataclysmic collapse? If that were the case, the mystic dragon would become a super late-stage miracle, impossible to summon or use in earlier stages. Its only use would be to bestow blessings upon other people and miracles, enhancing their potential. Alright, Bai Luo could say anything else. After all, the mystic dragon was the first mastermind to give him the "this is a miracle" shock. To even receive the favor of such a being was already a jackpot. But 10,000 miracle children? Where would I find 10,000 miracle children for you? Bai Luo said this, closing his eyes and feeling his own miracle children. He then counted them carefully. There are only 80 of the Atón clan, the entire tree elf clan only a few hundred, and the fairies more, nearly 8,000, but their souls are incomplete. Many require 2, or even 3, to fill one slot, so, the fairies were worth only 5,000 at best. Even if we included the rest of the population, and Bai Luo persevered and increased his training efforts, he still couldn't possibly create another 5,000 lives in such a short period of time. You've really posed a difficult problem for me. Becoming a child of miracles isn't something one can achieve overnight. Even the people of the ancient capital are mostly grown up, and those with mature minds struggle to accept new things. There are 2 main types of children of miracles, those who are acquired, like the Atón clan, and those who are born into the world, like the tree elves and fairies. Innate means they were created by miracle, or were already Bai Luo's subjects from birth. Being born into the world of innate subjects has nothing to do with their thoughts. Take the fox women of Aole country. While they may not have a high degree of affection for King Aole, they are still bound by the miracle contract. Regardless of their thoughts, they are physically unable to betray the Lord of Miracles. The other type is those who aren't originally children of miracles, but who, through worship of the Lord of Miracles, have become his die-hard loyalists. The Atón clan and Bai Luo share a deep bond. Over more than a decade of development, these people and Bai Luo have become completely united. Based on this bond, their obedience to Bai Luo is unquestionable. The power of miracles draws them into Bai Luo's arms almost instantly. Similarly, Inya, Silly Tiger, Hailbo, and others, through their sense of belonging to the Principality of Atón, gradually gain recognition from the power of miracles. Adults' values are already rigid. They can't be educated like children. Even if it were possible, how long would Bai Luo have to spend to raise the remaining 5,000 people? Only children can be raised. How can Guru gather 5,000 children? Not to mention, even this presupposes that 5,000 of the 80,000 Guru citizens are capable of adapting to Bai Luo's power of miracles. If not, all this is just empty talk. The mystic dragon sacrifice must not be missed. As soon as possible, Bai Luo pondered for a moment and said, "Mystic dragon, can you count the complete population of my people?" Count. 3,500. This figure was even worse than Bai Luo had expected. It seemed the goblins were truly inferior, and the mystic dragon simply didn't recognize their worth. The sources of the miracle people are either miracle born or transformed from outside. Of course, there was a third way, but it was far too difficult for Bai Luo at the moment. During the battle of the ancient capital, Leon discovered a very interesting individual, Xiayan. Xiayan wasn't human, but a dimensional being from the rainbow dimension. The only dimension I can enter now is the rainbow dimension. The rainbow dimension is a general term for a type of dimension, but there are countless rainbow dimensions, large and small, around the world. Before becoming one of Earl Thorn's miracle people, Xiayan was the controller of one of the rainbow dimensions, the Dimension Lord. If Shirley takes action, we can definitely take it down. Bai Luo wasn't worried about their combat power. The miracle dimension is actually the projection of the miraculous power of the fallen children of miracles, hence the name Skeleton of the Children of Miracles. The problem is, if Bai Luo sends Shirley to conquer a particular rainbow dimension, the dimensional life there will immediately flee. Miracles are absolute, all power derives from them. While dimensional creatures are numerous and powerful, they are essentially more like thieves, stealing the power of miracles. Before encountering the Lord of Miracles, dimensional creatures are arrogant. But once confronted, even the most powerful lords are forced to flee. If caught by Shirley, they will either surrender or be enslaved, or even be stripped of their lives. Because the dimensional creature's power, degraded miracle power, derives from the fallen children of miracles, now that they have encountered a true miracle, they naturally return it to its rightful owner, without any room for rashness. If we can find a large number of dimensional creatures, we can meet the needs of the people of miracles all at once. Dimensional creatures cannot enter the real world, they rely on the Lord of Miracles' grace to descend upon it. Otherwise, rainbow creatures could only exist in the rainbow dimension, and dream creatures could only roam in the dream dimension. The main reason for mentioning dimensional life is that these creatures are incredibly special. Born from the remnants of miracle power, they themselves are like shadows of miracle power. Therefore, once they encounter the Master of Miracles, dimensional creatures can easily become miracle citizens. As long as they are willing, as long as the Master of Miracles is willing. No, Bai Luo shook his head. The rainbow dimension I discovered is too vast. It's probably the remains of a legendary figure. Even if Bai Luo sent out his 8-legged divine steeds to explore such a vast area, even centuries of exploration would be as good as nothing. But if Shirley were to personally conduct a sweeping sweep, she'd be afraid the rainbow creatures wouldn't be aware of the miracle's presence. They'd probably pack up and flee before Shirley could even capture one. The dimensional life path won't work. Bai Luo abandoned that option. Attacking a dimension before the number of miracle troops was sufficient to completely encircle it would certainly secure its resources, but it would be nearly impossible to capture the dimensional creatures. Dimensional life is too sensitive to the power of miracles, and they are extremely afraid of the miracle itself and the people of miracles. Xian was not originally the lord of the dimension, she was the successor. As for the previous one, when it met Earl Thorn, it chose to be his enemy in a very suicidal way. The flower god wiped it out and supported the second-in-command Xian as the new lord of the dimension. This is also the reason why Xian is tens of thousands of years old. She is not a human, but grew up in the rainbow dimension outside the material world. I also want to show off and slap someone in the face. Bai Luo longed for the lord of the dimension of the rainbow dimension, but he was also such a fool. It seems that I can only discuss it with my uncle and Fia first. The current information is insufficient, and Bai Luo has no good solution. What should we do with the remaining nearly 6,000 gaps? Chapter 228 Meeting of Seven Kings. Fires raged, blood splattered the ground. Miracles were utterly slaughtered, even the mighty miracle itself perished protecting its master. In such a situation, even a noble being like the miracle master was utterly weakened. Flower God, are you still there? The young man leaned against a withered old tree, pressing his left arm against it. But there was no flesh, only the empty, shattered remains of a broken sleeve. Damn it, the excruciating pain was not unbearable, but the remorse he felt nearly brought him to despair. Miracles cannot die, as long as he lives, they will be resurrected. But the others, the other miracles, they will never return. Why are you attacking us? The young man demanded. Who are you? In front of him, a figure draped in a pitch-black hooded windbreaker, its face and body completely obscured from view, gazed at him. In that man's hand, a two-handed giant sword, as deep as the night, yet gleaming with countless stars, as if it contained a universe, brought unimaginable pressure to the young man. It was this thing, this very thing, that had killed his flower god. Don't you understand the difference between you and me? The young man's eyes remained sharp. He was terrified, but as a king, he could retreat. Even if he were to be slain, he wouldn't kneel and beg. Do you want to know why it was able to kill your miracle? The other man held the sword horizontally before him. Since you are the Lord of Miracles, the name of this sword must be familiar to you. It's called Sui Liguang, not the name of a faction, but the very thing itself, Sui Liguang. The faction is named after it, Sui Liguang. The young man thought of a possibility, his face turning pale. It is the most, even if he spent his entire life, even if he cultivated his miracle to the utmost, even if he reached its peak, he would never be able to match it, let alone seek revenge. I'll come find you again. The other person vanished, just as he had inexplicably attacked him, vanishing without warning. Next time we meet, I hope you'll be stronger. Don't be like today. The voice echoed in the boy's ears, bringing him immense fear. You'll only find a bunch of trash. They're not trash. Earl of Thorns stood behind a massive metal door. Beside him stood a stunningly beautiful woman, none other than the miraculous flower goddess, transformed into human form. However, her miraculous name wasn't flower goddess, and it had nothing to do with flowers, covering the primordial quilt type. Miraculous creature rank, lower faction, lawful selection covering the primordial quilt. This is the flower goddess's true name, and the beginning of her miraculous power. Earl of Thorns believed quilt referred to plants and vegetation, so she took on the form of the flower goddess. But in reality, the sky, the sea, and the earth are all covered by the primordial quilt. A miracle that envelopes everything, encompassing everything. This is the flower goddess's true form, her essence. Xiu, are you really going out? The flower goddess and Earl of Thorn were more like mother and son, sister and brother than husband and wife. She had always cared for him like an older sister. They depended on each other for survival and loved each other. The only regret was that, as a miraculous creature, the flower goddess could not bear offspring for Earl of Thorn, despite their constant efforts. Have they arrived? Earl of Thorn asked. I've notified them, the flower goddess said. They're all waiting outside. Open the door. Earl of Thorn's voice trembled. The shadow of that man, the despair brought by that sword, had tormented him like a constant nightmare for years. No matter how well he developed his territory, no matter how many people he nurtured, they would eventually leave him one by one. Is anyone still alive? Seriously wounded, the young man ignored his injuries, frantically searching among the corpses for survivors. He cried out, praying with all his might, is anyone still alive? Ahem. The cough was soft, but to the boy, it was like a lifeline. Shea, you're still alive. It was a 6-year-old girl named Sia, an orphan he had rescued from slavers. That's wonderful. The girl wasn't his miracle child, but the boy held her tightly in his arms. That's wonderful. You'll be fine. You'll definitely be fine. Blood spilled all over the ground, but the boy ignored it, carrying the girl through the mountains and forests. I'll take you to a doctor now. Hang in there, you have to hold on. The flower god had fallen, and though the boy remained powerful, he lacked any healing abilities and could only rely on mortals. Boom! The gate slowly opened, revealing a woman in a queen's gown woven with flowers, her face beaming with joy. Your Majesty, her name was Halcea, the Queen of Spring, one of the 4 pillars under Earl Thorn. Seeing her master again after a decade, Halcea burst into tears of joy. You've finally, Your Majesty. Standing behind Halcea was a young man in a white gown. His black hair was braided into a long, slender pigtail. Beneath his bangs, tears glistened in his dark eyes as he excitedly gazed upon his long-lost master. Will it work this time? The woman, clutching a book, had a quiet demeanor, yet inwardly she prayed for Earl Thorn. Queen Spring, the adoptive master, and Desolate Autumn, the 3 pillars of the empire under Earl Thorn, besides General Winter, had gathered there. I'm sorry to have worried you. Earl Thorn stood behind the door. It was a simple matter of simply walking out, yet his legs trembled. Beyond the door lay a bright garden, while behind it lay the gloomy inner hall, the prison where he had trapped himself for so many years. You better not force yourself. Halcea knew what Earl Thorn had endured. She had witnessed the incident firsthand. For this reason, Queen Spring felt deeply for Earl Thorn. I'm fine, don't worry. Earl Thorn raised his hand and grasped the door frame. He took a deep breath, desperately fighting the fear within him. Your Majesty, seeing Earl Thorn gasping for breath, Halcea hurried forward to support him. No need, however, Earl Thorn gave her a relieved smile. I've kept you waiting for too long. I must go to Arden, Earl Thorn said, summoning his courage and finally taking a step forward. I can't let Lixa's body remain there. I must take him home. The glaring light fell on Earl Thorn's face again after many years. He raised his hand, subconsciously blocking some of the sunlight. So warm? Earl Thorn looked at the ministers in the garden and said, I've caused you worry all these years. I see your fate, young man. My fate. A man stood there, holding a flaming cross-sword in his hand. That was another of Iron Eagle's miracle masters, a prophetess who could see fate in the future clearly. Your body will fall at his feet, and the entire castle of Thorns will be consumed in flames. I will die. Count Thorns could not accept such a future, but he was even more worried about his children. Where are my people? Are they alright? I didn't see them. Perhaps they died in the flames, or perhaps there was a glimmer of hope. I don't believe in fate. Many people don't believe in it, the prophetess said. I have lived for 1900 years and have captured the trajectory of tens of thousands of destinies. While not all are identical to what I see, they are generally very similar, but what I saw is ultimately just one possible future, the prophetess said. Remember, what you see is not necessarily true. Fate sometimes likes to play tricks on us. At that moment, Count Thorns only heard that he would die at the hands of someone wielding the flaming sword, but he forgot the prophetess's second and more important words. Is this what you wanted to tell me, Lixu? He had lost his family and companions, and was shrouded in the shadow of a sword. He feared every day that the man would one day return and slay his children once again. For this reason, Earl of Thorns joined the Iron Eagle Kingdom, hoping to find protection from the powerful. But then came the prophetess's prophecy. No matter how hard he tried, he could not escape his ultimate death. Even if he escaped the mysterious man, he could not escape the other. Shea, Yutong, Xia Omu, come before me. Earl of Thorns gently waved his hand, signaling the three to step out. Unsure of what was happening, they obeyed. Boom! This power is, the third time, a surge of miraculous power surged towards Queen Spring, Summer Fist Saint, and Desolate Autumn. Contained within this surge was not just pure energy, but the crucial pheromones needed to advance from King's Second Awakening to legendary Third Awakening. Lixu isn't a king, but he's not a master either. Earl Thorn calmly stated something that shocked everyone. He's a legend. I'm not useless either, Earl Thorn replied. I entered the realm of the Third Awakening with Lixu 40 years ago. General Dong, a legendary powerhouse, had participated in the Battle of the Ancient Capital as a master. Single-handedly driving a miracle, he assembled all the necessary elements to enable the Flower God to reach the third level of awakening. This was the brilliance of General Dong, the master of Lixun Mountain. However, General Dong died in the ancient capital, willingly at Leon's hands. Even at his final moments, in response to Leon's question, he replied, I can't achieve a second awakening, Your Majesty. If you possess such power, why have you waited until now? The question posed by the Ade Fist Saint echoed the concerns of many of the Thorn ministers. Because of fear, Earl Thorn's words puzzled many, but Queen Chun understood their meaning. The stronger I become, the more I sense the gap. Looking at that unbridgeable chasm, Earl Thorn said, I feel despair, but now, Earl Thorn has understood. General Winter died, but with his own life, he taught him a final lesson. Even though I had already written my own death, Your Majesty, did you see my final splendor? Even though he was bound to be killed by the Atón people in the end, he still lived his life to the fullest. Perhaps that person will come to me knowing that I have broken through the Third Awakening, or perhaps one day in the future. I will surely die at the hands of someone wielding a flaming sword, but none of this matters. When a person encounters something more important than life, they no longer fear anything. Don't worry, children, Earl Thorn looked at his subjects with determination. Just as General Dong had sacrificed himself, they remained concerned for him until the very end, guarding him. Watch over, Lixu. I will protect them. I will definitely protect my children, Your Majesty. They've informed me. The Iron Eagle Kingdom's other 6 Lords of Miracles were already aware of the events in the ancient capital. Led by the Iron Eagle King, the notice of the 7 Kings Council was conveyed through the King's Power Contract. The 7 Kings Council was a gathering of the Iron Eagle Kingdom's 7 Lords of Miracles. It didn't require the original body to attend in person. One could simply embed their consciousness and attend as an avatar. Brother Thorn, you're here? How rare. I thought you wouldn't come this time either. When Earl Thorn arrived, 2 Lords of Miracles were already waiting. One was naturally the Iron Eagle King. As the host and convener of the meeting, he couldn't be absent. The other was the prophetess, Marquess of Heaven's Will, Arcana Messer, Nature's Secret Vault. This is the true name of the miracle possessed by the prophetess, but its specific power is unknown. The woman, clad in black and veiled, possessed a pair of deep, mysterious purple eyes. Even Earl Thorn, a fellow master of miracles, dared not meet her gaze. Of course, if she remained silent, all was well. She was a mysterious and charismatic beauty. But once she spoke, every second was shattered. It happened in my home, Earl Thorn said. How could I not come? He glanced at the Iron Eagle King and saw he was in his true form. The Iron Eagle King was sitting in a corner, playing with blocks. As if at a crucial moment, his expression was calm and measured, completely ignoring the prophetess and Earl Thorn. This was the capital of the Iron Eagle Nation. A magical device crafted from magical or projected images of everyone onto the main hall, like a virtual projection. Wow, little Thorn can talk to his sister now, the prophetess quipped. You're not pretending, are you? I just found some random courtier to impersonate you. Ah, I see. It's little Shea, right? You're actually little Shea in disguise. The prophetess was good in every way except her whimsical nature, but Earl Thorn didn't mind. You'll know if I'm the real one by testing you with my royal power. Oh, I was just kidding. Why are you so serious? Little Thorn has grown up and isn't lovable anymore. It was the prophetess who saved Earl Thorn and him from a disaster. The prophetess possessed a gentle disposition and, along with another of the 7 kings, Marcus Inderlich, they were known as the Iron Eagles, the neutral faction. Despite possessing immense power, they remained content with nothing, making them 2 veteran miracle masters of the 7 kings Dove faction. If you like, you can call everyone else brother or sister, except Miss Kinquin. The prophetess clutched her chest, feeling a prick. 1900-year-old woman, I'm so sorry, though a bit of a fool. The prophetess was a veteran miracle master of the 4 awakenings. While her strength wasn't as strong as a fighter like King Aole, with 1 attack and 1 defense, she was confident she could hold her own against him. Akana and Iron Eagle arrived so quickly. Huh? Thorn, you're here too. Incredible. You're here. The 4th person to arrive was none other than the Marquis of Yeze, Indelix, a middle-aged man in his 30s, remarkably robust. But unlike his sturdy frame, Indelix was a scholar, specializing in studying the value of everything, with a particular passion for categorizing various organisms. For example, animals were superior to plants, insects with wings were superior to those without, 8 legs were superior to 6, and so on. I just arrived and heard Arcana reveal her age. Marcus Kinquin slowly emerged. She quipped, then, as a 4,000-year-old, I'm feeling quite the pressure here, isn't it? Wow, Kinquin, you're really early, and Jingzi, have you emerged from seclusion? Have you reached the 3rd awakening? Do you want to fight me? Haha, don't be shy. We're just sparring behind closed doors. No one will know. Gulp 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 gulp. Grand Duchess Ollie, clutching a gourd, was guzzling it. Where's Iron Eagle? Where's that bastard Iron Eagle? Get out of here, oh my god. My castle, over there, as the Grand Duchess roared, the Iron Eagle King's castle, which was only missing the last piece, collapsed with a roar. So frustrating, so painful. The Iron Eagle King suppressed his displeasure, but he was, after all, the recognized Iron Eagle King and the host of the meeting. A positive attitude would help him face the challenges ahead. I'm not angry at all. The Iron Eagle King tried to calm his inner restlessness, but when he saw the Grand Duchess's playful expression, he almost exploded. Sure enough, it's this guy again. My castle is only missing 1 piece, 1 piece, ahem. The Iron Eagle King coughed twice. He suddenly noticed that the person at the last position had also arrived. Birch Tree is here too, so now, the meeting begins. I object. The Iron Eagle King was stunned for a moment, and the other 5 Lords of Miracles were also puzzled. They all looked at the Grand Duchess. What do you object to? The start of the meeting. Is the meeting the start that I object to? The Grand Duchess. No objection to that. You can start. The Iron Eagle King's mouth twitched slightly, but he had a good temper, so he chose to endure it. Well, anyway, the Iron Eagle King said, the purpose of our gathering is to discuss matters concerning the newly rising miracle nation of Atón. The nation of Atón is located overseas. The Iron Eagle King raised his hand, and everyone saw a pale blue virtual map appear above the conference table, with the geographical markers of the Azure Duchy, the Iron Eagle Kingdom, and Atón. Logically, such a small nation and a mere newly crowned miracle master wouldn't be worthy of our attention, but who's behind Atón? The Iron Eagle King said, I'm sure you're all aware of it, right? As he spoke, the Iron Eagle King looked specifically at the Marquis Kinquin. Her friendship with her uncle, Saros, was well known. Even the mortal world had a poignant love story based on them. A great queen faced a turbulent upheaval in her country, and a powerful hero bravely followed her, rekindling hope in the once devastated queen. However, just as the queen was about to entrust her country, and even herself, to the hero, he departed. Just as he had come, he abandoned the queen without hesitation. Endless wealth, immense power, exalted status, and immortal rights, all things that men strive for their entire lives, could not capture the hero's heart, leaving the queen alone in her empty chambers. What do you mean you can't possibly not know? At this crucial moment, the Grand Duchess complained, if I knew everything, why would I need you? The Iron Eagle King took a deep breath. You don't know, I know everything. Then what did you say? I'm just worried they don't know, the Grand Duchess asked the other 5. Do you know, the Miracle Land is only this large. It's more like the headquarters of the Miracle Lords, similar to a major international city where corporate headquarters are concentrated. Anything that happens here quickly becomes known to everyone. Of course, the people here are the miracle lords, not ordinary people. Yes, I've heard about it before, it happened in my family. I've been following closely. Seeing the Iron Eagle King's mouth twitch, the Grand Duchess raised the wine goblet in her hand. Since everyone knows, you may continue. The Iron Eagle King trembled, not in anger, but because the Grand Duchess had interrupted him abruptly. The stuttering made him uncomfortable. The Grand Duchess was a professional at arguing with the Iron Eagle King. After 200 years, their feud had become a familiar one. So much so that the Grand Duchess even earned a nickname in the martial arts world. I feel uncomfortable if I don't argue with the Iron Eagle King. Ski, now that everyone is clear, let's discuss the battle of the ancient capital and General Dong's fall. Anyone have any objections? The Archduchess instinctively wanted to object, but she suddenly realized her mistake and looked at Earl Thorn. I have no objection. In a rare move, the Archduchess lowered her hand, not objecting. Thank you. Earl Thorn nodded gratefully to the Archduchess, who has resigned. Your family died at the hands of Duke Atón. Atón did something. Atón invaded our ancient capital, this time under the banner of revenge. The Archduchess couldn't possibly support Earl Thorn. After all, the cause was legitimate. If necessary, the prophetess said, I will join the battle. Thank you. Earl Thorn was well liked within the Iron Eagles. If he were in trouble, at least 3 Lords of Miracles would surely come to his rescue. The prophetess was his guide, like a master and apprentice, and she wouldn't stand idly by. Although Indrashi was a member of the Harmony faction, he adhered to human principles and would not engage in immoral acts, such as aggression. However, if someone invaded them, Indrashi would undoubtedly send troops to maintain peace. Furthermore, there was the Iron Eagle King. As the core of the Iron Eagle Kingdom, he had to intervene. I won't join the war. Marcus Kingquin understood Earl Thorn, having experienced similar situations before, but she couldn't bring herself to fight against Saros. Interesting. Very interesting. The Lord of the Birch Tree was a madman. There was no way he wouldn't participate in a war. Unfortunately. Thank you for your concern, Earl Thorn said, but I don't want to go to war with Atón. First, the Sacred Covenant will soon reach Atón, and they've calculated the time to launch a war of aggression against me. Also, ending war with war is not Thorn's diplomatic approach, nor is it her approach to the other Lords of Miracles, Earl Thorn said. I intend to raise this matter at the Council of Kings. I hope the Lords of Miracles will give me an explanation. Chapter 229 Epic and Mythology. You want 10,000 children of miracles. All 5 of the Bai Luo family's elders were present. Uncle, Grandpa Andrew, Long Xiang, Shan Wang, and Glass, who was taking a break today. Of these 5, Uncle and Shan Wang were originally patriarchs of the Atón clan. Grandpa Andrew and Long Xiang were both Bai Luo's miracles. Although Glass arrived late, he had earned Bai Luo's trust through his actions and, as a child of miracles, became a member of Bai Luo's think tank. Also present were Guania, a member of the younger generation, the ever unfathomable Alea, and the young but resourceful little Boya. As for senior sister, she was at a critical juncture and seemed poised to find a breakthrough in the next 2 days. Bai Luo didn't want to disturb her, so he didn't invite her. That's a difficult question. Can we capture dimensional creatures? Glass had been roaming the various countries of miracles for years, and as a former Lord of Miracles, he undoubtedly knew a great deal. It's not easy, the old uncle said. Dimensional life fears the power of miracles, and among us, only Shirley and my 8-legged divine steed can travel to the rainbow dimension. Unless we can gather more than 100 8-legged divine steed knights, we won't be able to seal off even the smallest dimension. Shirley had no problem breaking through that dimension, but she couldn't completely contain it. As long as a single loophole existed, the dimensional creatures would flee en masse, and there was no stopping them. Furthermore, some smaller dimensional life forms, most of which were even weaker than the elves, might work tirelessly to capture 100, only to have the soul energy count for just 1. Such situations occasionally occur. What about brainwashing? How is that? I think it's a good idea. Shan Wang and Long Xiang were both rather ruthless. Shan Wang was only friendly to the people of Atón, while Long Xiang was a typical aggressive warmonger. In their eyes, as long as it benefited Atón, humanity was irrelevant. There are 80,000 people in the ancient capital, and I, Atón, have thousands too, Long Xiang said. Gather them together and use hypnosis to induce them to believe in you, Your Majesty, for a short period of time. This way, they could become Bai Luo's children of miracles. Of course, the aptitude of a child of miracle created this way would drop by at least 2 ranks. What does that mean? A drop from legendary aptitude to master aptitude would be impossible to break through in a lifetime. A drop from heroic aptitude to extraordinary aptitude, with extremely poor learning and comprehension, would be a waste of the extraordinary quota. "Let's begin the ritual," said Grandpa Shan. "After the ritual is over, Your Majesty, cancel the miracle contracts with them, return them to mortals, and free up the quota for children of miracles." This approach might be a good one for completing the mission, but in the long run, it would be tantamount to forcing things to grow. Bai Luo asked the mystic dragon if it were possible to improve the aptitude of a child of miracle created through hypnosis. The answer was obvious: no. Aside from the miracle itself, the mystic dragon couldn't infinitely improve a person's aptitude. Its aptitude improvement was a one-time thing. Of course, a miracle can be blessed countless times by the mystic dragon, receiving a large amount of pheromones and reducing the time and effort required for evolution. This also means that Elsa and others who have already received the blessing cannot further improve their aptitude. Conversely, since they haven't received the dragon's blessing, Helbo, Ilona, Inya, and others can still advance further. This is actually not a big deal. After all, aptitude itself has its limits. Take Helbo, for example. He was born with the aptitude to become a legendary. A further blessing from the mystic dragon could boost his potential beyond legendary and reach even higher levels. However, there are only 9 levels of aptitude. If Elsa and others have already reached mythic aptitude, they naturally cannot improve further. According to my uncle's classification, the 2 realms after legend are epic and mythic, corresponding to the strongest combat power cultivated by 4 awakening miracles and 5 awakening miracles, respectively. Therefore, using the simplest ranking system, aptitude is ranked from lowest to highest. 0 normal, 1 extraordinary, 2 transcendent, 3 hero, 4 master, 5 king, 6 legendary, 7 epic, and 8 mythic. On this basis, Tier 3 heroes can awaken once, Tier 5 a second time. Legendary, epic, and mythic heroes can awaken 3, 4, and 5 times, respectively. Starting from the king level, each advancement represents a qualitative leap. However, because the power above the king level is so formidable, the Sacred Covenant explicitly stipulates that legendary heroes are not allowed to participate in any miracle war. They can serve as commanders and provide command, but they must never personally participate in the battles. This explicitly stipulates over 100 levels, encompassing the level systems of nearly every miracle realm, ultimately unifying the master level, which only masters a certain domain. Furthermore, the Sacred Covenant also stipulates that legendary heroes cannot participate in any miracle war. What does this mean? You cannot send legendary heroes to attack a dimension. If you're being invaded, you can deploy kings, but not legendary heroes. Regardless of the reason, legendary heroes are forbidden to participate. Absolutely not. If you don't want to face the wrath of the Holy Empire, then be obedient and abide by its rules. Furthermore, there are subjects acquired through brainwashing. Their own aptitude had already been shattered, and a tattered creature like them. The mystic dragon declared, "I'm not a rag and bone collector, killing the chicken to get the eggs." Glass used an idiom Bai Luo had brought to his mind. We've finally acquired a population of 80,000, waiting to acquire a new child of miracles. Now, if we destroy the limited number of those who can adapt to His Majesty's power, what's the point of attacking the ancient capital? Even if we brainwash them all, there still won't be enough. Glass, having traveled extensively, was well aware of the ratio between child of miracles and the general population. Generally speaking, 800 child of miracles per 80,000 people was considered a good number. The mortals of the miracle land weren't without aptitude, but rather possessed miracles suited to them, often not those of the lords they currently served. Even Bai Luo, who now commanded a vast trove of miracles, would still have over 70,000 of his 80,000 people unable to adapt to the power of the Pegasus, fairies, tree elves, Avalon, greedy world, and ancient tales under his command. Of course, adaptation was only the foundation. How far they could ultimately advance depended on their aptitude. The mystic dragon's upgrade wasn't a 1 rank increase, but a maximum increase. 80,000 people, at most we can raise 5,000 people. Glass made a judgment, almost identical to Bai Luo's, so it's still not enough. If these 5,000 people aren't brainwashed, Gonia asked, how long will it take? According to our process, Aleya said, Given the current scale of the Atón National Academy, ideological transformation can be completed in 2 or 3 months. It's not brainwashing, that counts as using magic, but at most a few hundred people at a time, 2 or 3 months, only a few hundred people. Bai Luo, if we invest all the hundreds of people we produce each time into education, how long will it take to raise all 5,000 people? At least a year or two, a year or two? If that were the case, I'm afraid the mystic dragon wouldn't even be preparing for the next dragon ceremony. So the best solution now is to go to the other dimension and find those dimensional creatures. It's not like there aren't other options, Glass said. Your Majesty, you're familiar with King Aole. How about asking him to lend you 5,000 people? Bai Luo could foresee that if he asked, King Aole would probably give them. King Aole was the Lord of the 4 Awakenings miracles. Under his command were several epic-level beings, over 10 legendary beings, over 100 king-level masters, thousands of heroic-level beings, and hundreds of thousands of transcendent-level demons. While ordinary miracle people wouldn't be of much use to King Aole, the accumulated population would be terrifying. After all, demons live long lives, even foxes can easily live for hundreds of years. King Aole had received miracles for over 4,000 years, so you can imagine how many people he had. So, King Aole wouldn't care about a mere 5,000 ordinary miracle people. If Bai Luo wanted them, 5,000 from among millions of ordinary demons wouldn't be a big deal. But this would present 2 problems. First, Bai Luo owed King Aole a huge favor, and it would be difficult to repay it later. Furthermore, Atón and Aole were ultimately 2 separate nations. If Atón truly relied on Aole for everything, how could it maintain its independence in the long run? When faced with a problem, its first instinct was to ask for aid from other nations. How could that be called a nation? 5,000 Aole people, Grandpa Shanwen, possessing a serious cultural bias, asked, then would I still be Atón? If there had been a cultural invasion, Atón would have been crippled by Aole, as half the population consisted of Aole demons. The number of foreigners must be kept within Atón's capacity, the old uncle said. Even if your Majesty truly wants him to provide aid, 1,000 is the limit, no more. Bai Luo shared the same sentiments as the 2 elders. Atón was still too young to be overwhelmed by foreign culture. So even you, uncle, can't fix this huge gap. It should be soon. What? Bai Luo looked at the uncle in confusion. The old man smoked a cigarette, acting as if he didn't take the population issue seriously. Fiya, it's time for a breakthrough. Boom! Endless miraculous power erupted in the world of Avalon. Everyone currently within the castle felt the pressure from the Queen of Avalon almost immediately. Everyone looked at each other, then simultaneously turned to the uncle. Their eyes filled with awe and admiration that could not be described. Long Gixiang, you're truly worthy of being called Saros. Glass, brother is still so awesome. Grandpa Shanwang, these are just basic operations. After all, it's him. Grandpa Andrew, I'm already convinced. Holy crap, feeling the surging miraculous power, Bai Luo exclaimed, so accurate? You could guess this, uncle? Even I, the Lord of Miracles, didn't expect this. As soon as he finished speaking, senior sister broke through. The old uncle wiped his sweat quietly. This is indeed a bit of a coincidence. He did expect that the senior sister would break through in the near future, but when he said it's time to break through, he didn't mean that she would break through in the next second. The old uncle meant that she might break through tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. But the senior sister's move was too sudden. Luck, it's just luck. The old uncle, Saros, am a mature old man, how could I panic? You are too modest, every time you guess, you say it's luck. Oh, I'm used to it, after all, it's Saros. Yes, after all, it's Saros, it's really luck. The old man was calm and composed, smoking a cigarette without changing his expression, as if he had seen through everything. Let's go, everyone. Bai Luo knew that this time it was the old uncle's luck. He smiled without saying anything, then stood up and said, go congratulate Feiya and wish her a breakthrough to the third awakening. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230, Liberation of the Sacred Beast Forest. In the world of Avalon, beneath a shimmering blue sky, a massive figure, like a divine presence, enveloped the entire land. Boom! The miracle world trembled, its terrifying power shocking even the main bodies present, such as Lilith, Shirley, and Leon. But what Bai Luo perceived more clearly was the transformation of Avalon. It was expanding. No, not quite expanding, rather, areas that had always existed but were inaccessible due to insufficient levels were gradually expanding. For example, the starry sky above him, Bai Luo finally understood its true nature. The stars in the sky weren't actually stars, they were gateways, just like the dazzling starry sky of Miracle Land. Each bright star was a gateway to another dimension. A dimension could be a continent floating in the universe, or a planet, but in either case, it represented a connection to the boundless universe. Through Avalon's astral realm, Bai Luo could send people to other dimensions and explore the entire universe. Of course, the planes behind certain stars might exist in the same space-time, separated by vast distances, but they were still essentially one world. Legendary realm, Bai Luo clenched his fists, realizing he'd grown stronger. Previously, Bai Luo had actually reached legendary, but that legendary level was more of a quantitative shift leading to a qualitative change, unlike the current, truly qualitative leap. I see. Bai Luo's mind flooded with information about this miracle, utopia, the containment land of epics, the containment land of legends, epics, and myths, abbreviated as Avalon World, contract, Bai Luo Atón Miracle Bearer, ICFU rank, upper class type, Miracle World faction, ideal coast status, 3 awakenings liberated, Avalon Castle, Avalon Treasury to be liberated, Avalon Sacred Beast Forest, Avalon Trial Grounds, Avalon Star Realm description, an epic legacy from ancient times, it holds the secrets of the world. Every miracle that has ever existed, and every miracle that may exist in the future, can be traced here and reproduced with the power of ideals. Avalon's status as a superior world of miracles isn't simply due to its utopia, it's also due to its ability to replicate, recreate, and recreate all miracles and their results. Yes, all miracles. This includes the 9981, the quilt covering the original, the Pegasus, and all the miracles of the fairy Lilith. The treasures in Avalon's treasury are actually derived from miracles and their derivatives from the past, present, and future, representing a recreation of their power. Of course, none can be as powerful as the originals, that's simply not possible. However, Avalon's advantage lies in its all-encompassing nature. If you've ever used a miracle to create a story and forge your own legend, Avalon will record your work within it, gradually materializing it over time. The legacy of the sacred beasts in the Sacred Beast Forest, the treasures within the treasury imbued with the power of the powerful, and the endless secret techniques and tricks within the castle. As long as new miracles continue to emerge, Avalon's potential will only grow. It is a miracle that thrives on the nourishment of each and every miracle. Fiaya, Bai Luo teleported to his senior sister's side. Fiaya's face was now stern, more dignified and majestic than Bai Luo could ever remember. She wore a pure white, form-fitting gown, a magnificent crown on her head. And ornate ornaments adorned her loose queen's dress. Within the pale blue hem of her dress, Bai Luo could see twinkling stars, the colors of the Avalon astral plane. You're here. The senior sister controlled her power perfectly, losing consciousness for only a brief moment before regaining her human form and facing Bai Luo as Fiaya. Little Luo, seeing Bai Luo, the senior sister smiled. At this moment, it was like ice and snow melting. Even Bai Luo, who had spent so much time with her, was overwhelmed by the shock. Oh, cough, Bai Luo quickly recovered. He said, "Congratulations, you've made a breakthrough. My breakthrough is your breakthrough. No need for congratulations." Senior sister was Bai Luo's person and his strength. Her own strength naturally meant Bai Luo had made further progress. But there's something to be happy about. I've now achieved the third awakening. From now on, I, Atón, and you will become one. As long as either the Atonians or Atón's miracle kingdom lose at least 2/3 of their population, no one can kill you. You could capture Bai Luo and imprison him, but you couldn't kill him, no matter what. This was the symbol of the merging of national destiny and the king. It feels great to become stronger. Bai Luo's control of power was excellent. But I haven't fully grasped what Leon gave me, and now you've broken through again. Senior sister was too outstanding. The power of Avalon she brought to Bai Luo alone was enough to put other miracles to shame. Even Bai Luo didn't know Fiaya's current strength. If a miracle master could gain the power of a miracle body, they would undoubtedly become even more powerful. However, just like Bai Luo currently, it's difficult for him to master every miracle power. This is completely different from a miracle body that inherently knows how to wield its power. I understand the population problem, senior sister, who had been in seclusion and had now emerged, immediately sensed Bai Luo's confusion. Let's go, we'll open the sacred beast forest, they're still waiting down there, it's just a third awakening, no big deal. Senior sister didn't need congratulations, as it was only a mere third awakening. Before the Avalon world reached its peak, she considered herself quite ordinary. Especially since her uncle often mentioned the Far North Queen in front of her, she was deeply displeased. Although senior sister seemed usually aloof, it was because she hadn't met a rival. Being conquered by Bai Luo wasn't enough. Seeing the Far North Queen, who her uncle described as potentially better than you, naturally piqued her interest. Inya and I will go liberate the sacred beast forest. You wait in the castle. Bai Luo sent a message to Long Yixiang, who delivered it. Most of those present knew senior sister well enough to know her decisive nature. She wouldn't allow any celebratory banquets until the work was done. Why do you seem even colder? No, senior sister couldn't act aloof in front of Bai Luo. After all, Bai Luo had dominated her in bed. I didn't say it was bad, Bai Luo, a little cool isn't bad either. I just like your rebellious side. This made Bai Luo feel even more conquered. Of course, it was just a little marital pleasure. Let's get down to business. Senior sister slapped Bai Luo's hand away. Wait until I liberate the sacred beast forest first. Bai Luo's words made senior sister's face blush slightly. She glared at Bai Luo angrily. And he quickly apologized. Just kidding, I was wrong. Father really has it all planned out. He even considered that the sacred beast forest could solve the population problem. After awakening, senior sister immediately brought Bai Luo to the sacred beast forest of Avalon. Although the sacred beast forest is sealed, it's not inaccessible. Bai Luo once sent the Atón people to explore it, and they discovered a nearly boundless ancient forest. While the forest might not appear large from the outside, only once you've entered will you understand how completely different it is. It's truly enormous. The only regret is that there are no sacred beasts or any other animals in the sacred beast forest, presumably due to the seal. Can it really be solved? Not really a solution, the senior sister said. It can only be described as a clever solution. Huh? It's the goblins, the senior sister said. Goblins aren't human. Their souls are incomplete, their talents are limited, and their future achievements will be modest. After all, they're just species created by Lilith, so the difference is understandable. The sacred beast forest contains the bloodlines and heritage of countless ancient beings, the senior sister said. It has two main functions, bloodline reincarnation and bloodline inheritance. Bloodline reincarnation function allows a living being to enter and, based on their talents, randomly searches for a suitable beast-type miracle to reincarnate into an Avalon beast-type miracle unit of the same rank. Simply put, if Malulu is a hero-level creature, and she enters the sacred beast forest to undergo bloodline reincarnation, she will be reborn as a certain type of heroic beast-type soldier. Beast soul inheritance function. The sacred beast forest periodically produces varying amounts of beast souls, which can be bestowed upon qualified individuals as a legacy of power. The recipient will be reborn as the beast soul's former form. Inya, do you mean to have all the fairies undergo bloodline reincarnation? Yes, the senior sister nodded. That way, they will receive the bodies of ancient beasts, and their souls will naturally be complete. Little cat, little mouse, you say, they lack souls, which makes sense. But if you say that phoenixes and dragons are animals, and their souls can't compare to humans, that's a bit absurd. The sacred beast forest's function is precisely to grant fairies the ability to reincarnate into ancient and powerful creatures like dragons and phoenixes. The only problem lies in equality in reincarnation. The extraordinary can only become extraordinary, and the transcendent can only become transcendent. There's no quota for bloodline reincarnation, the senior sister said, but there is for beast soul inheritance, because it requires beast souls, and the production of beast souls is constant, relying on the random selection of the holy beast forest itself. Quota, legendary. 1/3 years, maximum 7 legendaries, king. 1/year, maximum 30, master. 1/6 months, maximum 100, hero. 4/3 months, maximum 1000, extraordinary. 20/month, maximum 8000, extraordinary. 100/month, maximum 50,000, ordinary. 500/week, maximum 200,000, Does it take 3 years to produce one legendary? That wasn't a long time, after all. After all, kings could cast the incarnation of law, and a master's strike could destroy a city. Producing one master every 6 months, one king every year, that's an astonishing rate. The highest beast soul the Holy Beast Forest can produce now is legendary quality, and that will improve in the future, said the senior sister. This is the Holy Beast Forest, and as I reach the third awakening, the treasure house has also been upgraded, and they can also cultivate king and legendary level troops. Therefore, the maximum number of legendaries that a third awakened Avalon world can provide is not 7, but 3 times 7, a full 21. Similarly, when Avalon reaches the 5th awakening, the number of people it can possess will be 5 times that of mid-level and lower-level miracles. This is why upper-level miracles can crush other levels of miracles, their terrifying potential for development. Alright, I'm going to begin awakening it, the senior sister said, closing her eyes and declaring, Ancient Sacred Beast Forest, I command you as the will of the world, liberate yourself, Wu Ra or Chu. At that moment, a myriad of sounds echoed in Bai Luo's ears, sweeping over him like a torrent. He opened his eyes, beholding before him a fleeting glint of light, gold, silver, black, purple, azure. In the azure ocean, countless gigantic, ancient creatures formed an ecological chain, devouring each other in a spectacular primordial spectacle. On Earth, dragons of all shapes and sizes spread their wings and fought one another, until only the mightiest remained, trampling upon the corpses of countless brethren to become the revered Dragon King. The misty clouds dissipated, revealing islands suspended in the sky. Exotic beasts cried softly, their long, melodious cries echoing through the air, creating a scene reminiscent of a fairyland on Earth. In the starry sky, behemoths, powerful enough to swallow planets, soared past Bai Luo's eyes. Faster than light, they vanished into the darkness in the blink of an eye. These, Bai Luo saw countless images, thousands, tens of thousands. The number of beast souls contained in the sacred beast forest was beyond imagination. If the castle merely utilized the 3 basic abilities, then the treasury and the sacred beast forest were Avalon's foundation and capital for its pursuit of the entire miracle world. Those are the accumulated beast souls in the sacred beast forest, the senior sister said. They are also records of the beast-type troops cultivated by miracles that have occurred in the past. The sacred beast forest records everything that has left a mark in history. Bai Luo even saw the lovely goblin clan and the monsters under King Aole's command. Fairy, you won't turn into fairy, will you? I can control reincarnation to a certain extent, the senior sister said, her face half-hearted. That kind of blunder won't happen. Also, Xiao Luo, you underestimated Avalon's castle, the senior sister explained. It wasn't until I reached the third awakening that I realized the castle's true power. The castle doesn't naturally give birth to anything, but it can integrate, fuse, and create new things, including skills, secret techniques, mysteries, domains, domain techniques, law techniques, and so on. As long as you put what you know into it, you can pass it on to others. Of course, this requires qualifications and professional qualifications. Just like the rainbow domain, if you don't have rainbow energy, you can't learn rainbow domain techniques. Furthermore, the number of domain techniques each person can possess is limited. Not everyone can master countless moves like a living saint. What the castle guarantees is that everyone will possess the power that suits them, and that's not to mention the fusion function, which can combine 2 secret techniques to randomly create a new one. Infinite permutations and combinations, infinite possibilities. This is the castle's cultivation, it's just mastery. Bai Luo was well aware of the difference between mastery and perfect control, but even so, the castle was already incredibly powerful, like a skill-generating box. Go get the fairies now. Business was more important, and there would be plenty of time for celebrations and such once things were resolved. Where are they? In Leon's dream, Bai Luo said. They'll need some time to absorb the lessons learned from the battle of the ancient capital. The Atón and the fairies were all asleep at this moment. Only a living saint like Aaliyah could instantly digest the dream experience completely, with a carefree mind. Chapter 231, named Ancient Tales. Your Majesty, led by Gigi, the Luo family rushed to Bai Luo's side. Your Majesty, if you're going out, take us with you. As Bai Luo's personal guards, the Luo family were expected to be at his side at all times, but Bai Luo always ran around alone, leaving them like ducks to chase. This was quite embarrassing for a miracle master. Hey, Fiaya, Congratulations on reaching the third awakening. Gigi was a brilliant woman, a Yamato Nadeshiko type, but in front of her senior sister, she couldn't help but feel the urge to provoke. With her senior sister, she loved to test the waters on the brink of death. I don't hear congratulations in your words at all, the senior sister said. Instead, it sounds sour. I'm just jealous. Gigi didn't hide her feelings. She shrugged. But that's too fast. How long have you only been a miracle master? A few months. Normally, the average time to reach the third awakening is 100 years. Those with poor aptitude can increase the time by 20%, while those with superior aptitude can cut it in half, even in just 30 or 40 years. But senior sister, 3 awakenings in just a few months, that's too much? Didn't you tell them about the dragon? Dragons are special, Bai Luo said. Even my miracles can't sense them through me. The mutual perception of miracles is essentially a connection of power. But even Bai Luo couldn't sense the dragon's power, let alone other miracles. What are you talking about? What dragon? Bai Luo quickly told Guig about a mysterious dragon. Then, Guig looked at senior sister with a sly smile. Oh, so that's how it is. I thought our Miss Fei achieved the third awakening through her own skill, but it turns out she cheated. Bai Luo fast-bombed, thinking Guig might be about to get beaten. The mysterious dragon's boost is a proportional bonus, senior sister said. I know, Guig, you want to beat me once, but I don't think you'll ever have that chance. What do you mean? Guig was puzzled. She knew senior sister well enough to know she wouldn't say anything provocative. When she did speak, it was always to state a fact. The 6 of you. Oh, Ghost Princess was stunned. She looked back at her brothers and sisters, then her eyes widened. Ah! This ancient tales had more than one miracle body. This meant that once they were blessed by the mysterious dragon, it would be 6 people all receiving the blessing. The amplification, if not 5-fold, was incredibly terrifying. You're still the same, your words are irrefutable. Ghost Princess felt helpless, but senior sister was right. She would never surpass senior sister in talent. But that didn't matter. Ghost Princess focused her attention on Bai Luo, then took his hand, pressing against their soft bodies. Your Majesty, I want to be your concubine. This topic again. Bai Luo felt a little overwhelmed. Ghost Princess was too clingy. I think I sense a murderous aura. Ghost Princess instinctively reached for the long sword in her arms. Be more confident, senior sister said. Take off the like, don't be so stingy, HMPH. Senior sister hadn't said anything to stop Ghost Princess from attacking Bai Luo. She was also a miracle body, worthy of accompanying Bai Luo. Besides, senior sister was well versed in Bai Luo and believed in her own charm. Furthermore, vying for favors was a petty, womanly activity. Senior sister, a queen-like figure. Would she specialize in such petty practices? I'm going to find the fairies. The sacred beast forest had already been opened, and senior sister went to find the fairies to test the effects while Bai Luo stayed behind to make arrangements for Lu Wei's family. Oh, Ghost Lady's eyes gleamed. As expected, I wasn't the type to hold on to Bai Luo. Your Majesty, that's big enough, Bai Luo quickly pulled his hand from Ghost Lady's embrace. Beauty held little allure for Bai Luo. Especially after possessing a beauty like senior sister, even a woman with her own miraculous charm like Missia would find it difficult to move Bai Luo. Bai Luo wasn't a man of one mind, but he cared more about feelings. If there were no memories, no common ground, Bai Luo wouldn't make a move. If Ghost Princess had been replaced by Inya, Bai Luo would have embraced her without hesitation, doing whatever he pleased. But with Ghost Princess, Bai Luo said, maybe later. When there's a chance, we can discuss philosophy again, Your Majesty. That's what you said. Hearing the opportunity, Ghost Princess was immediately motivated and took Bai Luo's hand in her arms again. Wang Quan was speechless. She felt her sister was too proactive, not in line with the tactic of playing hard to get. But on second thought, Bai Luo was surrounded by so many talented women. If he really played hard to get, he might be doomed. It seems that to deal with Your Majesty, Wang Quan thought to herself, the best way is to make it a done deal. You can't all stay by my side. It's a waste. Wang Quan, your expertise lies in military formations. Being my bodyguard is a waste of talent. Wang Quan had the makings of a famous general. Before, following old Lu Wei, she hadn't learned much, relying on her extensive travels to gain experience, essentially becoming self-taught. But now that she's in Atón, with her uncle's personal guidance, she'll soon become one of Atón's great generals. Senior sister's talent surpasses Wang Quan's, but she's the queen of Atón, after all, a special status. Alona and Helbo are both good, but the latter has become a diplomatic envoy, and Bai Luo shook his head inside. Alona is too low-key and young. If she were to command the Atón people, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to convince them. Therefore, the best choice is Wang Quan. She's the miracle in her own right, equivalent to Bai Luo himself. No one would object to you if Wang Quan commanded the Atón people. Wang Quan longed to lead troops in battle, but she also wanted to remain by Bai Luo's side and serve him. After all, the premise for a done deal is to be close to him. But Bai Luo had a request, and Wang Quan couldn't refuse. A woman is still a woman. No matter how well I serve, she's just a plaything. Becoming a general, expanding the territories for His Majesty, is the only way I can demonstrate my worth. In an instant, Wang Quan understood. Yes, Wang Quan knelt on one knee. I will follow your instructions. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. As for sure, Bai Luo said, you're too wild and restless to sit still. You're not suited to be my bodyguard. You'd be a good vanguard officer alongside Knowles, Anderson, and the others. A vanguard officer, or a general, should focus on improving their own strength. Perfect, you can also guide them. Bai Luo wanted Sure to be the chief instructor. He didn't need to be too smart, just strong enough. Friendship between men is forged through fighting. Dropping a bomb on the military academy would have a positive effect. As you command, Sure was second only to Guig in strength among the 5 siblings. He was very capable in one-on-one combat, and alongside Knowles and the others, he could also protect them. Guig, attend. Okay. Guig wasn't ambitious, but she understood the situation. The Lu Wei family was large, and each could fulfill their own role. Wang Quan would be the leader, Sure the general, and with old Lu Wei overseeing them, if she could secure the position of princess, the ancient chronicles would be complete. Yaksha, I'll beg you to hold the gate for me. Yasha would be captain of the royal guard, dedicated to protecting Avalon Castle, where Shiro resided. With such a master, the castle would be impregnable. Furthermore, whenever Shiro traveled, Yasha would be accompanied by her team. Her responsibility was heavy, and she couldn't afford to neglect it. Yes, Yasha said. Rest assured, I'm here, and I won't let anyone touch you. Shiro knew Yasha's nature. She leaned towards ninjas and secret guards, with exceptional stealth abilities. While Shiro's strength didn't require protection, it would be embarrassing for a miracle master to be assassinated. With Atón's rise, Shiro was bound to forge ties with other miracle masters. It would be disheartening if someone in their conversation said, "You've been beaten by a monkey, Your Majesty, what about me?" Luosha felt somewhat excluded, and he grew worried. What should I do? Yaksha is enough to protect me, and Ghost Princess is also by my side. If the two of them attack, even the miracle itself will have trouble reaching me. As for you, Luosha, Bai Luo said, I need you to help me build an organization. Bai Luo had not forgotten Atón's primary mission. The impending arrival of 80,000 people from the ancient capital presented a new challenge. Their qualifications varied, some good, some bad. Atón was striving to establish a society ruled by law. Even if there were truly evil individuals, Bai Luo did not need to intervene. The laws, and those who enforce them, would handle them accordingly. Fines, imprisonment, even the death penalty. However, the conditions for the death penalty were rather stringent. Generally, as long as one did not betray the country or betray Atón, this last resort would not be resorted to. Of course, right and wrong were matters for the judiciary. As king of Atón, Bai Luo could not meddle in the merits and demerits of any individual. In this regard, Bai Luo trusted the miracle child under his command. However, oversight was essential. Even with all his trust, Bai Luo couldn't be partial. He couldn't assume that just because he trusted the Atón people, everything they did was right. That would be irresponsible to the new immigrants, the new Atón people. Therefore, Bai Luo planned to establish a special agency specifically to monitor the Atón administrators, the officials. If they violate Atón law, I'll be held responsible. Officials managed the civilians, and Bai Luo managed the officials. Judging the civilians was the officials' job, but only Bai Luo had the power to judge officials. I'm responsible for this organization, you'll be responsible first. Luo Xiao is meticulous and patient, as evidenced by the fact that during their clash, IAI, who gave Bai Luo the most headaches, was a major concern. This organization, Bai Luo said, let's call it the Shadow Dance Group. 1 is Zero, 2 is Diaxiang, 3 is Yu, 4 is Chuomen, 5 is Andao, 6 is Wuchen, 7 is Songsu, 8 is Gardenia, and 9 is Gixiang. Disperse power, and different people will be responsible for different supervisions. Then you will personally train the Son of Miracle and let him become the leader of the 9 shadow dance groups. But Luosha, Bai Luo muttered a few words, and finally shook his head and said, this name, as a department leader, always feels like something is missing. How about this? I'll give you a nickname, a title. Nickname. Luosha had great respect for Bai Luo. He would be happy to accept anything he gave him. Moreover, this was something bestowed by His Majesty. What an honor. Zai, let's call it Zai, Rakshazai, Bai Luo, Husuodi Rakshazai. That's just some culture. Bai Luo, don't be disgusted. No, 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 I like it very much. Raksha was simply flattered, not disliked. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the title. Can I have a name? Yasha, the youngest, couldn't hide his envy and immediately asked, me, can I have one? Looking at the other 3, Shura and Wang Quan's eyes were filled with hope, and even Guig was hesitant to speak. Okay, then, let's give one to each. Bai Luo couldn't favor one over the other, so after some thought, he said, Yaksha, let's call it Yaksha Banquet. Yaksha Banquet. Bai Luo, Amy Iosi Yasha Banquet. Wang Quan, Bai Luo, Ahu, Yan Ranzan Wang Quanahu, Shura, call it Fishadihun, Fishadihun Shuro. Thank you, Your Majesty. Shura and Wang Quan thanked him simultaneously, and finally it was Guig's turn. Jiki Haim, Bai Luo, Tenjo Miri Jiki Haim, Jiki, pronounced the same as Ki. Amayaji Yaksha Banquet, Fusudira Shasid, Yaran Sinyomi E, Hishakti Sura, Tenjo Miri Jiki Haim. Why does my sister have one more character than the rest of us? Because she's my sister. Jiki Haim put her hands on her hips, brimming with pride. As expected, His Majesty favored her the most. Bai Luo's knowledge was limited, he'd just chosen the name at random, but as long as everyone liked it, that was all. Thank you, Your Majesty. The 5 siblings simultaneously saluted Bai Luo, thanking him for the name. What's with that old guy? He's as strong as a monster, and that woman with the twin swords, so strong, she beat me in 1 second, she beat me in 1 second, too. At that moment, all the Atón people, save for Helbo and Maolulu, including tree elves, fairies, the Atón clan, and new citizens, had gathered in the cursed forest to gain experience from the battle of the ancient capital. What happened to that old man? Is he dead? Elsa only knew that the ancient capital had been conquered, but they had no idea of General Winter's fate. Dead, Aaliyah entered from outside. His Majesty personally ordered his execution. Leon was there, but he hesitated to speak of it. He admired General Winter like a hero, so he kept his feelings to himself. What a pity, Abaddon, now reverting to his 10-year-old self, lamented for him. I shouldn't say such things, but it's truly regrettable. A people's loyalty to their master can be reversed, but it can also be irreversible. The body cannot be reversed. Once a contract is signed, it's like selling oneself to the Lord of Miracles. Unless the Lord lets go, there's no escape. But the soul can be reversed. When the Lord of Miracles does something outrageous, the people of miracles will denounce him. Of course, this denunciation is more of a sigh of regret. He could have become the king they envisioned, but he couldn't. Rather than condemning him, it's more a self-blame. They blame themselves for their own incompetence, for failing to assist the king properly. If General Dong betrays the Lord of Miracles and joins me, Arden, Boya, returning from the gathering, overheard Abaddon's words. Would you still respect him? He asked. That's the contradiction. Abaddon understood. It was precisely because his subjects would never betray him that they were respected, but that also forced them to make a choice. Grandfather said that the War of Miracles is a place where heroes meet heroes, admiring each other. Every one of your opponents deserves your respect, and many even earn your sincere admiration. Yet, you are enemies, each serving a different master. Unlike the grumbling little creatures, fairies, the Arden clan has gained more experience and is filled with emotion. So strong, Knowles, Zira, Luanaya, and Anderson were together. They were older and formed the core of Arden's current ranks. But even they seemed to have played a minor role in the battle of the ancient capital, playing virtually no role. Only Aaliyah, seemingly with a bit of a cheat, Fought well. Yet, it feels like another dimension. It's not just that old man, Noel said. I saw it. The troops fighting the pollutants outside the city are superior to us, Atón, in both quantity and quality. After all, we only have the original miracle body to show for it. Atón's top-tier combat power is not bad. Even if they were to go to war with King Aole now, under the leadership of Senior Sister, they could definitely fight King Aole to a draw, no matter the cost. However, Atón's original miracle body can be resurrected, while King Aole's subordinates and the Miracle Kingdom are gone for good. So, if Bai Luo really went crazy, he could threaten any miracle lord. We have no core, no high-end troops, no legends, no kings, only masters, and there are only two of them, Uncle and Inya, just those two. But Uncle might be a king, but kings cannot use the law incarnation, so he is no different from a master. Down below, there are only the tree elves, the fairies, and us, Jilla. Together, can we gather 1,000 extraordinary beings? No, not enough. This is the current situation. Even the tiny Thorn territory can produce an army of tens of thousands of miracles, but Atón can't. Once His Majesty signs the Sacred Covenant, Atón will be protected by us. Everyone is under great pressure, but fortunately, the battle of the ancient capital has broadened their horizons. Motivated by the pressure, they dare to challenge. Ugh, that scared me. Inya didn't have much to say. She was just taking a sightseeing walk as if it were a tourist's mindset and hadn't fought a single battle the entire time. Inya, are you okay? Bai Luo and Inya got along well, and she watched over the girl while she fell asleep. It's okay, Inya patted her stomach. Aside from being a little hungry, I'm completely fine. Here you go. Bai Luo pulled out a steamed bun. Inya took it and stuffed it directly into her mouth. Do you have a meat bun? The last one. I'll give you 10 tomorrow. Well, here you go then. The two little idiots walked hand in hand out of the cursed forest. Inya said as they walked, that was a close call. I didn't anticipate that woman's, Mixiang, mentality at all. Why did she suddenly charge at me? Inya had encountered Mixiang in her dream, fleeing with Tulip on her back. She had no fighting power, a weakling, so she immediately chose to play the older sister. The result was confusing. Inya said, I thought I should have frightened her, but after I did, she still charged at me. So impressive. So powerful. To be able to face Iya's majesty, not only not retreating, but even roaring and fighting for her life, such a person, Inya felt, had a certain charm of her own. This woman is like me, Brother Bai Luo said. You're shameless. Ho ha ho ha. Inya laughed for a moment, then her face changed. I won't return the buns tomorrow. Bai Luo quickly corrected himself. General Inya is mighty, how clever. Double the buns. Inya wrote a blank check without hesitation. She didn't even have 20 buns herself, but Inya was a person who did big things. Those who did big things didn't care about small things. How could she bother with 20 buns? There will be buns, and there will be steamed buns too. Blow first, blow it up. Oh, Bai Luo's eyes lit up. Although Inya always boasted, she almost always lived up to her promises. So Inya wasn't a liar, she was just, Inya, I'm going to pretend to be awesome even if I have to kneel down. Looks like I need to put on some makeup tomorrow and dress up as my older sister. Inya thought it shouldn't be a problem for the Queen of Avalon to go to the kitchen to get a few hundred buns. Inya, are you thinking something bad, huh? That voice. Inya turned around and found her senior sister standing there. Sister, have you come out of seclusion? Just now, your temperament has changed again. Inya's mouth twitched slightly, feeling the sudden increase in difficulty. The senior sister knew her sister was mischievous, but she hadn't imagined she would pretend to be her in the ancient capital. She certainly didn't imagine she was planning to pretend to be the Queen of Avalon and go to the kitchen to trick buns into eating. Are they all awake? Some haven't yet. What about Mao Lingling and the others? They're awake. Upon hearing that Mao Lingling and the other fairies had awakened, the senior sister immediately took action. But she turned back after only a few steps and said, I've reached the third awakening, and a new section of the treasury has been unlocked. Inya, you have a strong compatibility with Avalon. Go check the treasury later and see if there's anything you can use. If you can, just take it. The senior sister didn't care about Bai Luo's even-handedness. She was a down-to-earth person, and when she had something good, she naturally gave it to her younger sister first. But Isifia also hoped that Inya would excel, especially with that legendary artifact. If Inya could take it, the senior sister said she would sacrifice her image and celebrate with firecrackers for her little ones. The senior sister entered the cursed forest. If it were any other miracle from the ideal coast, they would probably resent the power of the fool's old feast, but since the senior sister and Leon were both Bai Luos, they didn't feel uncomfortable. Senior sister, Leon gestured to Isifia, who nodded. Are all the elves awake? Half more. The elves' talents varied, some good, some bad. The best were the 4 white eagles raised by the Atón clan, followed by the domestic cats and dogs. Okay, notify Daho and Erher, as well as Lingling, Yi, Error, and the 4 white eagles. Soon, a group of little creatures gathered around senior sister, looking expectantly at Isifia, wondering what she would say. His senior sister's horse, Walnut, was also there, and next to her was Little Black from the Knowles family. Bring the Pegasus along too. There were 8 Pegasus ponies in total. Fyra's became a silver-winged unicorn, senior sister's became a unicorn, and uncle's became an 8-legged divine steed. In addition, there were 5 more, the Knowles family's black horse, the elf girl and witch Leah, the Atón clan's sharpshooter Jera's younger brother, Little John, and the elf leader, Luania. Uncle's 8-legged divine steed proved that the gender of Pegasus wasn't a problem at all. With the right miraculous powers, they could become capable servants of their masters. The opening of the sacred beast forest had inspired senior sister to see if she could find a suitable bloodline for these Pegasus, aid them, and help Shirley achieve more. Chapter 232, Land, Sea, and Air, the battle for supremacy among 3 clans. Master, 3 adorable cats, seemingly floating through the air, flew to Bai Luo's side in a pale blue mist. They circled him, caressing his chest and face affectionately with their heads. Very good, no matter how powerful the 3 cute cats became, in Bai Luo's presence, they were the most lovable pets, well-behaved, gentle, and sensible. Master, are you going to let us transform into new forms? Cat Lingling licked her palm and wiped her face, looking like a curious baby. Then after we transform into new forms, can we still play on your lap? Yes, I think so. This would be quite magical, because if she couldn't rest between Bai Luo's legs, Cat Lingling felt that no matter how powerful the cute cats became, it would be useless. But I haven't tried it yet. Please try it. As cats of Atón, the cute cats had a responsibility to be pioneers. When faced with difficulties or trouble, they had to rush to the front lines. Of course, this was not without its benefits. Bai Luo would immediately grant them any new powers. To be frank, between 2 legendary talents, one a cute cat and the other an exotic creature, Bai Luo would definitely choose the former. Since it's the master's request, there's nothing we can do. Cat Yi put her hands on her hips, her expression a bit like, we're the Atón cats, we have to lead by example. Yes, meow, yes, we Atón cats have to share the master's worries. Cat Error's accent was playful and adorable, leaving Bai Luo in a state of confusion. I know you're being good, but who wants a chin scratch? Meow, 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 meow. At the thought of Bai Luo scratching their chins, the 3 little creatures' eyes lit up, and they were extremely wary of their sisters running away. The Atón cats, this is a matter of principle, even sisters can't let each other go. Tisk, the white eagles were furious at the cute cat's bitchy behavior. The cats had usurped their place. These scumbags, who couldn't even fight, were relying on cuteness to get so close to their majesty. This was intolerable. White Eagle Yin, these guys are so abominable. White Eagle Yin, I and the Cat Clan are sworn enemies. Bai Yin whimpered, as long as the Cat Clan isn't destroyed, my Eagle Clan will never rise again. Your Majesty, you guys. Seeing the White Eagle swooping down, Bai Luo quickly said, I only have one hand, I can't stop so many. Quack, the majestic eagle soaring through the sky quacked in disappointment. Ahem, Bai Luo said helplessly, stop, but not all of them. One on each shoulder. Yin, you guys go. White Eagle Yin was a good brother, a head of the family who knew how to share, unlike those damn bitches. Bitches. Big brother, Shui Yuan, White Eagle Yin and Yin were deeply moved, we'll help you get back up together. To get up, White Eagle Yin and White Eagle Yin even shrank, transforming from fairy form back into animal form. Don't cry, Bai Yingyan was so envious he almost cried. But he couldn't cry. The proud and majestic eagle wouldn't shed tears easily. HMPH, seeing this, the cute cat Sanxio expressed his disdain. The eagle family is just a mere second place, so vulnerable, meow meow, unlike us cats, who are the master's favorites. Cat Lingling, ah, so comfortable, my master's scratching is so comfortable, meow, squeak, squeak, squeak. Just then, Bai Luo felt something tugging at his trouser leg. He lowered his head and saw it was Atón Mouse Clan. Meow, the cute cat Sank Xiao noticed his master's attention was distracted by something else and was confused. Hey, isn't that Jerry? Jerry was the name of the young master of Atón Mouse Clan. He often stayed in Bai Luo's drawer. When Bai Luo was working, the little guy would hold up documents and pass them to Bai Luo. When he needed something to get or was making a request, he would also help Mouse Clan with the work. Of course, there's more to it than that. They were the ones who handled the official duties in Bai Luo's drawers and kept watch over the castle. These rats were formidable, each one as elusive as a burglar, appearing and disappearing without a trace. If Bai Luo ever lost something, he could always ask them, as they would tell him exactly where it was. Greetings, Your Majesty, salute, Your Majesty, swish, led by Jerry. 12 rats formed into 3 neat rows of 4. Rat tribe, greet Your Majesty, very good, very good. The rat goblins were small, never exceeding a foot in their goblin form, and in their normal form, barely reached Bai Luo's ankles. They weren't the giant sewer rats, but more like hamsters. While the Atón rats might not look impressive, they were undoubtedly the most disciplined of the goblins. Jerry's brother, Jerry's sister, Jerry's fourth aunt, and you, which one are you, Your Majesty? I'm Jerry's second cousin. Oh, it's you. Hello, hello. To outsiders, they looked almost identical, just like how Asians look alike to black people. But as the master of the fairy race, Bai Luo possessed the ability to distinguish each fairy from the next. It was truly remarkable. Bai Luo even marveled at the fact that he could even tell the difference between mice. Your Majesty called me by name, your name is Jerry's sister, so what? From today on, I'll be Jerry's sister. What do you care? Silence. Jerry turned and waved his little paw. How dare you shout in front of Your Majesty? Stand at attention. March. March. Bai Luo felt an inexplicable sense of amusement watching the little creatures march silently. Meow. Cat Lingling suddenly sensed that her position as the overlord of the fairy race was being challenged. Do you really think you're invincible, Lingling? White Eagle Silver sneered disdainfully. Do you know how many goblin clans want to pull you down from the throne, you bastard? Cat Lingling glared. Even if we're pulled down, you can never hope to be king, Cat Lingling. As long as I live, you'll be crown princess for life. Chirp, meow. On the grass, 2 small animals, one tiny and one even smaller, roared in despair. This was a battle between the sky and the earth, a life and death duel between birds and beasts. This was war. Why did you bring the hamsters? Bai Luo approached his senior sister, who said, I need a few of the big ones, and I'll test the little ones too. I chose them, thoughtful. What about the aquatic tribe? The big one went to Miss Dolphin, and the little ones, the senior sister clapped her hands, and 6 dogs in suits appeared, striding briskly, carrying a 2-meter-long fish tank from the distance. In front of them, a pitch-black dog-like creature stuffed its palm in its mouth, blasting a familiar yet eerie cough and carrying tune. Bai Luo's voice rang out. Bai Yingyan, who turned on the speakers, Malingling, what background music, turn it off, he, Wang Hong. The leader of the dog-like tribe, said, no one can look handsome in my background music. We, the dog-like creatures, are Your Majesty's direct descendants. How can a mere cat clan have the right to order us around? And you, the eagle clan? You're the navy, and we're the army. Although I, Wang Hong, haven't been educated, I know the difference between the army and the navy. Hey, turn it off. This music's inappropriate, Bai Luo spoke, and Wang Hong immediately raised his hand, clenching his fist and waving it like a conductor. Suddenly, the dog-like creatures placed the crystal fish tank on the ground in perfect order. Your Majesty, the aquatic tribe, reporting to you, inside was Miss Dolphin, a pufferfish, a frog, a goldfish, and a snake. Chapter 233 Sacred Beast. There are 2 types of reincarnation within the Sacred Beast Forest, beast-type reincarnation and bloodline inheritance. The senior sister addressed the small creatures before her. All beast types can be divided into 3 categories: demonic beasts with astonishing destructive power, gigantic monsters, divine beasts that wield power, and, beyond these, the sacred beasts, demon beasts. These monsters originate from certain ancient continental plains. While modest in size, they possess strange powers. Their specialty is energy cannons, delivering terrifying destructive power. Monsters. These beast-type troops lean toward the electronic frontier. These monsters lack special spells, relying solely on their physical form and the various energy cores within them. Their defining characteristic is one thing: massive. Enormous, so massive that it obscures the heavens and the sun. Divine beasts. These creatures descend from ancient mythology. While their combat power may not be exceptional, they control certain laws of heaven and earth and are the indispensable guardians of the kingdom of miracles. Sacred beasts. Sacred beasts are not a fourth category, they are the collective term for all beast-type troops within the sacred beast forest. Furthermore, the only difference between a sacred beast and the other three is its ability to transform into human form. In other words, any beast-type soldier capable of transforming from demonic beasts, kaiju, or mythical beasts into human form is considered a holy beast. While the holy beast forest replicates the beast-type soldiers of other miracles, it also offers the ability to transform into holy beasts. However, holy beasts are not considered heroic spirits or god-men, they remain beast types. This also means that holy beasts in human form are significantly less powerful. In this state, they may only exert 10% of their original strength, far less comparable to humanoid soldiers, and even more so, cannot be generalized. I currently have 1 legendary spot, 1 king spot, 1 master spot, 4 hero spots, 20 transcendence, and 100 extraordinary. Seeing the few little creatures ahead, the senior sister felt she could ban the transcendence and extraordinary. You stand out from the goblin clan. I chose you because of your aptitude. The goblins present were all quite talented, especially the white eagles and the 3 cute cats. It was a good thing Cat Lingling wasn't there, or else she might have been the top cat. The legacy of the sacred beast forest is different from that of the castle, the senior sister said. The castle requires training to gain strength, it must be cultivated step by step. The same goes for treasures, the senior sister said. Even if you obtain a treasure, developing it is a challenge. However, the legacy of the sacred beast forest is different. If you can obtain it, you'll instantly become a master, king, and legend. Living creatures can be mass-produced, so as many low-level troops as needed, there are plenty. Frenzied creatures are fearless, have incredible resilience, and possess a strong desire for destruction, making them the perfect choice for cannon fodder. Beast types also have their own advantages. Reincarnation grants them the immense power of their current stage. While their bloodlines are practically locked in, preventing them from experiencing much change, their advantage lies in their exceptional efficiency. My Atón is about to give birth to its first legendary, Bai Luo said. I never expected it would be among you. The little creatures are in luck. Within the third awakening sacred beast forest lies a legendary bloodline awaiting them. As long as one of the little creatures before Bai Luo possesses the legendary aptitude, they could become Atón's first legendary unit. What is that inheritance? I don't know, the senior sister shook her head. The sacred beast forest is highly random. Only those who enter can claim their inheritance. In other words, it's like a lottery pool, containing countless beast types. The prizes you might win might be a matter of luck, or perhaps also of aptitude. Also, reincarnation has both advantages and disadvantages, the senior sister said. The advantage is convenience, but the disadvantage is that once you reincarnate, the quota is completely used up and cannot be transferred. Unlike the treasures in Avalon's treasury, Aaliyah's cross sword, once she no longer uses it and upgrades to a new weapon, can pass the Dongzhen sword on to the next person. But the holy beast inheritance isn't allowed, its bloodline is consumable. If the goblins were to reincarnate into new beast-type creatures in the future, their original power would only remain within them, merging with their new heritage and unable to be passed down to future generations. We'll have to be careful, Bai Luo said, looking at the little ones. Who's going first? Meow, meow, meow. The 3 cute cats, always self-proclaimed the king's 3 adorable pets, felt the need to show off. They immediately took flight. We'll go first. Okay, Bai Luo gestured to his senior sister, who raised her hand. Enter the forest. Don't look back. Keep moving forward. No matter what happens, persevere. The end of the forest is the exit. The moment you emerge, you'll possess a new form, becoming powerful beast-type soldiers. Meow. Got it. Meow, meow. Look forward to her performance. The 3 cute cats followed their senior sister's instructions and flew towards the holy beast forest, where stone statues stood. Soon, they disappeared. The holy beast forest wasn't large, but that was only the appearance. This forest connects countless shattered realms, and within each lies a terrifying monster. They were once the overlords of this world, following their masters across endless dimensions. Though ultimately fallen, their pride remains undimmed. How long have we been in there? After a while, Bai Luo noticed the sacred beast forest was a little too stable. Senior sister said, 3 minutes, reincarnation, does it take that long? Bai Luo said, only one at a time. Are the 3 of them waiting in line? The higher the aptitude, the longer the reincarnation time, senior sister said. More than 3 minutes means at least heroic rank. Boom. As expected, the words had barely left her lips when movement emanated from the sacred beast forest in the distance. Galila, 2 stone statue embryos appeared simultaneously at the forest's entrance. Bai Luo, senior sister, and the goblins all looked in their direction. Click, 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 the stone statues shifted, as if an invisible hand, exerting force, hammering and meticulously carving them. It emerged from the scorched earth, bearing a beacon of light to illuminate the darkness and guide those lost and lost. I once carried the sun, burdened by the weight, bringing hope to people. Roar. The stone statue shattered, and from it leaped a majestic golden tiger. She stood about 3 meters tall, gleaming with golden light. It was her golden fur that blinded the eyes. This was a tiger-like beast, bearing a pure white halo, studded with ruby-like fireballs. 10 of these fireballs, barely the size of an adult's head, held within them the energy of a nuclear reactor. Just one glance sent a stinging pain through the eyes. King of Light and Flame forward marks, name, Mao Yi contract, Bai Luo Yatan rank, heroic type, sacred beast, divine beast divinity, sun sovereignty, fragment, miracle source, intermediate miracle building, labyrinth city second form, cat fairy, transformable, third form, flame light princess divine beast, or sun sovereignty. Although the information Bai Luo and his senior sister received contained the word fragment, the definition of a divine beast is that they govern a certain order between heaven and earth. Even if it's just a fragment, the sun sovereignty is still remarkable. The world has a distinct day and night. When daytime is bright, there are still shadows. When sunset is pitch black, there is still light. I once carried the moon on my back, walking quietly, bringing peace to people. Roar. The second stone statue shattered, and from it leaped a tiger-like creature very similar to the King of Light and Flame forward marks. However, unlike the sun golden tiger, the cat ears representing the moon were very elegant. She walked with a brisk pace, her expression calm and peaceful. Though still in the form of a tiger, even strangers wouldn't be frightened by her. Instead, they'd feel a sense of familiarity, unable to take their eyes off her. There was no way around it. Mao Error was simply too beautiful. Silver Snow Concubine of the Night, name, Mao Error contract, Bai Luo Yatan rank, heroic species, sacred beast, divine beast divinity, moon sovereignty, fragment, miracle source, intermediate miracle building, labyrinth city second form, cat fairy, transformable, third form, silver snow concubine. If Mao Yi's flame forward mark king exuded dominance and majesty, a war beast carrying the god of war across vast conquests, then Mao Error's night silver snow concubine was like a goddess companion, gently spreading blessings to the world alongside her. Master however, even after becoming heroic level divine beasts, both Mao Yi and Mao Error remained obedient and docile in the presence of Bai Luo. Master, we've grown larger, and there are new changes. Master, would you like to see? With that, without waiting for Bai Luo to reply, 2 supremely noble creatures emanated golden and silver light. As the light descended, 2 goddess-like figures appeared before Bai Luo. On the left was Yang Guangji, wielding a golden halberd and clad in crimson armor. She looked like a Valkyrie on the battlefield, fierce and fierce. On the other side, Yin Zufei, clad in a pure white silk gown, 2 ancient silver swords strapped to her waist, resembled a solitary, aloof female swordsman, cold and unparalleled. Tisk, 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 Bai Luo was stunned. Of course, it wasn't that Yang Guangji and Yin Zufei were too beautiful. In terms of pure aura, they couldn't compare to senior sister. The difference was immense. But what surprised Bai Luo was that, just a moment ago, they were 3 adorable kittens, and in the blink of an eye, 2 stunning beauties suddenly stood before him. The stark contrast was so great that Bai Luo needed to calm his inner excitement. Chapter 234 Crystal Emperor. From cat to human, senior sister thought that wasn't right. It should have been from cat to tiger, and now human again. Greetings, Her Majesty. Cat Yi and Cat Error were extremely respectful to Icefia. They were able to attain human form and complete their souls thanks to her. The fairies were essentially the offspring of the ideal Coast faction, with Lilith at the middle level and Senior Sister at the upper level. The two of them were inherently bound together, inseparable. How does a hero class compare to noble phantasm-type hero? Not as good, Senior Sister answered with certainty. In their human form, they can only unleash their peak extraordinary power. All their secrets must be in their original form to be unleashed. However, after reverting to their divine beast forms, they could no longer use weapons or armor, relying primarily on their immense physical strength. Furthermore, because they lacked many different moves and techniques, beast-type units were 1.5 times more destructive than heroic spirits. However, in a one-on-one fight, beast-type units struggled to defeat heroic spirits. In short, if a heroic spirit can withstand a beast-type attack and you fail to take them down, then they'll take you down. I see through you, the heroic spirit. We heroic spirits won't be defeated twice by the same attack. While heroic spirits aren't saints, they do possess a strong learning ability, a reflection of the human mindset in battle. But as artillery, they should be far superior to heroic spirits. Princess Flame and Princess Silver Snow are beast-type artillery units. While the number of small suns and small moons they carry is limited and needs to be accumulated over time, their power is likely even greater than that of the Sea Mirage Red Crab's small nuclear cannon. Lingling's been in there for almost 10 minutes, hasn't she? Legendary level takes even longer. Senior Sister shook her head and said, King level, it'll take about half an hour. We can't rush this. The longer it takes, the higher the aptitude of these little ones. They can, huh? At that moment, Senior Sister and Bai Luo both looked towards the entrance of the sacred beast forest and saw another stone statue appear. This one was even larger than the previous two. Even crawling, it was nearly 20 meters tall. Of course, this size wasn't considered large even for a hero-level unit. But beast-type units didn't mean they couldn't be released again. In fact, Yi and Era's divine beast forms were only their normal state. Once released, they would obviously be much larger than before. Similarly, their normal state was 20 meters. Bai Luo could already imagine how much larger they would be after release. Bai Luo and his Senior Sister immediately sensed each other's aura. Master, snap, snap, the originally blurry, rough stone statue embryo was changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It became lower and lower, crawling, and debris continued to fall. Bai Luo vaguely felt that its inheritance was coming to an end. Roar, the stone statue shattered, and a huge monster leaped out. It was a strange creature that looked 3 parts lion and 7 parts tiger. It roared majestically at the sky. The next moment, everyone heard a squeak, squeak, squeak sound, like a sharp blade scraping against glass. Following the sound, they saw a large number of cracks appearing in the space. Crystal Emperor, name. Mao Lingling contract, Bai Luo Yantin level, master type, holy beast magical beast source of miracle, miraculous creature radiant dragon first form, holy beast princess second form, cat fairy, transformable, third form, magical beast crystal emperor sizzle. 2 streams of pale blue fire escaped from the corners of the crystal emperor's mouth, and the shattered space transformed into ice crystal fragments that surged towards her, eventually crystallizing into chunks that wrapped around the crystal emperor's waist. Those were pale blue energy crystals, containing an astonishingly violent energy. Even a tiny bit of it was enough to make the fairies present tremble. Roar! Roar! At the edge of the forest, the crystal emperor walked steadily towards Bai Luo and the others. Mao Lingling, shattering her earlier impetuousness, seemed to have transformed into a true king. Her demeanor, even beside Bai Luo, was enough to demonstrate his royal majesty. Gala, bang, 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 with the crystal emperor's steps, ice blue crystal flowers blossomed at her feet, spreading in all directions. Roar, the crystal emperor growled, her eyes radiating disdain, especially as she cast a glance at the White Eagle family, filled with disdain. This displeased the White Eagle family, led by White Eagle Silver. White Eagle Silver, look how cocky she is. White Eagle Yin, master, you're amazing. Wait until I inherit a king, and I'll be able to look down on her. White Eagle Yin, exactly, too arrogant. White Eagle Ying Ying, Ying Ying. Master, upon seeing Bai Luo, the crystal emperor, who had previously exuded an air of dominance, immediately gave a joyful cry. Bang, Her body completely transformed into crystal, shattering. Cat Lingling flew out from within. Master, Master, Lingling has turned into a giant tiger. Meow. Bai Luo watched the cat constantly approaching his face. He had assumed that Cat Lingling would become a holy beast princess like her sisters. But she remained a cat, leaving Bai Luo puzzled. Big sister, aren't you humanizing? Hearing this, Cat Lingling thought her sisters were foolish. She meowed a few times, and Yin Zufei and Yan Guangji, upon hearing this, were immediately horrified. Cat Lingling, what are you two doing? Trying to seduce the master, you fools. She didn't really care about the idea of being a senior sister. Cat Lingling told her sisters that there was no shortage of stunning beauties in Arden, and that their attempts to stand out by relying on their feminine charm were nothing but wishful thinking. Not to mention miracle bodies like Lilith and Isifia, even the master-level Aleia, as well as those tree elves and fox maidens, would put considerable pressure on them. Furthermore, let's not forget that they were only the beginning of the holy beast princesses. If more came in later, those masters, kings, and legends would only be more outstanding and more attractive than the cute cats. Meow, meow. Yin Zufei and Yan Guangji immediately transformed into cat ears and cat clothes, and the three kittens once again fluttered around Bai Luo. Bai Luo was speechless. He glanced at his senior sister, who smiled but said nothing. As the master of miracles, Bai Luo could theoretically read the memories and thoughts of any of his subjects, but he wouldn't do so because it would intrude on their privacy and was out of character. However, the three cute cats spoke. Even in cat language. Bai Luo heard everything clearly. He could appreciate the beauty of every citizen, and similarly, he could understand their language and actions. Even if they used their own coded language, Bai Luo couldn't hide it. You three, from now on, serve as my guards. With a master and two heroes, Bai Luo naturally feared no assassination attempt. Now blessed with the protection of the triple awakened Queen of Avalon, no one could harm Bai Luo unless he took action himself, barring major upheaval in the country and its people. But there was a trade-off. Bai Luo couldn't take action either. Otherwise, wouldn't the Lord of Miracles be invincible? What was the point of the soldiers then? The entire legion would remain in the rear, with the Lord of Miracles leading the charge, and then no one could harm him. What was the point of fighting? The power of miracles couldn't have such a bug. It had its pros and cons. Rest assured, the Mocat family will not allow anyone to offend you. The blessing of national destiny was like an invincible protection, but it also had a limit, such as master level, below which the Lord of Miracles could use this ability. But once the Lord of Miracles unleashes power beyond the master level, the invincible protection disappears. Of course, it's not permanent, but merely ineffective for a period of time. During this period, the Lord of Miracles is no longer invincible. If they seek assassination or any other means, there are countless avenues and methods. Speaking of which, I'm reminded of the Marcus Kinquin. That was the perfect example of the Lord of Miracles without the protection of their people, as my uncle had told Bai Luo. Back then, the Marcus Kinquin was invited to the Holy Empire. Perhaps out of trust, she didn't bring many powerful warriors with her. Upon arrival, the enemy suddenly attacked, subduing all of the Marcus Kinquin's guards, not killing them, just capturing them. Your Majesty Kinquin, the legendary leader said respectfully, looking at the Marcus Kinquin, whose face was filled with shock and anger. Please wait in the side hall for a moment. Our Lord will soon explain. The protection of the nation's destiny is absolute. No one can harm the Marcus Kinquin, not even fellow Lords of Miracles, and they cannot force one another. To be frank, if the Marcus Kinquin refused to let Bai Luo touch her, he wouldn't have been able to touch her until he destroyed the Kinquin kingdom. Naturally, if the Marcus Kinquin wanted to leave, no one could stop her. But the problem was, her people had been captured. With them as a threat, how could the Marcus Kinquin leave? She could only rage and pant up, heading for the side hall. In the future, Xia Oluo, you'll also attend various meetings between kings, the senior sister said. When that happens, for your safety, you'll definitely need strong guards, the three cute little cats, three adorable pets. But in the blink of an eye, they transform into terrifying demonic beasts and mythical beasts. If Bai Luo needed attention, they could also become holy beast princesses and serve him. It was perfect. We're still short of masters and heroes. The senior sister looked at the White Eagle family. They were the second batch. The Holy Beast Forest's inheritance pool still had 6 heroes. Their initial time was synchronized with the treasury, as well as 1 king and 1 legend. It's your turn, said the elder sister. Yin. You are a war eagle cultivated by my Atón clan. Your talent has the potential to become a legend. I will never let you down. Let's go. The white eagle Yin spread his wings and rushed towards the holy beast forest with his 3 younger brothers and sisters. Let's show these damn furry animals how powerful we are. Chapter 235 Three-Feather Tribe. Chirp. Following the white eagle family's entrance, Yin, and Yingying emerged quickly. Like Yan Guangji and Yin Zufei from the Mengmeo family, they had all been reincarnated as hero-level holy beasts. Thinking about it, it seemed like the talents of these two families were quite compatible. Dawnbird, Yin, rank, hero type, holy beast monster miracle source, miracle creature, covered in primal blanket. Your Majesty, White Eagle Yin was a woman, dressed in a long down gown, resembling a human draped in bird feathers. Is this what it feels like to be human? The girl raised her hands, gazing at the feathered wings beneath her arms. She spun around in place several times, beaming like an elf falling from the sky. Yin, transform into your true form. Let me see. Yes, Master. White Eagle Yin spread her arms, her body expanding at an incredible rate. In an instant, a massive creature appeared in the sky above Bai Luo. The Dawnbird isn't a magical unit, it's a monster-type creature, a gigantic creature transformed through mutation. Therefore, Yin's monster form is enormous, over 20 meters tall even unleashed, and at least 150 meters once unleashed. And that's only at hero level. If White Eagle Yin were to ascend further, reaching Master, King, or even Legendary, her body, a characteristic of her monster-type nature, would become even larger. At that point, even without utilizing domains or laws, relying solely on physical strength, she could likely crush the earth and overturn mountains with a single step, a true self-propelled, plate-level weapon. Very impressive. Do you want to ride? White Eagle Yin held her breath. Bai Luo's mount. This was a prestigious status reserved only for Shirley, the miracle's true form. If Bai Luo could ride White Eagle Yin, even just once, she would die without regrets. Oh, Bai Luo waved his hand, saying, forget it, forget it. Shirley would be jealous if she rode someone who wasn't a miracle's true form. Pegasus is great in every way, except for its tight grip on the mount position, giving no one else the slightest chance. Shirley, Master, only I can ride you. Shirley, you little bitches coveting my mount position, I'll trample you to death. Oh, Bai Yingying felt a little disappointed, but thinking of her own identity, she didn't mind. Soon, Bai Yingying transformed back into a human girl. Swish, Bai Yingying's speed was swift. With one step, she was in front of Bai Luo. Master, how does the transformed human look? Doesn't it look good? The Bai Ying family and the 3 cute cats had transformed into holy beasts and holy beast princesses, but at heart, they were still children. Perhaps in front of outsiders, they could hold their own with their inherited wisdom, but in front of Bai Luo, it was like a child meeting his parents. How could they act like adults? Beautiful, beautiful, very beautiful. Bai Luo stroked Bai Yingying's hair and smiled gently. See, my foolish sisters, Mao Lingling said to Inya in error, Your Majesty treats us like children. No matter how beautiful or charming we become, we can't possibly attract His Majesty. Big sister, you are wise. Big sister, you are mighty. You truly are big sister. X2, Mao Lingling scoffed at Bai Yingying's advances. You're just a fool. You might as well transform into an eagle and grab a spot on your master's shoulder. If she transforms into human, does she still expect Bai Luo to hold her? Bai Yingying. A mere figure, what are you capable of? Is your ability speed? Yin was lovely, a 17 or 18-year-old girl with a rather wild nature. But just as Mao Lingling had expected, Bai Luo was more concerned with her abilities than her appearance. Yes, Yin is even faster now. After saying this, Bai Yingying performed several high-speed moves. Her strength allowed her to ignore resistance, instantly increasing her speed to extremes in attacking enemies at high speed. Tisk, what's the point of being fast? Like her fellow cat sisters, Flame Light Princess expressed her dislike for the fur and winged races. I'll fire a nuclear bomb down on you, and no matter how fast you run, I'll still roast you like a chicken. Flame Light Princess's 10 suns could explode at close range, covering her in the process. However, her power was ineffective against herself, so if Yin dared to get close, she would instantly self-destruct. Let's see how long she could withstand it. Damn big cat. What did you say? Flame Light Princess challenged White Eagle Yin, who couldn't stand it. She immediately transformed into her true form, soaring into the air and barking threats from above. Chirp! Chirp! Roar! However, Flame Light Princess, unwilling to be outdone, transformed from a cat into a demonic beast. Her terrifyingly high-temperature aura clashed with the sonic booms created by White Eagle Yin. Seeing the two sacred beasts about to clash, Senior Sister frowned, ready to issue a warning. Let me do it. Bai Luo stopped with Senior Sister. He gently raised his hand, and the next moment, golden beams of light appeared around the giant divine bird. Chirp! Bai Yingying flapped her wings, but before she could react, the golden beams transformed into a massive birdcage, then rapidly shrank. Master, Bai Yingying's eyes were filled with surprise and fear. She felt powerless and numb throughout her body. The powerful miraculous power had vanished without a trace. Master, I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. Reincarnated as a snow-white female eagle, trapped in a golden birdcage, Bai Yingying was utterly panicked and at a loss. Meow elsewhere, Bai Luo raised his left hand, only to see Mao Yi, held in mid-air by his grip on the soft flesh of her neck, unable to move. Meow, meow, Mao Yi meowed ingratiatingly, hoping Bai Luo wouldn't punish her. Okay, stop messing around. Bai Luo was already used to the little one's playful banter. They didn't like each other, but it was just a matter of annoyance, not anything serious. Bai Luo didn't intend to eliminate this healthy competition. But a fight was a foregone conclusion. Come out. Bai Luo released the golden birdcage, and Bai Yingying emerged, instantly transformed into a human girl. Mao Yi was also put down by Bai Luo, and before she even touched the ground, Yan Guangji half-crouched beside Bai Luo, then slowly stood up. Don't be naughty, Bai Luo said, as if you were talking to a child, educating them. It's okay to bicker, but you can't hurt each other, understand? We know we were wrong. Seeing the two holy beast princesses admit their mistakes, Bai Luo nodded and said, this won't happen again. After resolving the conflict here, Bai Luo looked to the other side. That was the second heroic holy beast, Yiju, Yin Yin, rank, hero species, sacred beast source, superior miracle. You act as the inferior, I act as the superior. Yin Yin, your posture, Bai Luo said, superior. Inferior, I remember Queen Kane's miracle back then, right? But are you a bird or a dinosaur now, Your Majesty? Yin Yin is from the Night Clan. Yin Yin's form resembled a giant bat, but with a bird's head. Its body was featherless, covered in scales, giving it the appearance of a chimera, a blend of bird, dragon, and bat. The Night Clan, a vampire, Your Majesty. The Night Clan isn't just about vampires. Yin Yin inherited Yiju's legacy and bloodline. He transformed into human form, an elegant, aristocratic young gentleman appearing before Bai Luo. Your Majesty, this is my holy beast form, with sharp teeth, snow-white skin, crimson eyes, and an exquisite, otherworldly handsome appearance. Bai Luo looked remarkably like the vampires he had heard of. Your classification is a divine beast. What power do you wield? Dark Knight. If it's Dark Knight, then it's a considerable power. Handled well, it could be quite powerful. Your Majesty, my power is the shadow of nothingness, not Dark Knight, but shadow, a notable ability. Bai Luo immediately incorporated Yin Yin into his personal guard, along with the 3 adorable cats, to protect him. After the Reed family's miracle blossomed, they could try to bestow their power upon Yin Yin. Perhaps new breakthroughs would emerge. The Holy Beast Forest completes the souls of fairies and small animals, allowing them to achieve greater heights in the future. While their potential still doesn't match that of a full human, it's at least 70% if not 80%. Those with exceptional talent, such as White Eagle Silver and Cat Lingling, can surpass ordinary humans, reaching realms unimaginable for ordinary people. Now that you've become a sacred beast, calling yourself Yin seems a bit strange, Bai Luo said. From now on, you'll be called Yin. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the name. To ensure fairness, Bai Luo also gave names to the other fairies. Lingling will be called Jiling, Yi in error, and you'll take the names Yangguangji and Yingxufei. As for Yin, Bai Luo said, the Dawmbird will be called Xiaoyan, Peach-tipped Rainbow Bird, Yingying, rank, hero type, sacred beast species origin, lower level miraculous item, immortal hair tips. Finally, it was Yingying's turn. Yingying, that was just a joke I made, Bai Luo said. From now on, I grant you the name Hongying. Thank you, Your Majesty. Hongying is the youngest sister of the White Eagle family. Her human form is very similar to those of beings from the rainbow dimension, such as Avril and Zion, who all wore very beautiful, multicolored long dresses. Your Majesty, my ability is very sexy. Bai Luo was stunned for a moment. It was the first time he heard someone say that he was sexy. What ability? Senior sister must have known about Hong Ying's ability. This is her right as a miracle body, but Bai Luo is one level short, so Hong Ying needs to report it specifically. My ability is to control desires. The red tyranny is the desire to kill, the blue melancholy is King Yu who wants to be cared for when he is lonely, the yellow is the color of lust, the pink is the color of love, the green is possession and jealousy, the orange is greed, and the purple is power and status. Not only these, there are also black, white, gray, etc. Each color represents a special desire. Recommend a book that will be on the shelf soon. My copy is popular around the world. Chapter 236 The Mysterious Emperor, We Deserve Dignity. This ability is a bit beyond the scope, the senior sister said. Although it's written as heroic, in some ways, it's like Ilse's Jingzai Jing. It's not an exaggeration to call it a small law, it happens occasionally. Bai Luo was not surprised. He said to Hong Ying, it's a very good ability. It seems you won't have to report to Marine headquarters anymore. Just go with Lilith to manage the new recruits, as you wish. Hong Ying nodded obediently. She didn't care much for Marine headquarters. Originally, it was just a joke. There was no way Aton's navy could be run by a bunch of small animals. Now that they've become sacred beasts, it's almost the same. But for such an important department, Bai Luo usually chooses Miracle Body to lead, so the fairies just had a little fun. Hong Ying's ability can guide people's hearts, Bai Luo said. This will be of great significance to the new population. Atón Island is about to welcome nearly 80,000 new residents, but the quality of these people, to put it nicely, it's uneven. To put it bluntly, most of them are seeds used by Atón to reproduce, in other words, tools. They are useless, it is their descendants and grandchildren who are useful. Bai Luo has more miracles than others, so the demand for population is also particularly great, several times, or even 10 times, that of other miracle masters. It will take at least 10 years to reach saturation of miracle subjects. But after 10 years, Bai Luo's miracles will evolve again, and the population limit will increase again, and so on. Therefore, Bai Luo will always need population. Your Majesty, won't this affect the potential of those people? The three cute cats were skeptical about this. Bai Luo said, if there is no potential, there is no potential. 80,000 people, most of them are adults, Bai Luo said. Adults have already been determined, and their thoughts are beyond our control. Even if we get such people, various problems will arise, therefore, Bai Luo only needs them to expand the ordinary, extraordinary, and super extraordinary levels. For those above the heroic level, Bai Luo will only allow the people he trusts the most to break through. What I need are those over 5,000 children, they are the foundation of my Aton's future, Bai Luo said. Besides, Hong Ying's power won't diminish their potential. Please don't underestimate my abilities, Hong Ying remarked in response to the three cute cats' doubts. My power isn't brainwashing, it's just a shallow form of hypnosis, similar to guided suggestion. It won't harm. Desire isn't hypnosis. Hong Ying can intensify a person's desire, but conversely, it can also make a person desireless. In battle, if the enemy loses the desire to fight, we will naturally win without a fight. Of course, deploying Hong Ying on the battlefield is the most basic use. Only governance can bring Hong Ying's greatest potential. Bai Luo continued to explore the abilities of the three cute cats and the three white eagles. About half an hour later, the sacred beast forest finally saw movement again. Calculating the time, the interval was twice as long as Cat Lingling's, and the movement was much louder. Bai Luo and his senior sister anticipated the results of White Eagle Silver's reincarnation, and Cat Lingling and the others also noticed. That damn flat-feathered bird. Cat Lingling realized that the other party was superior to her, and she was very unhappy. Big Brother is awesome. In contrast, Zion, Yin, and Hong Ying cheered with joy. They won. The White Eagle family defeated the Cute Cat clan. This was their first victory since arriving on Atón Island, a moment worthy of being recorded in history. Boom! The blue and white figure soared into the sky. It was a sturdy and well-built physique, and its huge wings burst with a mysterious energy with extremely destructive power. Bai Luo and his senior sister exchanged a glance, and immediately understood the strength of White Eagle Yin, Arcane Emperor, name, White Eagle Silver Contract, Bai Luo Atón rank, King type, Holy Beast Magical Beast Source of Miracle, Special Miraculous Item, Secret Fruit First Form, Holy Beast Tribe Second Form, Eagle Fairy, Transformable, Third Form, Magical Beast. The Arcane Emperor, White Eagle Silver, inherited the power of a holy beast and became a special magical beast known as the Arcane Emperor. This unique creature, derived from a miracle called the Secret Fruit, reigns supreme over the arcane and mysteries. Your Majesty, the Arcane Emperor descended from the sky. He was not large, only about 3 meters tall. Compared to the animal forms of the 3 cute cats and the 3 white eagles, the Arcane Emperor leaned more towards the beastman race, possessing a human-like body and limbs. He was tall and sturdy, with 3 pairs of large and small wings on his back, his feathers flowing with pale blue arcane energy. Although the difference between a king and a master was only several times the miraculous power and an incarnation of the law, the Arcane Emperor struck Bai Luo is even more formidable than the previous Tulip. To put it simply, Tulip is a new king, while the Arcane Emperor has practically reached the pinnacle of the king-level beast troop. As both incarnations of the law, the Arcane Emperor will not be penalized with a permanent loss of his miraculous powers as long as he exits within a certain time frame. This also means that the Arcane Emperor will be more powerful and aggressive than ordinary kings. Your Majesty, White Eagle Silver knelt on one knee and respectfully saluted Bai Luo and Icefia. I have fulfilled my mission, Silver, and have obtained the power of the king. From a pet raised by the Atón clan, he had ascended to the Arcane Emperor, dominating the skies. As his soul was replenished and his intelligence strengthened, White Eagle Silver became increasingly clear about the source of this gift. The elves were unlike outsiders. From their souls to their very selves, they were completely endowed and nurtured by Bai Luo's miraculous powers. Loyalty, obedience, service, and honor were practically ingrained into their very souls and very essence. Marine headquarters, it was a joke before, but now, Bai Luo said, with no legends emerging, I can rest assured that with you, Silver, guarding the Aden Sea, the Arcane Emperor is the ruler of the skies, his laws and domains offering immense advantages in aerial combat. Legends are not permitted to participate, leaving only kings and masters. Unless a living saint-level warrior intervenes, they can only draw with the Arcane Emperor. But a living saint, if there were a living saint, they would have already broken through to legendary, not stuck between these two ranks. But let's forget about the marshal. Yin understands, White Eagle Silver harbors no interest in power. He subconsciously considers himself the Atón clan's war pet. Of course, his status is different now. His immense strength has earned him the right to stand on equal footing with the Atón clan. However, White Eagle Silver is no ungrateful eagle. Even as he grows stronger, he only considers himself the Atón clan's guardian, hoping to protect everyone, not to look down on his former master just because he has risen in power. Don't forget, the true masters of the Atón elves were never the Atón clan, but Bai Luo, who now stood before White Eagle Silver. I, Atón, treat all clans equally. Bai Luo said this, looked around, and seeing no outsiders, he added, but that's just talk. You've followed me for so many years, you must know exactly what I mean. The Atón clan was Bai Luo's protege, his foundation. The elves and tree elves, on the other hand, were descended from Bai Luo's personal guards, akin to his imperial guards. So, the idea of equality was sheer nonsense. In terms of closeness and distance, Bai Luo clearly favored them. Silver, I understand what you mean, White Eagle Silver said. Lord Norse raised me, so I should. Oh, that's unnecessary, Bai Luo interrupted Silver, saying, you've been flying in the skies for us, Atón, delivering messages and conducting surveillance. You've truly dedicated yourselves to our work. The White Eagle family bears your name. You are one, and there should be no distinction between master and servant. Thanks to the Holy Beastman, the elves are destined to take the lead, leading all Atonians. Fortunately, the elves are simple-minded and don't ask for anything, nor do they dare to act arrogantly, looking down on the tree elves and the Atonians. The elves, White Eagle Silver has grown up, no longer the foolish bird who bickered with Cat Lingling. He has begun to consider the elves. I will assist the Atonians. Little Silver, you've become bad. You're even quibbling with me. Bai Luo noticed that White Eagle Silver's intelligence had improved significantly, almost like he had transformed from a Homo sapiens to a modern human. He had a high emotional intelligence, and from the outset, he intended to serve as a foil to the Atón people, not daring to overstep his bounds. However, this statement irritated Bai Luo. "You're wrong." Bai Luo's tone changed, and he said gravely, "It's to assist the Atón people. The Atón cannot be a truly equal nation, at least not now, or for decades to come, although you are of animal origin." Bai Luo said, "In my eyes, you are much more sensible than outsiders, Your Majesty." Bai Yingying said, "Are you saying that my elf people are second only to the Atón people, equal to the tree elves, and superior to foreign citizens?" "I understand you well," Bai Luo said. "You and Lingling must convey this attitude to the elves, especially those of you who have completed the reincarnation of sacred beasts. Sacred beasts are more noble than mortals," Bai Luo said. Even more so, after the battle of the ancient capital, Bai Luo had come to realize that it wasn't the 100 slave boys and girls who later became the true pillars of the Atón army. They were soldiers, of course, but their fighting power. No, it cannot be said that their fighting capacity is low, but that their mentality is too bad. A few months of training time is not enough at all. When they really go to the battlefield, they will be afraid and timid. Even if they know that this is just a dream, they still fight timidly. What makes Bai Luo feel most embarrassed is their clash with the Thorn army. Although they also lost, the Atón tribe, tree elves, and fairies at least lost beautifully. In comparison, with the same equipment, the Atón army, which came from civilian origins, is said to be shameful. Of course, this is not their fault. If there is anyone to blame, it can only be blamed on Bai Luo for being too impetuous and a little anxious. You know, the Atón tribe was brought up by Bai Luo himself. Although they are few in number, Bai Luo knows their temperament and potential very well. Similarly, there are fairies and tree elves who are blank slates. They are all promising talents and the future backbone of Atón. "Your Majesty, this," Bai Yingying was flattered. Bai Luo interrupted him, simply asking, "Let me ask you, if I told you to die, would you do it?" "Yes," Bai Yingying declared firmly, "whatever you tell me to do, I'm willing to do it." His consciousness, self, emotions, wisdom, even his soul were all given to him by Bai Luo. Bai Luo was his master, and everything he had belonged to him. Only on this point could Bai Yingying firmly tell Bai Luo, "I'm willing to die for you." "We are willing to, I am willing to, and me." The fairies declared their support, and they spoke from the bottom of their hearts. They felt no fear at all, only the glory and joy of being desired by Bai Luo. To put it bluntly, the fairies were Bai Luo's fanatics, a bunch of lunatics. The Atón are my compatriots, and they would answer me the same way. And the tree elves, too. They're just like you, but the others, for now, not even mentioning the purchased slaves, just the incoming 80,000 people and the people traded from Grand Duke Messiah of the Fairy Eagle. Loyalty is the most fundamental element of obtaining the power of miracles. However, loyalty doesn't mean unwavering obedience, nor does it mean they'll do whatever Bai Luo says. Just like if Bai Luo asked Ilona to kill Junano, would he do it? Ilona would rather suffer the backlash of the power of miracles than do such a thing. Similarly, on the battlefield, facing the threat of death, wouldn't the children of Miracles desert? Faced with a life or death situation, would they flee in fear? The answer is yes. During the battle of the ancient capital, some soldiers did indeed flee. This flight wasn't the strategic retreat of Helbo and the others, it was driven by utter fear. Bai Luo didn't blame them, they were just teenagers, after all. If this was to be blamed, Bai Luo should reflect on whether he had truly lost a sense of self-righteousness. With proper training and continued diligent drills, they too will become fierce warriors, Bai Luo said. Although some may be eliminated and become civilian workers, they'll still be useful, at least they'll be useful. Bai Luo didn't say much, feeling he was already being quite tolerant. Children? He thought back to when he'd just crossed over. At 4, he'd been forced to forage for wild vegetables in the mountains. At 8, he was hunted by invaders. Then, he spent 10 years under his uncle's rigorous training. What did rigorous mean? In the dead of winter, hunting monsters alone, wearing only a pair of pants. Diving underwater, battling giant pythons with bare hands. Learning the use of various weapons, the languages and customs of the continent, etiquette, interpersonal relationships. And even figuring out where to move next. The Miracle Land is truly unforgiving to mortals. Why did Bai Luo hold the Atón clan in such high regard? Because, like him, they were not only born warriors, but had also undergone the most rigorous training. Bai Luo pointed at the outsider and asked, "What do you do?" The other person replied, "I'm a carpenter." Bai Luo, "What about you?" Another person, "I'm a pig farmer." Your Majesty, Bai Luo, this person, I'm a bricklayer. At this moment, the Atón clan could truly shout, Sparta. Bai Luo didn't want to dwell on such a world-famous scene. He was also troubled. Relying on a few half-baked people to support the Atón military was simply impossible. Ultimately, the main force of my Atón will depend on you. Why did Bai Luo favor the Atón, the fairies, and the tree elves? The answer was simple: they were warriors, soldiers. If a king didn't even favor the soldiers who defended his country, but instead favored censors who only flattered and didn't deliver, then the country was doomed to fail. The Atón nation had only been established for a few months, and Bai Luo's journey had just begun. Bai Luo would not indulge in excessive military spending. He would pursue both ends, but he certainly couldn't treat everyone equally. I know that even if I truly treat everyone equally, you will still defend me, Bai Luo, but it's you who have protected this country and expanded my territory. Outsiders, who haven't done anything, yet I've given them an education, shelter, and food. I even have to give them power. Bai Luo almost wanted to laugh at this. What was he, an orphanage, or a foundation? As a king, I should strive to nurture my people, but what qualifications do they have to be on equal footing with you? It was like governing an army. Who should be generals, managers, and who can only be soldiers? Bai Luo made it clear, the elves were qualified to lead troops in battle. They could command future soldiers. Despite their humble origins, just a group of small animals. So what if they were animals? Bai Luo laughed. Even if they were animals, they're mine. They belong to Atón. With these words, blatantly presented before the elves, they would be lying if they said they weren't moved. Your Majesty, Ji Ling, Yan Guangji, Yin Zufei, Zhao Yin, Yi Yin, Hong Ying, and Bai Ying Yin, all of them bowed down before Bai Luo in the form of human beings. Without Bai Luo, they were destined to be animals for their entire lives and then grow old early. So even if there was no benefit, Bai Luo just treated them as tools, and the fairies had no regrets. However, Bai Luo felt that they were his own people and deserved dignity and status. Subjects, citizens, civilians, Bai Luo, it's clearly divided. I also hope you can understand your own identity, Bai Luo. From today on, you are no longer pets of the Atón clan, but companions and family. Just like the relationship between Cat Lulu and Hairbo, there is only a master-servant consciousness, like the relationship between the captain and the team members. My plan is to select a partner for you, Bai Luo said. From now on, the Atón and the tree elves will act together with the fairy and protect each other. I will fight alongside Lord Norse. Bai Yingyin understood Bai Luo's intention and said there was no need to clearly distinguish between the fairies and the Atón. The Atón and the fairies were one. They could find companions from each other, go out into battle together, and help each other. Similarly, they shared honor and disgrace. If they made mistakes, they would be punished together, and if they completed their mission, they would be rewarded together. Yes, Bai Luo nodded. Don't worry, Norse and the others will grow up soon, and then it won't be just you protecting them. Bai Luo and the elders discussed for a long time the balance of power within the Atón after the fairy race suddenly grew stronger. In the end, they reached this conclusion: let the fairies and the Atón travel together, fight side by side, and transform honor from two individuals into one. Only the Atón and the tree elves are qualified, Bai Luo said. New recruits, you are not tools. We will not assign you personnel by headcount, Bai Luo said. I will issue a decree. From this moment on, only those recognized by the goblins can become true warriors. The goblins are discerning and have their own unique methods of judging people. Therefore, Bai Luo handed the power of selecting Atón warriors to the goblins. With them vetting the loyalty of the Atón army, Bai Luo felt at ease. This also meant that only Atón who carried goblins with them were true Atón. Just like Helbo, he was no different from the Atón. Silver, Bai Luo said. I will also give you a new name, Silverwing. Thank you for the name. Silverwing's massive body knelt again. He did not feel humbled, but rather honored to receive Bai Luo's reward in person. I will not disappoint you. Yes, alright, continue. Bai Luo looked at the remaining aquatic creatures. There's still one spot for a legendary title. I'd like to see who gets it in the end. The king is already so powerful. How much stronger must the legendary be? This is Atón's first legendary. Bai Luo had originally been optimistic about Mao Lingling and White Eagle Silver, but now, neither of them has the qualifications. No, it can't be said that the qualifications are insufficient. The mysterious dragon improved the qualifications, and that also improved the fairy clan. So Mao Lingling and White Eagle Silver may be qualified, but because this legendary bloodline is not suitable for them, they can't be reincarnated. It's not a beast, nor a bird, so, is it a reptile? Thinking so, Bai Luo looked at Miss Dolphin in the fish tank and the other aquatic fairies. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 Mo King Sang Ji. Goen, Bai Luo watched the aquatic tribe and the rats enter the sacred beast forest. Simultaneously, a large number of sculptures appeared at the edge of the sacred beast forest, surrounding the dense and mysterious forest, as if guarding or worshipping something. The masters and kings have all been consumed. Bai Luo, 5 heroes are gone, leaving 3, 1 king, 1 master. Same as the third-level treasury of Avalon, the senior sister told Bai Luo, 2 treasures will randomly spawn on the 3rd level. The stronger kings will spawn 1 per year, while the weaker masters will spawn 1 every 6 months. In other words, if 6 months pass and no treasures spawn on the 3rd level, then waiting another 6 months means 2 king-level treasures will appear simultaneously. Kings are clearly more cost-effective, Bai Luo commented. If I had to choose, I'd choose 2 kings per year over 4 masters. The Avalon treasury has 7 levels: extraordinary, transcendent, heroic, master, king, legendary, epic, and mythic. There's actually not much difference between master and king. A king is more like a peak-level master, capable of single-handedly battling 3 masters simultaneously. After awakening to the law incarnation state, a king can even defeat 3 masters. Side effects and costs aside, at least he's capable of fighting. Of course, without the law incarnation unleashing, a king essentially possesses 3 times more miraculous power than a master. In a real fight, if a master's mana runs out and he tries to flee, the king can only chase him down. Therefore, in a one-on-one battle between a king and a master, the king will undoubtedly prevail due to his superior stamina. However, actual combat isn't a numbers game. Various factors determine the outcome. The sacred beast forest is also divided into 7 levels. Like Avalon, it produces a master-level inheritance every 6 months and a king-level inheritance every year. However, in my uncle's definition, these 2 should be considered the same level. Therefore, the 3rd level of the sacred beast forest, like the 3rd level of the Avalon treasury, has 2 items. 1 king against 2 masters, even without the incarnation of law, can repel them. But 2 masters against 2 masters, there's no clear winner. Even if they fight till eternity, the cost-effectiveness is clear at a glance, clearly favoring the king. A new legendary artifact has also appeared in the Avalon Vault. What is it? A dragon spear. Is it similar to Norse's dragon crown and crimson flame halberd? Much more powerful, senior sister said. In terms of pure destructive power, it almost doubles my strength. Senior sister doesn't lack mana, miraculous power, but her skills and tactics are lacking. But Bai Luo was genuinely surprised that a legendary artifact could have such an effect. So powerful, Bai Luo was surprised, considering senior sister was already very powerful. Isifio had now completed her 3rd awakening and was an all-rounder, living saint plus renowned general. Although she was just a newcomer, Bai Luo felt that senior sister might be even more powerful than the 400-year-old Grand Duke of the Fairy Eagle, Missia. Relying on her level dominance, Lilith, Shirley, Leon, and even the entire Reed family wouldn't necessarily be able to gain an advantage over her. A senior sister like this actually claimed to double her power. How terrifying must that legendary artifact be? Destructive abilities are like researching strategic weapons for us, the senior sister said. The unholy energy invented by Little Inya has increased Lilith's combat power by several times. What about the sacred beast? The legendary sacred beast, perhaps, the senior sister smiled. It will bring me another significant boost, Bai Luo smiled. This was good news. Due to the fusion of Avalon's roots, the senior sister's strength equaled his own, and Bai Luo couldn't wait for the senior sister to become as powerful as possible. You say living off her? Living off your wife? How could that even be called living off her? Bai Luo said, if you have the guts, go marry a wife who can live off you. Click, here they come. After about 10 minutes of waiting, the first group of goblins began to stir. Rainbow demon lizard, female, rank, extraordinary origin, intermediate miracle building, Demon King's castle in the Labyrinth City, a monster beast. Bai Luo looked at the lizard woman before him. She looked like a human, save for a tail. Her body, such as her wrists and ankles, was covered in extremely thin, translucent, colorful scales. However, these scales weren't obtrusive or conspicuous, more like accessories or underwear. Even those with trypophobia would find them aesthetically pleasing, not terrifying. You've grown nicely, very beautiful, thank you, master, for the compliment. The rainbow demon lizard's true form was a lizard from the Atón clan, raised by Atón. It was specially trained to help them catch mosquitoes, and its name was Little Scale. From now on, I'll call you Honglin. Honglin might only be at the extraordinary level, but that didn't mean her talents were limited to that. With a mysterious dragon by her side, Honglin, now with her soul restored, could likely reach even higher levels during the next sacrifice. Master, what should I do? Honglin's strength was low, but she possessed a unique ability, invisibility. This invisibility wasn't just a simple disappearance, hiding from view. Honglin's invisibility was far more advanced. While it might not be useful to master-level warriors, even hero-level warriors would have difficulty detecting a hidden Honglin. Come with Hong Ying and help me monitor the new immigrants. Yes, having something to do, Honglin smiled immediately. I will definitely help master monitor them. After the rainbow demon lizard, there was a very beautiful goldfish Bai Luo had found in his early years. It was completely black and white, and incredibly adorable. Bai Luo had raised goldfish in his previous life and knew how valuable they were, so he brought it home with him, hoping to collect it. So, when he moved, Bai Luo didn't leave it behind and took it with him. After Lilith gave birth to Fairy, the small black and white goldfish also evolved into Fairy Clan through fate. Moqing Jiaoji, level, extraordinary source, mid-level miracle resource 9981 Her. Bai Luo smiled upon seeing the little goldfish's attributes. This source? Another miracle from an acquaintance. So, this extraordinary soldier is a monster, master. Moqing Jiaoji was a woman of about 17 or 18. Her appearance wasn't stunning, but she was very pretty, with a delicate, Jiangnan-style charm. However, her true form was far more terrifying than her human form. Jiaoji's true form was a monster resembling a crocodile, and it was enormous, reaching over 20 meters. It was hard to imagine such a terrifying creature transformed into a timid little girl. No, to be more precise, she was timid only in front of Bai Luo. In a real fight, Jiaoji would show you the true meaning of a bloody mouth. Chapter 238 Lady Didiong and White Snake. From now on, your name will be Moqing. You will work in my castle as a holy beast lady. How about that? Bai Luo offered her the position of maid, a handmaiden. Moqing Jiaoji was naturally delighted. Seeing the master of miracles every day, what could be better? I will obey your wishes. Moqing was cute, well-behaved, and sensible. In front of her master, she would maintain her gentle and virtuous side. Bao Furat, rank, extraordinary origin, mid-level miracle clan, Guji Qitan. Guji Qitan. Bai Luo saw the name of his own miracle, Bao Furat, and Guji Qitan. Why does that seem a bit out of place? Bai Luo had assumed that the soldiers trained in Guji Qitan would be warriors wielding swords, but now it seemed that Guji Qitan could also train small animal-like soldiers. A Rakshasa's army. Bai Luo thought of what Raksha had told him about his ability to imbue the land with spirituality. I'll bring it over to Raksha later, maybe it'll inspire him. Besides, Bai Luo was no stranger to this lucky rat. He was none other than Ham's third son, Ham Pin Sanlang. Master Pin Sanlang looked blessed. Though young, only 15 or 16, a mere teenager, he was chubby. Bai Luo estimated he must weigh at least 400 kilograms. Glancing at the bundle on his back, the bundle that had once been stuffed with mushrooms was now filled with all sorts of oddly shaped objects, teapots, mirrors, daggers, musical instruments, and more. What's that on your back? Are you a rag collector, Your Majesty? It's bombs. Pin Sanlang's name was already hilarious, so there was no need to change it. Various bombs, Your Majesty. Let me show you. To demonstrate for Bai Luo, Pin Sanlang pulled out a small knife from his back and threw it. Boom, the knife suddenly vanished, the next moment piercing an ancient tree in the sacred beast forest. Galilala, the knife radiated a faint blue light. It wasn't fire, nor was it a release of energy. Instead, it felt more like a spatial collapse, absorbing a portion of the ancient tree, causing it to break and collapse. How is it going, Your Majesty? Pin Sanlang placed his hands on his hips with an expression of immense pride. My dear, isn't it amazing? Being amazing is one thing, but you're truly filthy. Furthermore, Bai Luo glanced at his senior sister, only to see her expression grow even colder. Following her gaze, Bai Luo spotted the fallen tree. While it could be repaired, he felt that daring to do so in front of his senior sister was enough to make him think that Pin Sanlang was doomed. You're blowing up a tree in my forest. The senior sister's eyes held a hint of coldness, frightening Pin Sanlang with a squeak. He immediately transformed into a fist-sized fairy, his expression aloof. I'm so cute, don't hit me. I know I'm wrong. Pin Sanlang finally realized what he had done. He immediately knelt down in a proper position and pleaded, please don't punish me. HMPH, senior sister snorted coldly. She glanced at Bai Luo, who quickly turned aside. Her implication was clearly that as long as it wasn't too extreme, the punishment was up to you, and I wouldn't interfere. Your Majesty, don't you think he's too fat? Senior sister, mindful of Bai Luo's pride, deliberately used a roundabout approach. Yes. He's really fat? Bai Luo finished speaking. Senior sister raised her hand, and golden holy energy instantly condensed into a small running wheel, the kind hamsters play with. Huh? Pin Sanlang floated up under an invisible force and was trapped in the wheel in the blink of an eye. This appearance will only embarrass me. Yatin, senior sister, exercise well. Set a small goal, lose 300 pounds. No, Pin Sanlang wanted to cry, but senior sister was his mother. If Bai Luo is the god of creation, then senior sister is like the creator. The punishment she bestows cannot be lifted by anyone but Bai Luo. As for Bai Luo, losing weight is good. It's good for both your mind and body. Bai Luo naturally wouldn't defy his wife's wishes for a little hamster. Besides, Pin Sanlang was indeed a bit overweight. It was time for him to lose some weight. Your Majesty. This is natural. It's natural. Pin Sanlang clutched the bars of his cage, crying, no, Your Majesty, my queen, I know I was wrong. Realizing that begging Bai Luo was futile, Pin Sanlang immediately cried out to senior sister. However, senior sister snapped her fingers, depriving him of his ability to speak. I saw you acting silly the moment I arrived, third brother. Tisk 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 tisk, the sacred beast forest stirred again, and the first to emerge was Pin Sanlang's younger sister, Meng Simi. However, compared to the original fairy hamster, Meng Simi had completely shed her animal form. She had no tail, and no rodent ears. The level of this perfect transformation was obvious. Golden-nosed white-haired rat, name, Meng Simi. Contract, Bai Luo. Atón level, hero type, divine beast. Species origin, 9981. First form, holy beast. Mother. Second form, rat fairy, transformable. Third form, divine beast. Golden-nosed white-haired rat. Heroic. Unleashed, Lady Earthspring. The one from Journey to the West. Bai Luo was familiar with the bloodline inherited by Meng Simi. Rat fairy, the one Your Majesty is thinking of. In the past, when Bai Luo recounted Journey to the West stories to the children, Meng Simi, as her little hamster, had listened along with the children of the Atón clan. Now that her memories had awakened, Meng Simi also recalled stories from the Journey to the West. But I never stole sesame oil, she added. Even if I did, it would be from my own family. It's said that the tree elves can breed something similar to ginseng fruit. While it can't directly elevate a person's aptitude to legendary, it can certainly help them quickly comprehend domains and laws by reaching master or king levels. Besides, this treasure is useless to outsiders, but Bai Luo's children of miracles will still benefit from it even if they steal it. However, the cute fourth sister saw her brother's miserable state. She felt that if she stole it, she would surely be beaten back to her original form and locked up on a wheel. No, doing such a heinous act would be punishing. Squeak, 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 Pin Sanlang cried again, and Bai Luo felt helpless. Give it to me. Bai Luo took the cage from his senior sister and said to the little hamster Pin Sanlang opposite him, run for a week and see the results. If you really can't lose weight, forget it. In the meantime, I'll put you next to my desk as a decoration. Squeak. Hearing Bai Luo's words, Pin Sanlang calmed down. Clack. Not only did he stop clamoring, he even ran around happily on the wheel. The cute fourth sister's eyes widened. If she had known she could sit on Bai Luo's desk, she would have done it. Cute fourth sister, I'm willing to show you, Your Majesty. I can do it. Cute fourth sister raised her hand. Bai Luo was stunned for a moment before saying, You I can be useful. The development of Atón Island is urgent and requires a large number of manpower. Bai Luo doesn't have many hero levels under his command. The treasury and the sacred beast forest combined only have 16, and if you include the scattered ones, there's definitely no more than 30. With that number, keeping one on the table as a plaything would be a bit extravagant. Hampin Sanlang? Who can blame him? He's just a transcendent level. Transcendent levels don't have human rights, after all. Little fourth sister, you better keep working hard, cute fourth sister said, and a woman in white emerged from the sacred beast forest. Your Majesty, can I be your maid? I will learn how to serve you and Her Majesty the Queen. She exuded a chill, but without any trace of animal life. Clearly, she was also a hero level, Su White Snake Fairy, name, Su level, hero source, mid-level miracle resource, 9981 contract, Bai Luo, Atón level, hero type, divine beast, holy beast source. 9981 first form, holy beast mother second form, snake fairy, convertible, third form, millennium white snake hero unleashed, white lady Susu is a white snake raised by the Atón clan. Hatched from an egg Bai Luo found during a hunt, she was given to little boy as a birthday present. This time, the little white snake was chosen to represent the holy beast inheritance. Unexpectedly, she secured the 7th hero slot. Don't be ridiculous, Bai Luo said. There are only a few hero level ones. How could I possibly afford such a luxury? At this point, Bai Luo thought of the fox maidens. It seemed they had been kept by Bai Luo as maids. Ahem, Bai Luo, maid, this is just a temporary solution. I'll arrange your work quickly. Susu and Meng Sima were no less powerful than the 3 eagles and 2 tigers. Bai Luo hoped to find them companions as soon as possible. That way, the 7 teams could fully guarantee Arden's military defense after the Sacred Covenant. Your Majesty, Master, Bai Luo, lost in thought, suddenly heard someone calling him. Here, we're here. Bai Luo looked down and spotted a few adorable little creatures. Oh, they shouldn't be called little creatures, it's just that their stature was so short that Bai Luo misunderstood. It's you. Jerry's cousin, Jerry's sister, Jerry's aunt's second daughter. The rat tribe wasn't just the hamster family, there were also Arden rats. With the arrival of the first group of Arden rats, even more of them bustled out of the sacred beast forest. They were all dressed strangely, some looked like mountaineers, some like coal miners, some were jumping in the trees, some were riding the wind and circling over Bai Luo and the others, and some were listening with their ears perked up, and watching with their eyes wide open. The one holding a pine cone had a big fluffy tail. The one covered in gold, holding a piece of jade in his hand, but he was chewing it raw like food, not caring that it was a kind of gem. The young general with a resolute face, with 2 sharp blades on his waist, held his head high and his morale was high. The most distinctive one among them was the short man with a dusty face. He had a cloth wrapped around his head and an eye patch on his left eye, looking like a bandit who had just crawled out of an air raid shelter. In response, Hampin Saburo said, Your Majesty. Have you forgotten me? King Billy, he didn't forget, it was me who was forgotten. I haven't seen you for a long time, I came out to say hello to everyone. Chapter 239, Lower Miracle Item, Walking and Measuring Mountain and Sea Map. Little Boo's Hangshi, Level, Extraordinary. Miracle Source, Lower Level Miracle Item, Boo's Hanglian Tsing Mountain and Sea Map. In addition, there's the Exploration Foreman, the Sea-Wise Fisherman, the Migrant Bird, the Mountain Identifier, the Golden Jade Argument, the Fruit-Striking Winter Guard, the Cloud-Shouldered Flying Squirrel, the 8-Question Giant Ear, the Far-Inch-Eyed Me, the Sniffer Captain, and the No-Engraved Rat. 12 in total, all of them extraordinary level, all derived from the lower-level miracle item called Buzang Lianxing. Salute Your Majesty, Swish, the Buzang Rat tribe stood in awe. Your Majesty, you've worked hard, good. Bai Luo quickly raised his hand to greet them, saying, Hello, comrades, you've worked hard. Each of the 12 was very short, a bit like a dwarf. However, some of the women, like the Golden Jade Argument, the Fruit-Striking Winter Guard, and the Cloud-Shouldered Flying Squirrel, had perfectly proportioned figures, resembling a trio of adorable little girls. Bai Luo carefully inquired with his senior sister about the purpose of these Buzang soldiers, and the answer he got was that they were survey-type troops. The Jinyu Bai Anzi could discover resources and create special collection sites. This ability, Bai Luo was about to say, it seemed useless, but his senior sister immediately added, resources refer to the dimension. Their ability is to build factories within the dimension, and they can deliver them directly to us without the need for Pegasus transport. Fuck, cough, cough. Bai Luo immediately grew serious. He coughed twice and said calmly, my Yatan is full of talented people, and these talented young men and women are simply unique, snobby. This is too snobbish. The Mengmeo and Beiyang families, while powerful, are not good at logistics. In comparison, the Buzzhang Rat clan are the founders of towering buildings. How could Bai Luo not value them? Meng Simi, suddenly, I don't think being a wheel is so attractive anymore. Su, being a maid is still attractive. Malingling, stop dreaming, you two scumbags. The maids of the Atón family belong to my adorable cat clan. Bai Yingyan, I've tolerated you for a long time, Malingling. Malingling, meow. Bai Yingyan, chirp. Meanwhile, Bai Luo glanced behind him. He saw Malingling and Bai Yingyan, in their fairy forms, happily caressing the flowers and grass on the lawn, looking peaceful. Yet, Bai Luo nodded. Both good kids, Your Majesty, I can survey various dimensions and planes in advance, the survey foreman said. And then sense whether a dimension is fertile or barren. Expert. This is definitely an expert. Your Majesty, I specialize in mobile dimensions. Furthermore, if the Miracle Kingdom has aquatic resources, I can also take care of them and increase production. Hi Zhi, the fisherman, also has logistical skills, but he's more into aquaculture than mining. He's a breeder and fisherman who can manage aquatic dimensions. Expert. Another expert. Your Majesty, my ability is transportation. It reduces waste and speeds things up, not just resources, but also spatial teleportation. The rat girl raised her hand and jumped. And, with me around, migrating dimensional creatures and relocating their habitats will reduce waste and be safer. Kayang Fengxi was a female, a very cute rat, with 2 round ears that even Bai Luo couldn't resist touching. Aren't your abilities similar? Specializing in dimensional development, Bai Luo was delighted, feeling that the Buzzhang Rat clan was simply born for it. Arwu the rat girl let out a happy cry as Bai Luo rubbed her ears, drawing the envy of the other rat girls. Of course, the 3 cute cats and the eagle family did the same. What are the other people's abilities? Bai Luo pointed at one at random. What are you responsible for, Your Majesty? I managed logistics. Jigo Dongbei, like Kayak Fengxi, was also a cute rat girl. I can build warehouses to protect dimensional resources and reduce their consumption. Dimensional resources aren't simply miraculous powers, and they can't be used casually. Its mining is cumbersome and requires time to transform. During this time, at least 30% of every 10 resources mined is wasted. Therefore, Jigo Dongbei is also a strategic logistics unit. It's easy to conquer a kingdom, but it's difficult to defend it. Bai Luo, you are a good girl who knows how to manage life. Thank you, Your Majesty. Complimented by her master, Jigo Dongbei vowed to work hard and store more pine cones. Squirrel Princess, if you want to manage life, you must learn from us. Your Majesty, my ability is to transmit messages, the cloud-tailed flying squirrel said. My combat power is very weak, but in contrast, I can evade anyone's perception, allowing me to infiltrate many places and bring back news. Simply put, the cloud-tailed flying squirrel is too weak. Her aura makes it difficult to resist her invasion unless it is specifically targeted. Huh? Listening to the cloud-shouldered flying squirrel's abilities, Bai Luo suddenly thought of something, a thought echoed by his senior sister, the Lord of the Dimension. Dimensional beings are extremely wary of miracles. At the slightest hint of a miracle, they will immediately relocate, relocating to another dimension of the same type in record time. This means that when a Lord of Miracles explores a dimension, they often only create an empty shell, leaving nothing behind. The departure of the Lord of Dimensions also means the demise of that dimension. If it was once a super rich mine, then without the Lord of Dimensions, it could become a rich mine, or even just an ordinary mine. Perfect. Bai Luo felt deeply satisfied with this wave of sacred beast reincarnations. I'll look forward to your performance, little cloud-shouldered. Bai Luo had no shortage of combat power to conquer dimensions. With several miracles working together, any dimension could be conquered. The difficulty lay in their tendency to flee and avoid direct confrontation. But with a cloud-shouldered flying squirrel, things were different. Let her quietly infiltrate the enemy, relay intelligence, and then, at the crucial moment, Coordinate internal and external forces to open the city gates and capture the enemy general alive. Who's next? Me. The mountain master couldn't wait any longer. He exclaimed, my ability is identification. I can know the origins and uses of dimensional resources. This ability requires collaboration with the exploration foreman. The former knows the purpose, the latter knows the quantity. They can locate areas worth mining within the vast dimensional world and build collection sites and breeding farms. Not bad, Bai Luo. What about you two? These ears and eyes, the clairvoyance and the wind-hearing ear, your majesty is wise. Our abilities are precisely monitoring and surveillance, as the name suggests, the 8-question giant ear and the far-inch eye, one can hear in all directions, the other can see endlessly. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that they can monitor and observe what's happening within the dimension, making it impossible for dimensional creatures to hide. It feels like, Bai Luo said, you're targeting dimensional creatures. What about you? What abilities do you have, your majesty? Captain Zhengxi was the tallest of the Buzzhang rat tribe, a full 60 foot tall, towering over the others. My ability is tracking. If a dimensional creature escapes, I can keep a close eye on it and lead you in hunting it down. Tisk. This wasn't targeting, it was dead set. The arrangements were crystal clear. Investigation, identification, extraction, breeding, transportation, storage, undercover, wiretapping, surveillance, tracking, anything else, your majesty. There's also me, the gnawing Gravestalker said arrogantly. I can't control living dimensional creatures, but if they're dead, I can dig up their graves for you and scatter their ashes. This is outrageous. Of course, the ashes thing was just a joke. Where would dimensional creatures get their ashes? They weren't flesh and blood. But the meaning of the gnawing grave rat was clear. It could extract special resources from dead dimensional creatures, even from the very places where they were buried. Bai Luo applauded, and his senior sister also applauded the Buzhang rat clan, the 12 Buzhang rats. Not bad, all good, little Buzhang master. Why do I feel like something's missing? Is it an illusion? Exploration foreman, Jerry, it's an illusion. Hi ZHI fisherman, be more confident. Remove the is it. Migrants bird wind migration, remove the, 2. Mountain knowledge leader, not a problem. Little Buzhang master, with you, the problem of dimensional life is almost half solved, Bai Luo said. I was still thinking about how to deal with that rainbow dimension. You guys couldn't have come at a better time. Today, I'll only update 8,000 words. I'll add more tomorrow. Chapter 240 Purgatory Demon. Demonized Giant Wolf, Level, Extraordinary Origin, Mid-Level Miracle Creature, World Greed Wolf. The canine tribe is numerous, but most of them transform into various wolves, such as the demonized Giant Wolf, the Bloodthirsty Wolf, the Wind Wolf, the Flame Werewolf, the Corrupted Wolf Witch Doctor, and so on. The ones that surprised Bai Luo the most were Daha, Urha, and Senha. Daha, Kisha, Urha, Pajan, Sanha, Tanlang, Combined Miracle Soldier, Shapo Lang. Names, Kisha, Pajan, Tanlang Level, Peak Hero, Quasi Master, Origin, Upper Level Miracle Creature, Eternal Emperor Contract, Bai Luo, Atón Type, Divine Beast Sacred Beast First Form, Holy Beastman Second Form, Dog Fairy, Convertible, Third Form, Slaughter Star Lord Hero Unleashed. Shapo Lang is a very unique miracle soldier. He is both him and them, a combined miracle soldier requiring 3 individuals. Although it only takes up 1 hero slot, all 3 are hero level. If the 3 brothers joined forces, they could even draw or even overpower a master level warrior in a short period of time, earning them the title of Pinnacle. Shapo Lang, we pay our respects to His Majesty. The 3 brothers were heroes, naturally lacking the animalistic aura. We have fulfilled our mission. All 3, clad in armor, resembled Eastern warriors emerging from an ancient battlefield. Your Majesty, may I guard the gate for you? Of the 3 Shapo Lang brothers, Kisha had crimson eyes and long hair like the flames of Mars. A bloodthirsty presents evidence at first glance. Pojun had light gray hair, a stern face, and a steady, resolute gaze. Though taciturn, he fought bravely and was willing to sacrifice. The last brother, Tanlang, was the youngest, yet with a smile between his brows, he appeared gentle and refined, yet in reality he was scheming and extremely sinister. Tanlang is the team's brains, Pojun is mature and steady, and Kisha is combat-oriented and bloodthirsty. Bai Luo, This teamwork is excellent, thank you, Your Majesty, but forget about guarding the gate, Bai Luo said. You need to help me defend the national border, not my own. Shapo Lang evolved from a cute canine, but their nature remains. Even the cunning Tan Lang values loyalty above all else. National border, isn't it the gate of home? National border is also a gate, all the same. The three brothers exchanged glances, quickly understanding their master's intentions. They immediately thanked him. Please rest assured, we will defend our homeland to the death and will not allow anyone to invade us. The cats evolved into tigers, the eagles into giant winged creatures. The reptiles were also quite good, with lizards and white snakes each possessing their own unique characteristics. The dogs were also quite good, ranging from simple monsters and magical beasts to combat-focused, miraculous units like Shapo Lang. The rats were the most numerous, with a full 14. It's undeniable that Booz Hanxi and the two hamsters truly benefited from one man's success. Without Bai Luo, even a few small mice wouldn't survive more than a few years, even if they weren't eaten by predators. The bond between the Lord of Miracles and his people is particularly evident in Bai Luo and the fairies. Originally domesticated by the Atón people, they now transcend most life forms, some even reaching the heroic realm. However, this is a powerful power unique to Bai Luo. Other Lords of Miracles, while able to grant intelligence to plants and animals, may not necessarily complete their souls, and those who can complete their souls may not be able to find animals or plants with intelligence. The emergence of the sacred beasts is the result of the combined efforts of Lilith and Icethia. Without Lilith's creation of the fairies, Senior Sister would likely have difficulty finding animals with high aptitude. Consequently, even if an ordinary animal entered the sacred beast forest, it would be difficult to achieve legendary status, let alone inherit an extraordinary bloodline. Could miracles from the same faction cooperate? Bai Luo thought of the Pegasus and tree elves of the northern lands. If so, how could they cooperate? Unfortunately, the Pegasus were so few in number, and Bai Luo didn't know what to do. Among the first group of young Pegasus, 8 individuals were granted the right to write and signed contracts with him. These 8 were Knowles, Senior Sister, Fyra, siblings Jella and John, the elves Luania and Leah, and the old uncle. Knowles, Fyra, Senior Sister, John, and Leah were enhanced early on because of their gender matching. The remaining 3, including the old uncle, received Pegasus of the opposite sex. While the permanent and unbreakable writing contracts still existed, they could no longer grant their masters power. But honestly, at this point, this little enhancement was of little consequence. With nearly 10 miracles now under his belt, Bai Luo, brimming with wealth, no longer cared about such minor enhancements. Furthermore, Bai Luo had discovered that same-sex master-servant relationships seemed to be a rule only adhered to by Pegasus. What did that mean? Shirley's race isn't Pegasus, but Conqueror. Pegasus is merely a manifestation of Conqueror, not Shirley herself. Just like her senior sister, Walnut, who, after coming into contact with the waters of Avalon's pool, absorbed the power of Utopia and evolved into the legendary beast, the unicorn. Unicorns, however, differ from Pegasus in that they require a female rider, not a same-sex one. Furthermore, a unicorn's contract also has a condition: you must be a virgin at the time of signing. If you are a woman, the unicorn will not recognize you. In short, regardless of whether you eventually marry or lose your virginity, you must at least be a young woman at the outset. Even if you become a bitch after signing the contract, the unicorn will still recognize you and ride you. This demonstrates that the rules of Shirley's people are flexible and extremely diverse. Fyra's silver-winged unicorn possesses both silver-winged Pegasus and unicorn attributes, so the requirements are dual, same-sex and virgin. And there was the tree elf, Lydia. Although she had only obtained an ordinary Pegasus, no one could be sure that an ordinary Pegasus could not travel farther than a unicorn. Hiss, the sound of horses neighing emanated from the sacred beast forest. It was the Pegasus, Shirley's people, who had entered the sacred beast forest early that morning. What a coincidence, Bai Luo was surprised. Could it be that Pegasus can also receive inheritance from the sacred beast forest? Ahead, flashes of light and shadow flashed by. Bai Luo saw them clearly, but he could hardly discern the original appearances of these little creatures, unable to distinguish one from another. Brother Bai Luo, soon. Bai Luo heard Knowles' prayer and quickly connected with him. What's wrong, Knowles? I think I've made a breakthrough. Knowles didn't know what was going on. He had been in Avalon Castle, comprehending the heroic mysteries. But inexplicably, Nuls's miraculous power suddenly surged. This wasn't just a 1 or 2-fold increase, but a terrifying 10-fold, 20-fold increase. Nuls, are you okay? Bai Luo was overjoyed to hear of Nul's breakthrough, but his silence after repeated inquiries puzzled him. Boom, the blood-red world, the shattered earth, everything burned. This was a boundless battlefield, each commanded by its own leader. One side was a giant wolf with 2 heads, standing upright, while the other was a hideous monster, rotting all over, its belly gaping with a bloody maw. Abulton, this time I'm going to gnaw your bones, I'm going to crush you, the rotting monster and said. Huli, charge, with a command from the 2 twitching, frantic monsters, a tsunami-like wave of monsters surged out from behind them, clashing and clashing on the blood-red battlefield. Bang, what's going on? But as the 2 sides clashed fiercely, black flames suddenly shot up into the sky in the center of the battlefield. What kind of flame is this? Who is interfering with our war? Huli, the Death Breath Wolf King, brandished his double-edged dark gold staff axe, roaring angrily at the intruders. Meanwhile, Abulton, the rotten corpse demon, gazed at the dark red flames, his expression changing slightly. That seems to be the power of the Overlord. Unpleasant memories flashed back to the rotten corpse demon, and he shouted, "Go! Everyone, go! Kill that guy!" Nuls was bewildered, completely unsure of what was going on. Where am I? How did I get here? Nuls only remembered Xiaohei suddenly appearing beside him, asking for a ride. But just as he had rolled over, he was back in this very place. Hiss! Beneath him, the hellish nightmare, a completely transformed creature, glared through the flames at the disgusting creatures bearing their fangs and claws. He was determined to crush any piece of trash that dared to wave its claws at him. Run it over. Xiaohei, retreat first, quick, hiss. However, his master's orders took priority, and Xiaohei had no choice but to retract all his flames. Boom, the dark red firestorm suddenly vanished, just as it had appeared, without any warning. Coward! Coward! The Death Breath Wolf King howled to the heavens. Roar. Elsewhere, unlike the Death Breath Wolf King, the rotten corpse demon felt only his own dead body tremble. He remembered the source of that aura. It's them, those guys, they're coming, they're back again. The rotten corpse demon completely lost interest in competing with the Death Breath Wolf King for territory. He quickly left behind a hollow shell while his main body, transformed into rotting flesh, escaped from the underground magma. Run! We must run! The rotting corpse demon fled in panic. This world is over. We can't stay here any longer. Go to the Lord of the Desolate. Tell him that a master has set his sights on this world and will definitely cooperate with me. However, Bai Luo was unaware of what had happened in the purgatory dimension. He was still wondering why Nuls had suddenly lost contact. What world is that? After more than 10 seconds, Nuls reconnected with Bai Luo's consciousness, and his first words were, "Brother, I think I just traveled through time with my little black friend." We traveled to Burning World. After that, Nuls shared the images and memories he had seen with Bai Luo. Chapter 241 3 Awakenings. Surely. Boom, endless lava fields, erupting volcanoes, countless fiery demons surged forward like a tidal wave. Bai Luo looked around, shocked to find himself in the middle of a battlefield. The demon lords on both sides had noticed him simultaneously and were roaring towards him. Although he knew it was fake, the sight of tens of thousands of demons, a black mass reaching as far as the end of the world, still gave Bai Luo the feeling of watching a blockbuster movie. Crash, huh? That's it. Bai Luo finished reading the memory, still unsatisfied. What place is this? It should be some purgatory dimension. His senior sister, connected to Bai Luo's consciousness, joined in the conversation. Those bizarre monsters are probably creatures from the purgatory dimension called demons. This should be the second dimension we've officially discovered, right? Bai Luo knew about demons, and was very familiar with them. Demons, can we tame them? Seeing so many alien creatures, Bai Luo's first thought wasn't to destroy them, but to see if he could make them submit to him and become his subjects. His uncle had told Bai Luo the dimensional creatures had a strong affinity with the power of miracles, making them a readily available biological resource. If he wanted to rapidly evolve the miracle itself, exploiting the dimensions was the best way to go. If we can capture them, the senior sister said, I might not be suited, but Leon can probably perfectly manifest their power, but this time, we've alerted the enemy. Nuls' sudden intervention might trigger some movement in that dimension. The senior sister explained, I saw the two demon lords battling each other, and they're at most master level. The most powerful dimensional creatures are at a legendary level, with terrifying combat power. Facing such beings, the nation of Atón has no other choice but to take action with the miracle itself. But honestly, the senior sister doesn't care about two master-level creatures at all. Sending the mystic Emperor Silverwing will be enough. Perhaps they're too ignorant to recognize our miraculous power, the senior sister said, but with this kind of movement, other powerful demons are sure to have noticed it. That dimensional world is quite large. According to the wretch, it must be a super rich mine. It's basically a top-tier mine. Many miracle lords probably haven't even encountered that plane, unlike the rainbow plane discovered by the eight-legged divine horse last time, where Avril's shadow was actually seen. Hiss, as the two were conversing, the space nearby suddenly burned. Crimson flames formed a ring, and thick smoke billowed like a storm. The next moment, a flaming nightmare horse, carrying a knight wielding a crimson dragon lance, leaped out of the black smoke. Brother, sister, said Knowles, riding a dark crimson nightmare. Seeing Bai Luo and Isifia, he quickly dismounted and saluted. Ziohe suddenly appeared before me, transformed into this. He just took me to that horrible world. What exactly is there? Hellish nightmares possess the ability to transcend space. This principle works by first landing in the purgatory dimension, using it as a stepping stone to leap into the main material world. Unless necessary, Brother Knowles, don't use the Hell Nightmare transition. As the miracle's true form, the senior sister had given both Shirley and her a share of the Hell Nightmare factor. So she was quite familiar with the situation. The purgatory dimension is very dangerous. You can't travel through it again until we've secured a portion of the purgatory dimension. I've experienced it. It's truly terrifying. Knowles had previously traveled to the purgatory dimension and spent about 10 seconds there. Are they demons? There must be millions of them, right? The hell dimension was nothing special except its sheer number. If a real fight broke out, unless the miracle's true form arrived in person, with Atón's current forces, it would be difficult to even gain a foothold. Fortunately, they're not strong enough to hurt us. Knowles was already a hero-level warrior, but with the appearance of the Hell Nightmare, the fusion of several miracle powers had soared his realm, reaching the early stages of a master. He possessed no mysteries, no domains, and certainly no law unleashed. His miracle power had simply reached a master level, over 10 times that of a hero. That's because you landed in a remote area. Knowles was her younger brother, so her senior sister also said a few words, hoping he wouldn't get too carried away. I just gave my memories to the step rats for analysis, and based on their immediate measurements, there are at least one legendary powerhouse in that dimension, and more than one. Knowles, sister, I was wrong. I was too jumpy, master. Meanwhile, Isifia was scolding Knowles, while Bai Luo heard Shirley's voice calling out. Shirley, he quickly looked up and saw a celestial horse in the sky, shimmering with various colors, its form constantly changing. Finally, as Bai Luo stared in shock, Shirley's horse body began to transform, eventually transforming into a woman with flowing golden hair. Oh, you can't say woman. Shirley's lower body was still that of a horse, but with the upper body of a woman. Centaur, Bai Luo was all too familiar with this creature. Master, Shirley was clad in silver white, close-fitting soft armor, her arms entwined with iridescent feathers. Atop her forehead, a small, snow-white horn playfully cast streaks of light in the air as her head swung. Beyond her ears, two things resembling deer antlers, some even dragon horns, sprouted. They extended backward, their base is a deep blue, covered in scales. As they extended, their midsections resembled wooden branches, each endowed with a delicate fragrance and bursting with flowers and seedlings. These flowers and seedlings entwined the tips of the elk antlers, a vibrant riot of color, resembling the most beautiful gems in the world. Shirley, have you evolved again? Bai Luo lowered his head, only to see that Shirley's horse form also differed from that of an ordinary centaur. She was enormous, with wings of varying sizes sprouting from her waist and back. Some were silver with a metallic sheen, others pure white, like radiant feathers. Furthermore, constellation-like runes floated around Shirley, making her form resemble a starry sky, reflecting the universe. Shirley's horse body sprouted 8 legs, each distinct. Flames coiled around the ankles of her front legs, leaving a trail of charred ash wherever her hooves passed. Silver streams swirled around her middle 4 legs, and her hooves seemed to crush space beneath them. A dazzling array of iridescent light danced through her middle hind legs, repairing the earth and reshaping space. Her hind legs, simple yet ancient, healed all life with a breath of time, sending countless flowers and seedlings blooming and flourishing in their wake. Destruction, conquest, rebirth, prosperity. Shirley's mere running brought endless transformations. This was the conqueror, the transcendent, the ruler who held countless worlds at her feet. You've become humanoid. Did the Pegasus evolve into a centaur? Bai Luo immediately realized that one of the smaller Pegasus must have undergone a centaur-like evolution, otherwise Shirley couldn't have suddenly assumed a centaur form. Where are the Pegasus? Where have they all gone? Have they all run off to find their masters? The Pegasus, having evolved, naturally thought of their companions first, so those who could teleport did so. Those who couldn't, flew straight out of the sacred beast forest. This was the light Bai Luo had seen earlier. Shirley, noticing Bai Luo's surprise, her expression changed. How rude, master. I'll call them over immediately. They had evolved, and they were first running to find their knights. Don't you know there's a majesty here? He's the boss. Shirley felt like an old woman embarrassed by her children's public mischief. Those idiots, Shirley raged. Competition among Bai Luo's subordinates was already fierce. If Bai Luo displeased her and stopped riding her, Shirley would absolutely give these idiots a good beating. Gather. Hurry and gather here, soon. At Shirley's call, all 8 first-generation Pegasus and their masters arrived. Senior sister's Walnut transformed into a unicorn, Fyra's into a silver-winged unicorn, Leah's Ningning into Pegasus, and Uncle's 8-legged divine horse. Bai Luo already knew about these 4. Besides them, the remaining 4 Pegasus, not counting the Hell Nightmare, also evolved into new forms. Among them, Jella's Pegasus lost its wings but grew 9-colored antlers, becoming a 9-colored deer. John's Pegasus also lacked wings, its body covered in scales, and its head transformed from a horse into a dragon. Like the dragon horse of myth, it galloped through the air. Finally, there was Luanaya's Pegasus. Now, he was no longer a Pegasus, but the king of the forest, race, centaur king level, master primary miracle source, lower level miracle creature, trampling the infinity. Other miracles, Avalon's sacred beast forest, the tree spirit's life pact. The king of the forest's lower body was that of a brown horse, while the upper body was that of a sturdy, imposing young man. He wore antlers, his skin etched with ancient patterns. On his wrist, a green bud transformed into a lance, which he grasped. Your Majesty, Enya didn't ride him, feeling that he was now an independent entity, no longer her mount. Our noble queen, senior sister, our great mother, Shirley, and our supreme lord, Bai Luo, the centaur king saluted respectfully. The king of the forest greets you, Pegasus, silver-winged Pegasus, unicorns, silver-winged unicorns, hellish nightmares, dragon horses, 9-colored deer, centaurs, and 8-legged divine steeds. These, nurtured by Shirley's miracles and stimulated by various external factors, ultimately evolved into the Conqueror clan, and thus had the opportunity to shine in Arden. Good, very good, Bai Luo knew Shirley couldn't be that weak. As a miracle, even if she couldn't compare to senior sister, she was still half a senior sister. However, Lilith had a large number of subjects, not to mention her senior sister. Only Shirley, who had first become Bai Luo's miraculous warrior, had long failed to develop her own system. Until this moment, Shirley rose to prominence. Master, Shirley, is Shirley beautiful now? Master, do you like her? Yes, honestly, even Bai Luo couldn't take his eyes off Shirley's current appearance. If she were to appear before a mortal, anyone would probably believe she was the embodiment of nature. And this wasn't even Shirley's miraculous true form, just her most basic state. Of course, Shirley could also transform back into a Pegasus, a silver-winged Pegasus, or a unicorn, or choose new forms or various combinations. For example, Pegasus plus centaur, 9-colored deer plus centaur, 9-colored deer plus 8-legged divine steed. These are all things Shirley could choose to display or not. Otherwise, if she had 100 bloodlines, Shirley would be a complete hodgepodge, which is naturally impossible. Then, Master, would you like to ride her? Bai Luo looked at Shirley's upper body and had to admit, it was truly beautiful, like a gift from heaven and earth, a beauty beyond description. Of course, senior sister was no less beautiful than Shirley. However, their styles were so different that it was hard to compare. Bai Luo could only say, only children make choices. I want them all, let's be serious first. You're His Majesty's only mount. No one's competing with you for it. Senior sister shook her head. She had a close relationship with Shirley and Lilith, often sparring together. Shirley, you should have broken through, right? Bai Luo was immersed in Shirley's new image when Isifia reminded him of her miraculous power. Third awakening, fueled by the combined power of the 8 Pegasus bloodlines, Shirley had finally advanced from the second to the third. No, it wasn't just the Pegasus bloodlines, but also Senior Sister's power. More accurately, it was Senior Sister who shared a large amount of pheromones with Shirley through the sacred beast forest, enabling her to leap from the second to the third. It's all thanks to you, big sister. Otherwise, I don't know how long I'd have to wait for my breakthrough. Shirley knew this, so she treated her with special respect and gratitude. But compared to you, I'm still a long way behind. Among all the 3 awakening miracle bodies, I'm probably the weakest. After all, she took a shortcut, and there was still a long way to go before she could fully consolidate and master it. Shirley knew her limitations. Lilith, oh, big sister, how could you do this? Senior sister Greek letter sigma, what's wrong with me? Lilith, we are from the same camp, why are you helping outsiders and not me? Shirley, oh, my body is heading north, but my heart is on my ideal. Today I get to see the golden thigh. Is it too late to change camp now? Tree elf, my companions who will go north later, please remember the traitor mentioned above. No, it's a traitor. Now all that's missing is Lilith. Among Bai Luo's first few miracles, the senior sisters were extremely powerful. Even among the 3 awakenings, they were the top existences. In terms of single combat ability, they were enough to rival miracles of 800 years or even 1,000 years. When Shirley first entered the 3 awakenings, she relied on the help of the senior sisters, so her strength was very poor, probably about the same as the miracles of about 100 years. So Shirley only played a deterrent role. If a real fight broke out, it is estimated that she could not beat a miracle of the 3rd awakening. Fiaya, Lilith is your lower level miracle. Seeing that Shirley had also broken through, Bai Luo immediately considered Lilith's situation. Is there any solution? I have an idea, but I'm not sure if it will work. But now, the senior sister hesitated and gestured for Bai Luo to look in the direction of the Holy Beast Forest. Your Majesty, our first legend is coming. Chapter 242 Holy Dragon. Surprised, the stone at the edge of the sacred beast forest began to carve. Though the pace was slow, Bai Luo and his senior sister could clearly see it. A dragon. A miracle. It defies common sense, but this result, Bai Luo said, it's also within reason. Bai Luo had speculated before, but he never could have guessed that the one ultimately qualified to break through to the legendary level would be the insignificant mist elfin. What kind of dragon is that? I copied all the other sacred beasts. Speaking of this dragon, his senior sister's face lit up. But this one is truly mine, a certain god-level academic genius, Isifia. I guessed on all the other questions, but I can really do this one. The Sacred Beast Forest is called the Sacred Beast Forest because it houses a race unique to Avalon, the Sacred Dragons. Sacred dragons are a species, but even the weakest are legendary, powerful creatures capable of devastating destruction. Command all beasts, command the entire utopia in the name of the saint. It's no wonder senior sister was so happy, because the Sacred Beast Forest was her pet repository, and the Holy Dragon was her very own mount. Unicorn Walnut, Greek letter Omega. I rarely see you so happy, Bai Luo said. Is it really that amazing? The Holy Dragon itself doesn't have a class, senior sister said. Her abilities possess the full power of all the holy beasts in Avalon's Sacred Beast Forest. Bai Luo was stunned for a moment, then realized, holy crap, this move was completely unexpected. Theoretically, senior sister could create 5 peak-level mythical powers. 1 in the castle, commanding the esoteric powers of all castles. 1 in the treasury, like senior sister, whose treasure was the entire Avalon treasury, equivalent to Gilgamesh evolved, a super Gilgamesh capable of unleashing all noble phantasms. The 1 in the Sacred Beast Forest was this holy dragon. The holy dragon wasn't wild, nor was it enormous. In terms of size, she didn't reach the gigantic realm, merely maintaining a large scale, roughly 100 meters across. Yet, what was incomprehensible was that from afar, the holy dragon looked this size, and up close, it remained the same size, as if it were always this constant. The holy dragon has no concept of size, senior sister said. We see it this way, but if we were a gigantic monster, It would still be this size. Before the holy dragon, every creature was like an ant. Whether you were a planet or a speck of dust, you would see it as a behemoth. This was because one of the holy dragon's passive abilities was eternal gigantism. It wasn't size alone, but eternal size. If you couldn't grasp this eternity, you could never rival the holy dragons, and you could only look up and worship its godlike majesty. Holy Dragon King, name, Little Dolphin gender, female species, Ancient Dragon contract, Bai Luo Atón subordinate, Queen of Avalon Icefia rank, legendary, improves with a holy beast forest, main abilities, legendary passive, immunity to physical rules, immunity to energy influences, immunity to environmental effects, resistance to miraculous forces, immunity to space-time, resistance to laws, immunity to toxins, immunity to negative influences, immunity to mental interference, immunity to mind interference, etc. Endless secrets, annihilation of stars, Dragon King's Sigh, aura of stars infinite domain. Holy Beast Forest, summons the Holy Beast Forest and the avatars of all holy beasts with the full power of holy beasts, lore blessing, eternal greatness, immortal body law incarnation, Holy Dragon Emperor divine power, ideal dome, universal supremacy your majesty, the Holy Dragon King was not a golden dragon. Her body was azure blue, and stars flowed within her, as if the universe had taken on the form of a dragon. Bai Luo finally understood why holy dragons could maintain a permanent body. Just as the universe itself is infinite, human vision and perspective are limited, so what we see is always limited to that size. Sitting in a well and looking at the sky is short-sighted. This describes the self-righteousness of all living beings when they encounter the holy dragon. Greetings, His Majesty the Emperor and Her Majesty the Queen. Miss Dolphin, undeterred, quickly transformed into the form of Holy Dragon Princess in front of Bai Luo and his senior sister. I can't call you Miss Dolphin anymore, Bai Luo thought for a moment, then looked at his senior sister and said, Fia, how about you choose a name? Holy Dragon will do. His senior sister was much more straightforward than Bai Luo. From now on, in human form, I'll call you Holy Dragon Princess, and in dragon form, Holy Dragon. How is that? There is only one holy dragon in the world, and there can't be another, so the clan name is the given name, no need to change. That's, Bai Luo wondered if he could choose something more appealing. His senior sister looked at Bai Luo expressionlessly, and he quickly said dotingly, you have the final say, you have the final say. Although his senior sister was Bai Luo's miracle person, the couple respected each other. They had already agreed that, between the sheets, senior sister would listen to Bai Luo and let him do whatever he wanted, but when it came to serious matters, senior sister had half of Bai Luo's authority. If Bai Luo were to go out one day, senior sister would have the final say in all matters of Atón. This was Bai Luo's trust in senior sister and his recognition of her abilities. In short, in Atón, as long as Bai Luo didn't speak, senior sister was the absolute authority, more powerful than even his uncle. Then it's settled, senior sister decided on the name of Saint Dragon Princess, but secretly, she also said to Bai Luo, tonight, it's up to you. Bai Luo was instantly no longer sleepy after hearing this. Tonight we'll just plant the seeds. I heard that it can increase the chances of pregnancy. Yeah, hearing about the pregnancy, even senior sister couldn't help but blush. How strong is the Holy Dragon Princess? I haven't fought her, she said. I'm not sure, but, the Holy Dragon Princess looked at the Arcane Emperor. I should be much stronger than Silverwing. What do you mean by much stronger? The Arcane Emperor was straightforward and direct, just like Knowles. Just tell me how many of me you can beat. Ouch! Seeing the Arcane Emperor speak, Knowles quickly rode over on Hell Nightmare. Your temper is worthy of being family, just right for me, Master. Why call me Master? That's awkward, Knowles said. From now on, call me Big Brother. With Hell Nightmare, Knowles also became a master. Even if it was just a 3-in-1 product, in a real fight, he would never be a match for the Arcane Emperor. But Knowles' class was a heroic spirit. A level higher than the Arcane Emperor's beast type. And since he'd been tortured by Hawks, Silverwing was naturally weaker than Knowles and Fyra. Silverwing is willing to fight alongside Big Brother. One word, Knowles, follow Big Brother, and you'll have the best of both worlds. Bai Luo felt a strange unease when he heard this. He remembered fooling Knowles in the past. Oh, and Black Nightmare, we're brothers too. Hiss speak, I want to eat radishes. Is that all you're capable of? Ignoring the commotion, Bai Luo told Holy Dragon Princess to continue. Even if there were 10 of Mr. Silverwing, they'd be courting death against me. Holy Dragon Princess inherited her personality from her days as Miss Dolphin, unscrupulous with outsiders, but with her family, even the most powerful, she treated everyone with respect and was incredibly gentle and virtuous. With such a force, Bai Luo said, I think we can only send them out to attack the dimensional realm. Your Majesty, I'm willing to be your vanguard. Holy Dragon Princess' eyes lit up at the mention of war. The sacred beasts of the Feather Tribe, Cat Tribe, Wolf Tribe, Scale Tribe, and even the Pegasus Tribe were all eager to join the fight. This time, our target is the rainbow dimension we first discovered. The Buzzing Rat Tribe will explore first, Bai Luo said. You need to determine the species and location of the dimensional creatures, especially the Dimension Master of that dimension. We must not let it escape, understand? The Buzzing Rat Tribe repeatedly expressed their willingness to have their miraculous power and wisdom taken away and transformed back into rats if anything went wrong. That's settled then, Bai Luo, now go and bring all the goblins here. We must complete the dragon ritual as soon as possible. Chapter 243 Who should lie to whom? Dragon Ritual, Miracles effected. 9/10 Miracle Child Requirement. 10,000, already met. All fairies have completed their reincarnation in the Sacred Beast Forest and become sacred beasts. Bai Luo had been at sea for over 4 months, and Lilith's fairy power had been continuously active. Bai Luo initially thought the fairies might be insufficient, but the aquatic tribes of the sea presented a significant surprise. Their numbers were beyond imagination, and after becoming sacred beasts, the fairies' souls were replenished, with some even displaying souls exceeding those of ordinary humans. Simply counting souls, an ordinary miracle child counts as 1, an extraordinary one as 2, a transcendent one as 4, and a hero one as 10. At most, a single legendary can hold 1,000 souls with a mystic dragon. Bai Luo was unaware of this until the mystic dragon informed him when the ritual requirements were met. The miracle children of Atón, over 80 members of the Atón clan, 8 Pegasus, hundreds of tree elves, holy beast fairies, and over 300 humans, a total of 7,200 people. The holy beast fairies naturally made up the majority, numbering over 6,000, practically dominating the entire Atón. The number of people meets the requirements for the ceremony, and the food is ready. We have both sweets and savory options, Gonia reported to Bai Luo, holding a list of data: potato pancakes, egg yolk pastries, scallion biscuits, meat dumplings, seaweed rice cakes, as well as wontons, dumplings, salty glutinous rice balls. Wait, Bai Luo said, everything else is easy, but what's with these salty glutinous rice balls? I don't remember ever teaching you how to make them. Right, it's just stuffed with lard, a simple twist, Gonia said. Lard glutinous rice balls, what's wrong with that? Such a wicked recipe. Bai Luo had only eaten sesame and red bean glutinous rice balls in his previous life. He had certainly heard of these lard glutinous rice balls, but he deliberately kept them secret from the Atón people, to give the sweet glutinous rice balls a proper name. Tengyuan, must be sweet. Sweet and salty soy milk is normal, but salty tengyuan, it's simply heresy, Bai Luo casually complained. Why don't you put more mincemeat? Write it down. His Majesty requires mincemeat in lard tengyuan. Gonia waved her hand, and the fox fairy Mo Shuian beside her immediately picked up the brush and wrote in the notebook in her hand, on a certain day of a certain month of a certain year, His Majesty required mincemeat in lard tengyuan. Bai Luo, Gonia felt that it was not rigorous again, and continued to Mo Shuian, add more mincemeat. Swish, Mo Shuian crossed out the original text and added a new one below, on a certain day of a certain month of a certain year. His Majesty required more minced meat and pork tengyuan. Who came up with this? Bai Luo held his forehead. He didn't understand why he was wasting time on salty and sweet tengyuan. Your Majesty, it's Inya. Does she like salty glutinous rice balls? She said they're not as tasty as sweet ones. Yeah, Bai Luo nodded. Her taste is okay. How is the personnel arrangement going? Lady Shirley has discovered a dimension, Gonia said. Meanwhile, the Dream Maiden, Sheila, quickly cast magic, conjuring a picture in the air. According to the Buzzing Rat clan's analysis, this is a dimension similar to the time our Atón clan once inhabited, similar to us, Bai Luo said. Middle Ages, the scene kept jumping, and Bai Luo saw armored knights in a cold, eerie castle. Are there any mystical powers? No trace of a dimension has been found yet. No mystery, Bai Luo said. It just means there are no dimensions. It seems safe, This dragon ceremony had a minor problem for Bai Luo. The blessing of the mysterious dragon knew no boundaries. The ritual had a specific range. As long as you were within that range, you could enjoy the mysterious dragon's blessings, including outsiders. Yes, including outsiders. Even without Bai Luo's miraculous powers, if you happen to be bathed in the aura of the mystic dragon, your talents and potential will be stimulated and further developed. The ancient capital of Zilun has a population of 80,000, and the island of Atón originally had approximately 6,000 immigrants. However, these nearly 90,000 people are merely civilians of the Principality of Atón. Without Bai Luo's approval and possessing miraculous powers, they are no different from outsiders and strangers to him. True, Bai Luo could allow them to bask in the mystical dragon's blessing and break free from their existing constraints. But this is a huge risk. First, these civilians have no connection to Bai Luo, they are merely bound here. In other words, if they wish to leave and join another miracle master, they will immediately become someone else's miracle power. Remember, the mystical dragon's blessing includes adaptability, which refers to the degree to which one can adapt to miracles. This adaptability is modeled after the miracles Bai Luo possesses, including the twilight of the Age of Gods, the Northward Land, the Ideal Shore, the Lost Kingdom, the Fool's Old Feast, and the Dawn of the Night, 5 miracle factions in total. If other miracle lords belong to these 5 factions, these blessed commoners will immediately become highly sought after. Those blessed by the mysterious dragon possess, at best, extraordinary talent. The better ones begin at the heroic level, while some even reach the legendary level, such as Norse, Sheila, and other Adons. They may well be qualified to enter the epic realm in the future. Settle them down first, Bai Luo said. I'll have them return after the ceremony is over. Some might argue that if while 80,000 talented commoners could be transformed into Adon's miracle children, wouldn't the problem of extraordinary and transcendent levels be instantly resolved? Bai Luo now possesses the triple awakened Avalon, capable of cultivating an army of tens of thousands of miracles. Then there are Lilith, Leon, and the Reed family, all eager to be nurtured. 80,000 would be enough to fill this gap and usher in a huge leap forward for Atón. However, it wouldn't be so easy. Since ancient times, human hearts have been fickle and unpredictable. Bai Luo needed to cater to their mindsets, implement favorable policies, and present himself as a good man, a wise ruler, in order to gain their approval. But wasn't this a bit ridiculous? Since when did the Lord of Miracles, possessing miracles, need to be so humble? How was this behavior any different from Bai Luo licking the common people? After all, who was licking whose boots? Bai Luo had bestowed the power of miracles, and it was he who awakened their talents. Everything came from Bai Luo, so how could he be the one licking their boots? How ridiculous, how unbelievable. Bai Luo simply chose to ignore these 80,000 so-called civilians with potential, and would never grant them power from the start. The reason was simple, Bai Luo didn't value them and didn't want to reward them. The Lord of Miracles was arrogant. Bai Luo should also learn to look down on all living beings with a dominant attitude. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244. The ceremony begins. With this attitude, a problem arose. What should be done with these 6,000 people? The 80,000 ancient capital people hadn't yet arrived at Atón Island, so they could be ignored. However, Bai Luo was uneasy about taking the remaining group, no matter where they were. Liking them or not was one thing, but as their leader, their ruler, Bai Luo had a duty to protect them. This was the bottom line, and it was Bai Luo's responsibility. He wasn't comfortable just finding an island and letting them sail across the sea. Who knew if the other miracle lords would suddenly make a move and attack Bai Luo? For example, Oxel and the King of the East Sea hadn't signed a national agreement with Bai Luo, so what they might do was beyond his control. You said let senior sister protect them? Senior sister needed to bathe in the gift of the mysterious dragon, and the miracle body would need it. How could he send her? High-level sacred beasts like the Holy Dragon Princess could be used, but that would expose Atón's military strength and derail Atón's diplomatic plans. So, after some discussion, Shirley gave Bai Luo a satisfactory answer. After achieving the third awakening, Shirley gained the ability to directly scan the endless plains. She spent considerable time selecting from countless planes a suitable world for the Atón people. Bai Luo rejected all the desolate, lifeless, and dangerous planes. The last remaining ones were a prehistoric primitive age and a desert kingdom roughly comparable to ancient Egypt, resembling the radiated remnants of the Golden Age. Bai Luo chose the third, a dark and ignorant medieval era. Planes, unlike dimensions, do not inherently spawn any mystical powers. If a plane held mysteries, it was either brought there by the Lord of Miracles, or another dimension had taken a fancy to it and intended to incorporate it into its own territory. What's the population? About 40 million, so many, that plane wasn't a planet floating in the universe, but a continent independent of both time and space, floating on the endless sea of planes, unconnected to any other plane. Despite its 40 million population, Bai Luo hadn't considered developing them into miracle citizens. The reason for this was their poor aptitude. Comparing data, it's not that the common people of Atón can't adapt to Bai Luo's miraculous power, but rather that they're already adults, mentally mature, and would be hard-pressed to adapt in a short period of time. Simply speaking of aptitude, these common people could at least break through to the extraordinary level. However, if anyone were to take this as the universal standard, it would be somewhat ridiculous. First, the creatures of the miracle land are of extraordinary origin. Even a cat here might be several generations older, perhaps ancestor to a master-level creature like the cat Lingling. Yes, descendants of miracles. Almost every creature in the entire miracle land is a descendant of miracles. The only difference lies in the richness of their bloodline. However, the creatures of the endless plane have never been bathed in the power of miracles, making them completely incomparable to the common people of Atón, who have been under the influence of miracles for generations. For such people, Bai Luo would likely spend their entire lives to cultivate them into his own people. Even if he succeeded, the ordinary level might be the limit. Even with the intervention of the mystic dragon to improve their aptitude, it would be difficult for them to break through to the hero level. Therefore, never underestimate the beings of the land of miracles. They may be speaking harshly of this world's mortals, but from another perspective, aren't they nothing more than servants of the gods above all gods? Even a seventh-rank official at the Prime Minister's door, how could they possibly have the honor of meeting the gods, even a ruler like Bai Luo? Don't harm those 40 million humans. Bai Luo was somewhat selfish and wouldn't easily share his possessions with outsiders, but he wasn't a murderer, and he certainly didn't want the people of Atón to kill without reason. Holy Dragon Princess, Your Majesty, with Bai Luo's command, the Holy Dragon Princess appeared in Bai Luo's administrative hall at Avalon Castle. I will obey your orders, no need to be so distant. Bai Luo didn't care much for the feelings of ordinary people, but he was always cordial with his own subjects. Holy Dragon Princess, I leave this matter to you, Bai Luo said. With a legend leading the team, I think we shouldn't have any problems reaching the lower planes. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I'll control my power. Bai Luo's concern wasn't that the Holy Dragon Princess wasn't strong enough, but that she was too strong. A king's ultimate secret, unleashed with a mighty power, is enough to destroy a city. So what about the infinite secrets, even more powerful than the ultimate, unleashed by the Saint Dragon Princess at the peak of legend? Secrets are categorized by the energy they contain: heroic level standard secrets, master level super secrets, king's ultimate secrets, and legendary level infinite secrets. A standard secret is as powerful as destroying a section of a city wall. Tulip wielded the ultimate secret, nearly wiping the ancient capital off the map with a single strike, a weapon comparable to a nuclear weapon. Saint Dragon Princess's miraculous power far surpasses Tulip's. Her infinite secret can even pierce through continental shelves. And that's just the secret. Without engaging domains, incarnations of laws, or the divine power available only to legends after their third liberation, Saint Dragon Princess is unstoppable in the lower planes with her secrets alone. Indeed, aside from fellow legendary miracle children, the only ones who can rival Saint Dragon Princess are high-level dimension lords. Please rest assured, I know my limits. Even when she was Miss Delphin, the Holy Dragon Princess was a meticulous and cautious Delphin. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to manage so many sharks. Honglin, Su, Bai Luo said, as Holy Dragon Princess's assistants, you two will travel to that plane together. Once the ritual is over, take it down. Although transforming a plane takes a very long time, once you obtain a dimension, using it to erode it before taking it in will be much easier. Yes, Honglin and Su knelt before Bai Luo, then departed with Holy Dragon Princess, heading to that plane to stabilize time and space and receive the people from Atón. That's alright, Bai Luo estimated that everyone would arrive in the lower plane in half a day at most. How are the ritual preparations going? The ritual was set for tomorrow's dawn, a request from the mysterious dragon. One of Bai Luo's wishes was to use this opportunity to awaken Inya into a miraculous creature. Your Majesty, the door opened, and the senior sister entered, bringing Inya with her. The young girl, ditching her earlier modest attire, appeared in full attire, clad in an elegant azure gown. Her biological name, Imperial Diva, represented the pinnacle of imperial art. Even without awakening, Inya's singing was nothing short of miraculous, captivating even Bai Luo. So beautiful, Bai Luo praised generously. He stood and approached Inya, making the girl nervous. Don't be nervous, we're all family, Bai Luo said. Just sing whatever you want. I sing the requiem, I'm very familiar with it. Inya had sung her requiem countless times, for shipwrecks, the passing of the deceased, and even calming the sea's wrath. The villagers would ask her to sing. She had first performed it when she was 4 years old, and it had been over a decade since then. Well, thank you for your hard work. Bai Luo checked the time and said to his senior sister, we'll have 2 hours before we set off. By then, all the citizens of Atón had reached a cliff edge. Meanwhile, Bai Luo had deployed numerous sacred beasts of the Flying Feather clan to conduct aerial surveillance, monitoring all sea areas within the mysterious dragon's range. Once a fishing boat is spotted, it will be immediately moved outside the border. Your Majesty, the old uncle held a long incense stick, lit it, and handed it to Bai Luo. You may begin. This time it was much more magnificent than last time. There was not just one table, but an entire one, almost covering the edge of the cliff. Huh? Bai Luo blew out a flame on the long incense stick, causing white smoke to float. Then he took 3 incense sticks and inserted them into the incense burner. King of Atón, come as agreed and perform the dragon ceremony. All Atón people, Bai Luo said, keeping his posture unchanged, salute to the dragon that protects us. I have something to do these 2 days, so I will resume updating tomorrow. Chapter 245 You don't even deserve to be seen by me. Your Majesty, we are about to pass through that woman's area. You, Gongsun Wu approached the Eastern Empress, but mid-sentence, she noticed she was looking up, completely oblivious to her words. Ying Muiao's eyes were fixed high above, as if fixated on something. Gongsun Wu had experienced that look before. She herself had the same expression when witnessing magnificent scenery or the Lord of Miracles displaying their immense power. What are you looking at? Gongsun Wu followed the Eastern Empress's gaze, but there was nothing there. She saw nothing. Your Majesty, hush, the Eastern Empress raised her hand to her lips, then smiled at Gongsun Wu, then continued to gaze up at the sky. How magnificent, magnificent. Gongsun Wu still saw nothing. She had no idea what the magnificent thing the Eastern Empress was talking about was. It's truly a breathtaking existence. The Eastern Empress stood on the deck, gazing with emotion, observing the boundlessness and wonder in her eyes. What the hell? Far away from the Eastern Empress, in the South China Sea, a white-haired, portly old man sat on a small sailboat. Ho-ha ho-ha! Suddenly, the old man burst into laughter, lying flat on his back on the sailboat. Brother Atón, I've seen the thing in myth and legend that you've spent your whole life trying to find. I've seen it. I've seen it. What the? In the Aole Kingdom, Dong Aole stared blankly at the sky, his eyes filled with shock, even horror. Interesting. The next moment, Dong Aole generously opened his arms, his face filled with joy and excitement. So interesting. Boom! In the bitterly cold and dark land, a knight sat upright on a huge rock. Beside the rock, crouched a burly silver-white snow wolf. What's going on? Styria stood up, staring ahead in confusion. That was the abyss, the place he guarded and gazed upon, the source of all evil. But now, the abyss had closed on its own accord. Wu, the white wolf rose, clutching a massive sword stuck in the ground. Then, bewildered, it looked at its master. This feeling, Struss jerked his head upwards, stunned. The hand that had held the sword unwaveringly for millennia actually began to tremble. Wu, the white wolf and Struss were one. He saw it, and she saw it too. The white wolf prostrated itself on the ground in terror, unable to muster the slightest thought of resistance. Only coldness, panic, and trembling remained. Hiss, over the azure sea, the golden-armored god of war suddenly covered his eyes, tears of blood streaking down his face. I see it, though only the tip of a scale, the tip of an iceberg, The eye of the gods smiled. But just this one glimpse is enough to enchant. Is this the legendary Great Dragon? The Great Dragon, the Iron Eagle King of the Iron Eagle Nation, also saw this figure. He didn't know where it came from, or where it was focused, but it had indeed appeared. The creature described in the books of Atón and his group actually exists. The Iron Eagle King didn't show any signs of panic, but rather remained calm. He had seen countless terrifying things in those books. If it's real, then those two swords, the Iron Eagle King said, and and do they exist too? Do such things really exist? The Iron Eagle King sat in the courtyard, and he saw the scales of the Great Dragon. Through these scales, the Iron Eagle King saw the boundless universe. As if the dragon carried the entire world on its back. How comfortable, the Iron Eagle King revealed a look of enjoyment. Every scale is the same size, so neatly arranged. As expected, this is the best, Your Majesty. The dark elf Uio found the Iron Eagle King, only to find him gazing up at the sky, as if admiring the brilliant night sky, his gaze fixed on it. What are you doing, Uio? Are you so bored you're just staring at nothing? My king, come here, come here, come here. The Iron Eagle King waved at Uio. Although puzzled, Uio sat down beside him obediently. I'll show you something wonderful. The Iron Eagle King grasped the dark elf's hand. At that moment, the dark elf's heartbeat quickened, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Your Majesty has grasped my hand. What was he going to do? Was he preparing to sleep with the king? The dark elf didn't refuse such an offer. On the contrary, she was extremely eager for it. After the death of his wife, the Iron Eagle King had never remarried. If she could gain the king's favor, Uio would be filled with joy, and there was no way she would resist. Look, however, she was obviously overthinking it. The Iron Eagle King had only two true loves in his life, his long-deceased wife, and the other, Zheng Zhangqi. Don't mention women to the Iron Eagle King. Is Zheng Zhangqi no longer attractive, or is cleanliness no longer joyful? Sex. What else does that thing do besides mess up his room? Look. What are you looking at? Uio sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat disappointed. She knew the Iron Eagle King wasn't that kind of person. But precisely because of this, Uio felt helpless. It would be so much better if His Majesty were someone who appreciated beauty. The next moment, as Uio looked up, her pupils suddenly shrank to a point, the shock in her eyes indescribable. This. What is this? The dark elf gasped, her previous composure completely gone. Scales. She saw scales resembling dragon scales, and within each scale, countless universes were held. I don't know exactly what it is, said the Iron Eagle King. But in the ancient legends of the Atón people, they reverently call it the Great Dragon, the Mysterious Dragon, the Miracle Dragon, and the Dragon God who carries the world on his back. The Atón people? Haven't they long ago? Back then, when I broke into the Atón capital, I investigated and discovered that the royal descendants had been hidden in the library by the Seven Kings. I immediately led my men to hunt them down, but there, said the Iron Eagle King, I stayed there for several months. Why? To read. The Iron Eagle King was deeply captivated by the library's treasure tome, and unintentionally, he became engrossed for months. Later, he accidentally damaged a page, triggering a chain reaction that destroyed the entire library. Those books are made from the leaves of the World Tree, the Iron Eagle King said. In the epics of the Kingdom of Atón, the World Tree is one of the miracles of the ancestor of Atón. Now that their master is dead, they are all waiting for the moment of self-destruction. My carelessness has played into their hands. One of the miracles. Uio paid no attention to the World Tree. Instead, she was puzzled by the question, is there another miracle? Legend has it that the ancestor of Atón possessed 800 miracles. Impossible. Uio stood up. Not even caring about a majestic dragon towering above her. She was the Iron Eagle Kingdom's wisest strategist, the Iron Eagle King's chief of staff and advisor. But even she couldn't comprehend the concept of one person possessing 800 miracles. It must be a lie. I initially thought the same as you, believing it was impossible, said the Iron Eagle King. But as I read the books left by the Atón ancestor, I discovered it was true. The Atón Empire was once more powerful than all the miracle lords in our entire miracle land combined. The Atón ancestor once unified the world, the greatest empire in history, the Iron Eagle King, but in the end, it was buried by the flood. The Seven Kings of Atón chose to die in mediocrity, the Iron Eagle King said self-deprecatingly. Because they had experienced glory, And after the fall of the Atón Empire, how could they still appreciate their achievements? Once you've seen the sea, you'll find other waters more puzzling. After all, Mount Wushan is a different place. The 7 kings simply await utter annihilation, so they can follow the Atón ancestor. They've long given up on the idea of governing a nation through miracles. Because is there anything more glorious than the Atón Empire in a miracle kingdom? When you've experienced a life with an annual income of 1 trillion yuan, then experience a monthly salary of just 100,000 yuan. The disparity is enough to drive you mad, even to death. As for that one, the Iron Eagle King pointed overhead. A scale covered the sky, illuminating the boundless universe. Yu Yao could only see a fragment, but the Iron Eagle King could see a portion of the great dragon. The ancestor of Atón spent his entire life striving for its favor, but it simply ignored him. Even an emperor possessing 800 miracles wouldn't be worthy. Let it even take a glance. Chapter 246, The Supreme Miracle Item, the Book of Yajin. Swish, swish, whoosh, the black book slowly opened, its pages turning continuously. The first holy bag, the Pegasus, the fairies, the tree elves, the survivors of Shilin, Avalon, the greedy wolf, and the tales of the ancients. Including the 5th page of the mysterious dragon, a total of 9 pages flipped through, all the way to the 10th. But it didn't stop. Page 11, page 12, it continued to flip. But in Bai Luo's perception, the black book suddenly emitted an indescribable miraculous light. Its black cover remained, but a new word appeared on the cover. Yajin. Bai Luo didn't recognize the text, but he instinctively read it out. The Book of Yajin, the Book of Yajin. Rank, highest type, miraculous object contract, Bai Luo Atón faction, 4 sages corridor. Number of pages, 20. Number of miracles found, 10 contracted. 9 Ziohe, were you originally called the Book of Yajin? Yajin, I think Ziohe sounds better. Never mind, I'll just call you Ziohe from now on, it's more approachable. This was the first time Bai Luo had learned the names of its miracles, and the rank, the highest, the most supreme miracle, the miracle that surpasses the higher ones. The black book had evolved, from 10 pages to 20, doubling the number of miracles available. The corridor of the 4 sages, the faction that disregards the qualifications of miracle masters and forcefully reaches their peak. Bai Luo wasn't sure what the corridor of the 4 sages meant, but for the moment, he couldn't focus on the Book of Yajin. Instead, he cast his gaze on the boundless behemoth in the sky. Honestly, even Bai Luo, the master of the mysterious dragon, couldn't fully grasp its full form. A mere scale or feather was enough to deflect Bai Luo's perception. But it's important to understand that Bai Luo is no ordinary person. He is a miracle master who shares the power of many miracle masters, including his senior sister. How magnificent! Is this the one? Senior sister stood beside Bai Luo. As a fellow descendant, she naturally saw the mysterious dragon as well. What exactly is it? Not only she, but also the Reed family, Leon, Lilith, and Shirley, the original miracles, were stunned. They were all miracles, but compared to the mysterious dragon before them, they realized just how insignificant they were. The miracle dragon. The dragon god on the myths and legends that teacher spoke of, the one who carries the entire world on his back. Who could have imagined it actually existed? Such a thing exists. I only just learned of its reality today, old Reed said to senior sister. Before, I always thought it was just a story from master. Unlike the others, old Reed turned his gaze to Bai Luo. At that moment, the old man truly wanted to kneel before him, expressing his inner worship and submission. Even such a great being has become a miracle of our Lord. This, what a remarkable feat, was the one's magnanimity so great that even the miracle dragon, carrying the entire world, acknowledged him. This was his Lord, the Majesty to whom he would swear allegiance until his death. My Lord, my Lord. Gradually, they all understood the connection, and one by one, the miracle beings spontaneously knelt on the ground. They didn't speak, but remained silent, savoring this historic moment. Senior sister didn't kneel. She stood there, looking at Bai Luo, her eyes filled with pride and joy, as if to say, "Look, this is my man." How? Bai Luo smiled gently and said, "Everyone, 3 minutes, just for show." Everyone was in the mood, and Bai Luo couldn't refuse. In his mind, kneeling was just a game, a pleasant addition to everyone's pleasure. True respect didn't require kneeling, just like senior sister. In her eyes, even the miracle dragon disappeared, and only Bai Luo remained in the world. "What exactly are you?" Bai Luo hurriedly opened the black book and turned to page 5, where the mysterious dragon was. The black book has evolved. Can you see your name now? Miracle Dragon, Contract, Bai Luo Atón type, Miracle Creature level? Faction, None ability, Unknown. I just know a name. Bai Luo was a bit confused, the kind of information that made little difference between knowing and not knowing. What's the level? Still unknown. Woo! Suddenly, Bai Luo heard a dragon's roar. He looked up and saw an eye, a massive dragon eye that almost enveloped his world. It was looking at him, observing him. It wasn't looking down, nor was it scrutinizing or disdainful. It was simply watching Bai Luo, the master with whom it had fulfilled a contract, its first master since its birth. Boom! Unfortunately, that was all. Because the next moment, the giant dragon's eye began to close. The miracle dragon's might was revealed to Bai Luo for the first time. It was merely closing its eyes, but the pressure it brought to Bai Luo was like the entire world closing up, the illusion that even infinity was being forcibly compressed. Wait a minute, Bai Luo suddenly spoke. Why did you choose to contract with me and acknowledge me as your master? Bai Luo could clearly sense his connection to the miracle dragon. He was its master. If he gave a command, the miracle dragon could not and would not refuse. But Bai Luo couldn't give the order. The miracle dragon was too vast. If it attacked, even the slightest movement, it would cause drastic changes throughout the world. Even if Bai Luo survived, his people and family would suffer heavy casualties. This was the miracle dragon's warning to Bai Luo, something the horrified Bai Luo absolutely could not accept. Boom! The miracle dragon didn't answer Bai Luo, its eyes remaining closed, as if he wasn't qualified to speak with it at this moment. Oh, Bai Luo understood. This other party was no ordinary miracle, quite possibly the most ancient miracle, a miraculous creature that had existed since the very beginning. Even if Bai Luo could convince it to acknowledge him as his master, he wouldn't necessarily be able to control such a powerful being. Then what's your name? Since I'm your master, Bai Luo said, I should be entitled to know your name, right? Hey. Tell me, Bai Luo, what's your name? In his heart, Bai Luo shouted at the enormous dragon's eyes in the sky, wanting them to stop closing, wanting to communicate with it. If you don't tell me, I'll give you a name, Bai Luo said. Since I'm your master, I can give you a name without ordering you to do so. Boom. However, the miracle dragon's eyes still closed. Endless scales vanished, and the sky returned to the blue of dawn. Don't you even deserve to know your name? Bai Luo wasn't completely disappointed. The miracle dragon's power was truly subversive. Earning the recognition of a being of this caliber was incredibly difficult. If other miracles grew stronger through a gradual evolution and elevation of status, the miracle dragon needed its recognition, gradually earning the great dragon's blessing. You won't tell me? Bai Luo shook his head. He looked at the kneeling people of Atón before him and was about to call them to their feet when a woman's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Subdue. Huh? Bai Luo turned around, but there was nothing behind him. Descend? Descend as in descend, or arrival. Bai Luo suddenly had an intriguing thought. Descend what, my dragon? Just one word, descend. If it's just one word, it can't be used as a name in my country, Bai Luo shouted, knowing the miracle dragon would hear him. Let me give you a name. The female voice had previously revealed to Bai Luo something else. The miracle dragon was most likely a female dragon. Zuiao, Bai Luo, from now on, you'll be called Jiang Zuiao. If you don't agree, come out again. If you don't, I'll take it as your consent. My Jiang Zuiao. Bai Luo had once had an older sister, but she died young, and he never met her. But his uncle told Bai Luo the girl's name, Zuiao, Bai Zuiao. Bai Luo's mother, surnamed Bai, was a slave sold from the Eastern Empire to the Thorn territory. She was rescued by Bai's father and, in return for his kindness, married him. Bai Luo's given name, Bai Luo Yatón, was actually a combination of the Eastern Empire naming convention and Yatón's surname. The miracle dragon had helped Bai Luo immensely. Though aloof, having spoken only a single word to him thus far, Bai Luo knew she was silently protecting him in Alvarden. Therefore, Bai Luo had given her the name of his sister, whom he had never met. Of course, Bai Luo had his own selfish motives. The miracle dragon was like a queen, aloof and unconquerable. Giving her a name was a way to save her face a little. I chose your name, remember it, my dragon. Oh, right, Bai Luo thought of Iodina, and he mentally called out, Zuiao, Zuiao, don't leave yet. Get the food. There's still a program. I've prepared a special celebration for you. Since you're a dragon god, you should watch the sacrificial songs and dances before leaving, right? Quick, come here, Iotana. Bai Luo felt the miracle dragon's gaze. She had heard him and was watching. Bang! A massive stone pillar rose from the seabed beyond the cliff. Suspended rocks connected the cliff face to the stone pillar stage, right in front of Iotana. Everyone, stand, Bai Luo urged everyone to stand. Next, let's enjoy the song Miss Iotana has prepared, Requiem. Chapter 247 The Song That Cannot Be Sung. Iotana had imagined the grand stage Bai Luo would prepare for her. Having lived in Avalon Castle before, even with her inexperience, the young girl could tell that Bai Luo was of extraordinary stature. She had prepared herself mentally, and no matter how many people watched her performance, she wouldn't be nervous. Iotana needed to repay Bai Luo for saving her life. It was the only thing she could do now, and she didn't know where else to go. Without her father, even her original village might be gone. Iotana was now homeless. However, Iotana tried to sing several times, but the sound reached her throat, and she refused to sing. Once, twice, and again. Gradually, the young girl grew anxious. She looked at the audience in front of the massive rock stage. The witches had cast a special spell there, and although the space was small, it was filled with people, members of the Atón clan, tree elves, and a large number of fairies. However, Iotana didn't know they were sacred beasts or fairies. She simply treated them as citizens of the Principality of Atón. Sing, sing faster, the girl clenched one hand, the other tightly grasping the hem of her gorgeous skirt. Bai Luo had saved her, made no demands, and treated her very well. And Sister Alahio as a very gentle, understanding, and kind person. They simply wanted her to sing a song during this important celebration, nothing more. Why is this happening? The girl opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Sweat dripped from her forehead, and her body trembled slightly with nervousness, a sight that naturally escaped the children of miracles. What's going on? Why aren't you singing? Are you nervous? The goblins had no ill intentions. They wondered if they should applaud and give Iotana some courage. Inya, Alahio had spent some time with Iotana, and she had become familiar with the girl. However, she keenly sensed something was amiss. Your Majesty, Alahio called out to Bai Luo, who immediately noticed. Inya, Bai Luo treated the girl with great care. With a 5-year age difference between them and Iotana's petite stature, Bai Luo instinctively treated her like his younger sister, Inya. Don't be afraid, sing boldly, Bai Luo said. They are all my people. There are no outsiders here, and I can vouch for your singing. It will surely be loved by everyone, Iotana. Unfortunately, Bai Luo's words of comfort and encouragement were of no use. The girl raised her head timidly, not wanting to meet Bai Luo's eyes. I'm sorry, I can't sing. This, Bai Luo turned around. Such a grand stage, with nearly all the citizens of the country already present, waiting for Iotana to showcase her miraculous voice. It's okay, don't stress yourself out. This whole thing had been Bai Luo's idea, to follow the instructions in the Black Book and complete the task of awakening Iotana's miraculous powers. But now it seemed that this task was not that easy. Was the girl truly nervous? Bai Luo found this illogical. Iotana was definitely not the type to be stage frightened. She hadn't panicked at all when she first met him, and even the sight of the magnificent holy water pool of Avalon had calmed her nerves. How could someone like her tremble at the thought of a concert? It was unnatural. Everyone, Bai Luo explained, Miss Iotana is unwell and may not be able to sing. So, let us now welcome our Princess Atón, Her Highness Inya, to present her carefully prepared performance. At this moment, Inya, who was eating melon at the front of the crowd, looked up with a dazed look on her face. What the hell? What performance? Inya was confused. Am I blacking out? I have a carefully prepared performance. How come I don't know about it? Is Inya going to have a show? Han is truly the savior. Amazing. After all, she's Miss Inya, the only woman in our Arden who even His Majesty doesn't take seriously. Inya took a few steps forward speechlessly. Behind her, Bai Luo asked, bewildered, did you prepare a show? When did you prepare it? That's amazing. I didn't even notice. What a bullshit show. This is clearly my brother setting me up. Inya rubbed her nose. She wasn't the type to get stage fright, and she didn't know how to be shameless. Even if the whole world found her embarrassing, Inya could still perform her performance art without batting an eyelid, even taking pride in it. So when Bai Luo asked her to take the stage and improvise, Inya wasn't the least bit upset. but rather eager to try. Haha, it's finally time for Lady Inya again. Without hesitation, Inya turned to Bai Luo and said, "Hurry up, Xiao Bei, our carefully prepared show is about to begin." Huh? Bai Luo was stunned. What show? And it's carefully prepared. Bai Luo felt like she was having a memory loss, but she didn't drink. Occasionally, she would eat fermented rice cakes, but would that thing also cause memory loss? Bai Luo, fermented rice cakes, so scary. Leave it to you. Bai Luo was very confident in Inya. This girl's acting skills were at the level of an actress, especially when she played the role of a senior sister. She could almost make the fake look real. Of course, her acting skills in other aspects were also not bad. Although Inya's qualifications in combat were a bit weird, she was definitely an actor who was delayed by a miracle. "Don't worry, brother," Inya patted her chest and high-fived Bai Luo. "You go and do your work. I'm here." I suddenly don't recognize you." Bai Luo didn't expect Inya to be so sensible, but he still had to think about Ayodhya's situation, so he didn't say anything, just patted the girl on the shoulder. "Next, I'm going to perform the Battle of the Beasts in the Saros arena." Ahem. The old man below coughed dryly, shook his head, not wanting to pay attention to the show, and immediately disappeared. While the fairies, the Atón clan, and the tree elves all looked at Inya in shock. Goodness, after playing the role of His Majesty Bai Luo, they even didn't let go of the Great Father, Inya, truly a woman who didn't care about the world. "I'll play the role of the father myself." Thousands of people stared at Inya in silence, but the girl, with her thick skin, continued, "But I'm still short of the beasts. If you're interested, you can come up now. If you don't come up, I'll call your names." Inya, Lingling, Yi, Error, Hiss. Although the Cute Cat clan wanted to follow Bai Luo, Inya's order made it difficult for them to leave just yet. So they transformed into their sacred beast forms and flew over. "What's wrong with Inya?" Bai Luo brought Ayodhya to his palace. Isifia, Aliyah, and his uncle were all there. The girl was resting inside, while Bai Luo and the other four stayed outside. "Whether she sings or not is completely irrelevant," Bai Luo said. "I originally planned this to make Inya happy, but now it seems like it's backfiring. If it were Inya, who was nervous in front of 6,000 or 7,000 people, everyone would have laughed at her unscrupulously, because they were so familiar with each other. Such ridicule was devoid of malice, merely playful and mocking, and could actually deepen their bond. But Ayodhya was different. She was new here, completely unfamiliar with the people of Atón. She's in a new class, and she's so embarrassed right from the start. If her mental state is weak, it might leave a scar on her, and she might even be afraid to come to school." Aliyah used the more understandable metaphor to analyze Ayodhya's possible psychological problems. "That child isn't such a weakling," the old uncle shook his head. "But Aliyah is right. While this isn't the most important issue, it will still create a rift between her and the people of Atón. My child won't laugh at her," the senior sister said. "It's easy. Once she comes into contact with the fairies, the conflict will naturally resolve. Even if fairies were to laugh at you, they'd cover their mouths and meow. Imagine a cute little animal doing that. No one would feel embarrassed, but would actually want to touch it. The sacred beasts of Atón are like that. Their minds are different from humans, and they're straightforward." "Then what's the biggest problem?" Bai Luo wanted to know. Aliyah said, "It's probably still a psychological trauma." "What? Her father died," Aliyah said. "And the reason was her singing. It was that beautiful voice that killed her father. She killed her father." This logic, while seemingly sound, was actually riddled with flaws. "Her singing is a talent, a gift," Bai Luo said. "If my child's excellence sparked jealousy, leading to evildoers seeking to murder her, would I resent her for being so exceptional? As a father, Bai Luo should do his utmost to protect his child, even at the cost of a great price. Is talent wrong?" "Talent is not wrong," Aliyah said, "but it's up to the child to decide whether or not to desire it." "Am I correct, Your Majesty?" That, Bai Luo understood Aliyah's point. Previously, Ayodhya had no choice. She could only passively bear the cost of her father's beautiful singing voice. But now, her father's death had made Ayodhya see clearly, she could give up singing. Whether or not someone has talent is undetermined, but whether or not to use it is hers. Subconsciously, she's rejecting her own talent, afraid to use it. Aliyah deciphered the key to the problem. As for the solution, she looked at Bai Luo and said, "Your Majesty, this is up to you. I don't dislike her," the senior sister said. "I also heard her singing for you, Xiao Luo. Her singing, The senior sister rarely praised anything, but this time, she said frankly, "I love it, I'll go tell her." Bai Luo walked into the inner room and discovered something. The girl had sung for him earlier at the holy water pool. This surprised Bai Luo and the senior sister. If the girl had given up singing, why was she willing to sing for Bai Luo? This was a breakthrough. And with this, Bai Luo would be able to break away from the mission in the Black Book and begin his own strategy. Chapter 248, Merchants. Don't worry, Inya. Avalon boasted the most luxurious residence in the Ideal Coast faction. Inya had never seen such a magnificent palace. True ostentation is invisible, and Inya sensed it. Spend more time with my children, and you'll discover they're actually quite innocent. The cat spirits, the dog tribe, and the feather tribe were all very docile, especially around their own people. Even the incredibly powerful Holy Dragon Princess acted like an older sister, playing with the young tree elves. Bai Luo tried to assure Inya that this wasn't an embarrassing situation. Actually, it was embarrassing, wasn't it? Inya lowered her head, somewhat dejected. And I embarrassed you? Embarrassing, so be it. What's the big deal? Bai Luo said, it was all my fault. You never asked me to sing, it was just my request. I'm sorry. Inya uttered only 3 words, yet they were filled with deep regret and remorse. Bai Luo shouldered all the responsibility and problems. He was the king, a supreme and honorable figure. But now, Bai Luo was accommodating himself, simply to reassure himself, which made Inya so bearable. I screwed up, Inya said. Even something as simple as this, then sing me a song. Huh? Sing me a song is apology, but not them this time, Bai Luo said. Just me, sing a song for me, how about it? Inya was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and then softly sang the requiem that was supposed to be sung during the ceremony, for all the people of Atón. Yes, that's the voice. Bai Luo closed his eyes, his face filled with ecstasy, completely immersed in Inya's singing. If Inya were an idol singer, Bai Luo would definitely be her fan. It had nothing to do with status, it was simply a longing and yearning for art. Bai Luo loved Inya's singing, deeply loved it. He refused to let power, status, position, or wealth taint this otherworldly, heavenly voice. Do you like singing? If not, how could she possibly sing such a voice based solely on talent? Inya wouldn't lie to Bai Luo. I love it. She opened her heart, revealing her true self to him. I've had this talent since I was a child. From a very young age, I sang for my mother and father, and only for them. However, Inya's singing attracted those with ill intentions. Her mother died protecting her. At that time, Inya wondered if she shouldn't sing. Later, when fishermen were in danger, Inya stood on the beach and sang for her father's safe return, hoping her song would be a guiding light for him and bring him home. Word spread from one person to another, and from 10 to 100, leading to another tragedy. It's not that you can't sing, it's just that you don't want anyone to know you have such a talent, right? As for Bai Luo, perhaps it was a subconscious resonance between the miracle and its master. Inya treated Bai Luo as close as a parent, and only with him did she hold back. Yes, Inya said. I've disappointed you, so what? Bai Luo said, since you love singing, stay with me. I'll provide you with a quiet place where you can practice peacefully and sing your best songs. After spending these days together, Bai Luo discovered that Inya had few, if any, hobbies. Her favorite, and only, hobby was practicing songs alone in the quiet little garden. She didn't care about being on or off stage, she simply enjoyed the process of singing. This was a woman who truly dedicated her life, her energy, everything, to her art. While others might find it boring, Inya didn't. Instead, she delighted in it. I'll have Lilith craft you an instrument to your liking, Bai Luo said. You can use them to compose music. At this point, Bai Luo asked, Inya, do you feel like I'm putting you under house arrest? How could that be? Inya trusted Bai Luo, this mature man who acted like an older brother. I'm glad you're doing this, truly. What Bai Luo said was practically the same as banishing her to the cold palace. But Bai Luo, precisely, spoke for Inya. She loved this kind of life. A quiet courtyard, singing freely without worrying about arousing jealousy or persecution. Every day, doing what she enjoyed, creating a new song. Could she be happier? Just like how Otakus often hang out in very small spaces, yet they don't feel constrained, they actually enjoy it. Inya was like that too. Perhaps she was a complete homebody. Book of Yajin, I give up this mission, Bai Luo said to the Black Book. Give me a new one. The Black Book evolved, aided by the mysterious dragon. The Book of Yajin, the highest level miracle of the Second Awakening, possesses abilities not previously available, one of which is the ability to conduct more detailed screening and inquiry. If this mission cannot be completed, are there other possibilities? Just like the previous Greedy World and Ancient Tales, these two hidden routes were inaccessible to the Black Book. Now, the Book of Yajin can do what the Black Book cannot. Mission 1, failed. Following the Miracle Master's request, Miracle Awakening Mission 2 is now open. She no longer wishes to demonstrate the power of miracles for others, and you have chosen to side with her. This is her wish. I cannot impose responsibilities and obligations on her based on my will. Iodina, unlike Lilith and Shirley, is a blank slate. The young girl possesses almost no managerial talent, just like Bai Luo. Miracle creatures that become human often face this problem and are extremely troublesome. Bai Luo has no ideas, and Bai Luo has chosen to mold her into the powerful figure he envisions. However, Iodina has clearly expressed her desire to no longer sing for others. I'm sure, Bai Luo said. I hope to awaken this power according to her wishes. You have chosen Miracle Mission II. Now, tell her your decision. From now on, you will be the only one in her world. Bai Luo decided to take Iodina in and awaken her through another method. However, this awakening method has significant flaws. First, she cannot develop her own unique military units. Second, without her subjects, she must acquire all her pheromones on her own. Of course, this is not unchangeable. In the days to come, Iodina will gradually complete herself. In fact, with the exception of higher-level miracles, lower and mid-level miracles are incomplete and require the Miracle Master and their subjects to restore the power. Imperial Diva, Contract, Bai Luo Atón rank, lower species, Miracle Creature Faction, 4 Sages Corridor Note. For some reason, the Diva's miracle power is flawed and cannot grant powerful powers to others. I am a miracle. Iodina stared at Bai Luo with wide eyes, her face filled with disbelief. After the miracle's awakening, Iodina gained a wealth of information, learning her own identity and her relationship with Bai Luo. Do you feel that? Bai Luo extended his hand, saying, you are a noble miracle. So there's no need to be polite to me. My home will belong to you from now on. The Lord of Miracles and miracles were inseparable, and Iodina became one of Bai Luo's closest family members. I'm sorry, I actually let you. Iodina felt deep regret. As a miracle, she had been coddled by Bai Luo to this extent, even undergoing an incomplete awakening and developing flaws. It's okay, Bai Luo patted the girl's head and smiled. Your faction is the 4 Sages Corridor, the most powerful miracle faction. Even though you can't bestow gifts upon others, you still have yourself. Iodina's own strength remained undiminished. Moreover, these flaws were only temporary. Bai Luo believed that with his care for Iodina, she would emerge from her shadow and truly become the Imperial Diva. My castle is very big. I will find the most secluded place for you, Bai Luo. From now on, Ina, you should practice songs well. This is not just singing, but also exercising your miraculous power. Don't worry, you can find me anytime when there is a new work. Listening to Iodina singing is a pleasure. She is a miracle body known as the singer. Bai Luo was fortunate to listen to her and wished he could come more often. I'll be there whenever you call. Hulala, huh? Bai Luo was stunned for a moment, and Iodina noticed it. What's wrong with you, new miracle? Bai Luo had never encountered such a situation. He shared the information in the Black Book with the girl. As his miracle, the girl was naturally qualified to know his power. Page 11? What a sudden arrival. Bai Luo was about to open the Black Book in his mind when a hoarse, deep voice boomed from behind him. Are you looking for us, great king? Who? Bai Luo frowned and quickly turned around, raising his hand, instinctively shielding Iodina behind him. Who is it? Nice to meet you. Ahead, behind the closed door, 3 figures stood. They wore pure white sweaters, clutched shepherd's staffs, and taped a piece of white paper to each face, depicting crying, laughing, and anger. The left one was crying, the right one was laughing, and the middle one was angry, with anger clearly leading the 3. Who are you? Bai Luo stared at the 3, concentrating his aura to the utmost while mentally calling out to his miracles. How did you get in? This was Avalon Castle within the world of Avalon. The world itself was shrouded in secrecy, impossible for outsiders to break into, and the castle was even more secretive. Yet, the other party ignored all this and charged straight in. This power seemed beyond Bai Luo's comprehension. Could you please let that person relax a bit? Anger noticed Bai Luo's wary gaze and said gently, we truly aren't here to antagonize you, and we harbor no ill intentions. Please believe. Bang, whoosh, the gate shattered, and a figure rushed from behind the three of them, brandishing a jet-black spear, charging directly at Anger in the center. Bang! Anger didn't turn back. Crying moved, and with a single kick, she managed to deflect the lance of doom from the senior sister's hand. The senior sister didn't engage Crying Face any further. Taking advantage of the gap in the attack, she arrived in front of Bai Luo, protecting her beloved. Sorry, I was oversighted this time. The senior sister's expression was darker than ever. Someone had slipped past her perception and entered the most important interior of Avalon Castle. Such a method was simply unbelievable. Wait, you can punish me however you want. Isifia raised the pitch-black dragon spear in her hand, a newly minted legendary artifact from the treasury. Now, please stand behind me and don't act rashly. What's going on with them? How could Bai Luo possibly punish his senior sister? How strong are they? I don't know about the other two, but that woman, the senior sister gestured to Bai Luo, her face covered in tears. She's very strong. Although the exchange was only a fleeting moment, the battle between the strongest revealed a difference in a single moment. Master, the blockade is complete. Shirley and Lilith had already sealed off the area, and the Reed family and Leon arrived in record time. The three of them unleashed an unknown mystical technique, seemingly freezing time and freezing the entire world of Avalon. At that moment, no one could move or think except Bai Luo and his miraculous self. Who are you, and what are you doing here? Bai Luo had no sympathy for this sudden intruder, but he was unsure of their strength, so he remained restrained. Didn't you ask us to come? Now you're asking who we are? The weeping woman said with deep resentment. As expected, we're unwanted. Now even the person who called us here says they don't recognize us. Sob, ha ha ha, they don't recognize us. Ha ha, so funny. Ha ha ha. Elsewhere, the smiling face nervously clutched its stomach and laughed a lot. Bai Luo was puzzled, but he still noticed the woman's words. Didn't you ask us to come? Zio Hei, was that you? Bai Luo remembered the sound of flipping pages and quickly looked at the black book in his mind, turning to page 11. Sure enough, on the previously blank 11th page, new text appeared. Because you have obtained 10 miracles, the special hidden miracle creature trader has been unlocked to serve you. Trader who only trades at a loss. Contracts between Lord and Minister. Bai Luo at level. Type, miraculous creature. Alignment, ancient religion. Traders. Bai Luo was utterly surprised. He hadn't expected these three to be summoned by the Black Book, and to have signed a pact with him called the King's Contract. The King's Contract states that if the monarch dies, the subjects also die. This was the message the Black Book had conveyed to Bai Luo regarding the King's Contract. Bai Luo couldn't command the three traders, but if he died, they would perish with him. Is there such a contract? Bai Luo had never heard his uncle mention the King's Contract, and he hadn't expected to encounter it here. Oh, Angry laughed. It seems the great king has recognized us. Now that he knows who we are, why not calm down? Could you please tell the one above to stop staring at us? Angry pointed overhead. It's terrifying, being watched by a being like that. Bai Luo didn't understand Angry's meaning, but the dragon's roar echoing in his ears gave him the answer. I don't completely trust you. Bai Luo naturally wouldn't let the mysterious dragon evacuate. Instead, he asked her to keep a close eye on the three of them. Now, tell me why you three came to me, what your abilities are, and why you were summoned. Of course. Let's put the great king at ease now. Anger was the leader. He said, we are looking for the Book of Artemisia's construction. It's a special miracle, belonging to the Four Philosophers Corridor in the Miracle Camp. As for its appearance, Anger said, it's very thin, looks like a diary, but it's completely black. Bai Luo immediately thought of the Book of Yajin. No, it's called the Book of Yajin, not the Book of Artemisia's construction. What's its use? The Artemisia construction book itself is useless, but if you can find it and return it to us, you can ask us to do anything. Bai Luo had never heard his uncle talk about such things. Besides that, is this the only ability? Yes, this is the only ability, Anger said. He glanced at Isifia, whose expression was icy, and smiled. Ah, yes, we have another ability that might be useful to you. What ability? Answer questions, Anger said. Once every 7 days, you can ask us a question. As long as we know, we will tell you everything we know. If you don't use it, then this opportunity will not be stored, but missed. Now is the first time, Anger said, placing his hands in front of him, then slowly bowing to Bai Luo, saying, please, exercise your rights. Questions. Who are you? What are you doing here? Bai Luo would be absolutely foolish to ask such questions. If they say they will answer, will they definitely answer? Will they be right? Will they not lie? Let's test it. Bai Luo glanced at Inya. He had a question that could test the depth of these three people. I do have a question. Oh, Anger, excuse me, the one next to me is the Imperial Singer. She belongs to the Four Philosophers Corridor, but due to some problems, she cannot grant miraculous power to others. How do you solve it? Bai Luo did not tell the reason. He just wanted to see what these three people would say. The Corridor of Four Sages. Granting others miraculous powers? Ho ha ho ha! Smiling face suddenly burst into laughter, and this time it was even more exaggerated than the previous one. He knelt directly on the ground and rolled over. I'm dying of laughter. This is the funniest joke I've heard in all these years. Ha ha ha. Bai Luo was speechless. Is he sick? Yes, Anger said. Please ignore it. Oh my, so pitiful. Crying. Not only is no one aware of him, but he is also regarded as a lunatic. It's so miserable. We are in such a miserable situation. Woo, is she? Also, yes, Anger said. Please ignore this too. Bai Luo now suspected that Anger might have a problem as well, but he just didn't have an attack. Forget it. Answer my question first. Are you sure you want to take this question as your first chance? Answer it. Bai Luo didn't want to interact with him, so he just said it. As you wish, Anger said. My answer is that you are too arrogant. Huh? Bai Luo was not angry, but let Anger continue. How can a vulgar person like you understand the Four Sages Corridor? Are you teaching her how to do things? You actually think you can teach her how to do things? No way, no way. Is there really someone so ignorant of self? No way, no way. How self-righteous. Anger's tone suddenly changed, becoming low in vicissitudes. Who do you think you are? Want to understand the Four Sages Corridor? You're a million years too early. It was confirmed. This guy's brain was also flawed. After talking for a long time, it seemed that he had no idea. Huh? Bai Luo suddenly raised his head, and Anger noticed. It seems that you have discovered it. I see. Is that so? The Four Sages Corridor did not need to be taught. It was a miracle camp that did not require any external force. Even as Iodina's master, Bai Luo was not qualified to discipline her. No, on the contrary, he could just let her do what she wanted. Iodina wanted to hide away and sing alone. This was not a flaw, but her choice. As for the Four Sages Corridor's choice, it was something that surpassed mortal wisdom. Bai Luo did not need to ask, did not need to solve, just let her be. That's a new idea indeed. All questions answered. We'll take our leave now. Anger saluted Bai Luo again. Starting today, you may ask us a question once every 7 days. Also, if possible, next time we meet, Great King, please trust us a little more. We are free traders, unlike those other sluts. Well, see you next time, your honorable Great King. Everyone can participate in the event. Just sign in to enter a lottery and receive starting point coins. The minimum should be 2,000 starting point coins. Chapter 249 Epic Legend. That woman. Oh, yes, it's her. No wonder she feels so familiar. Somewhere in an alternate dimension, 3 merchants returned from the world of Avalon, their resting place for countless years. It was here that they quietly gazed upon the land of miracles, neither interfering nor interfering. Who are you talking about? The one with the gun from before. The weeping woman exchanged blows with her senior sister. Although her appearance has changed, that feeling is unmistakable. Even if she were reduced to ash, I'd recognize her. It must be her. You actually remember her. Haha. The cheerful smiley man, as usual, was as jumpy as ever. Do I know her? Do I recognize her? Is she someone I know? What's your relationship to her? Angry sneered. While she was roaming the world, you were still making mud for Dillion. Ha ha ha, mud, ha ha ha, that's killing me. Completely ignoring Angry's disdain, the smiley man laughed heartily, without a trace of resentment. What's the point of being powerful before? The weeping woman said. I've been forgotten. No one recognizes me now. Woohoo, so pitiful, so pitiful. You haven't told me who that woman is yet. Angry, unhappy with the smiley man's change of subject, the weeping woman quickly replied, that's the one. The evil woman who loves to lie, the ultimate liar, Angry immediately realized who the weeping woman was talking about. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed. It's such a powerful figure, one above, one below, Angry said with a hint of surprise. How terrifying. The great king can even tame a monster like that, tame. Ha ha ha, the smiley man was still laughing. Angry sat on a floating stone. Elsewhere, the weeping woman closed her eyes and began to sleep. These boring days had lasted for 3 million years. The three of them didn't know how much longer they would have to endure, but as cursed sinners, perhaps this was retribution. What's wrong with you, Oberon? Meanwhile, inside Avalon Castle, several figures gathered together, engaged in a conversation. They felt a strange power that froze everything. Hey, what's the big deal? You've encountered masters of that level before. Blood Emperor Magnus looked at the trembling Oberon and couldn't help but sneer. Why are you shaking like that? What's going on? No mistake, absolutely no mistake. Immortal King Oberon lowered his head. His spirit body, which shouldn't be sweating, was now covered in sweat. That aura, though fleeting, she was definitely there. Oberon would never forget the figure in the Alerbogen epic, who, facing the attack of over 400 powerful heroes, remained aloft, looking down on everything. Attack me. If this is a sideshow, I have to commend you. You did a good job. A woman sat lazily on the massive throne, her head resting on her hand, observing the powerful masters who had arrived with interest. In a single moment, my life ended. To this day, Oberon doesn't remember what she did, only the overwhelming power and the insurmountable chasm of strength. Are you kidding? Magnus stared in shock at Oberon floating beside him. Besides him, there were the great spirit dragon king, Asalem, and 7 or 8 other newly arrived heroic spirits residing within the treasures. Several of them were from the same era as Oberon. I felt it too, said the bearded heroic spirit, resembling a dwarf king. I didn't expect she's still alive. It's incredible. Who are you talking about? Asalem was much younger than the three present. The white-bearded dwarf was Rune Sybil, the original dwarf ancestor. He was of high rank and, along with the nature king Mudred, was known as one of the 7 heroes. Next came the immortal King Oberon, younger but also a contemporary of Sybil. He had participated in the subjugation war and was a member of the mythical legend of the Eternal Vessel. Magnus was much younger. When Oberon rose to fame, he was still just an apprentice in the natural city, a minor figure. As for Asalem, she was truly far behind. To put it bluntly, those three were at least from the Tang dynasty, while Asalem was from the Ming dynasty. The difference wasn't just one generation, but countless generations. I want to know who you're talking about, too. That voice. The heroic spirits turned quickly, only to see a new figure appear among them, Queen Icefia of Avalon. Your Majesty, you've arrived. In the 3rd stage, can you freely enter our will space? Tell me what you know. Senior Sister had wanted to ask before, but the remnants of the heroic spirits had been dormant since the first battle. Now it was different. Senior Sister had awakened to the 3rd stage of the miracle, allowing her to enter and question them about the secrets of the world of Avalon. We are honored to receive your interest in our story, but my memories are incomplete, and I may not be able to answer all your questions, Oberon said. However, we will share everything we know, Your Majesty. First, let me tell you who that woman is. Senior Sister was eager to know. During their first encounter, she had clearly sensed her opponent's superior strength. But this was not the most important thing. After all, Senior Sister was far from reaching her peak and would continue to improve. However, what truly intrigued Icefia was the threat she felt in the weeping woman. She was very strong, very strong. We have been communicating constantly, sharing the fragments of our memories, Oberon said. If my perception is correct, she is very likely the 7-crowned one. Senior Sister was puzzled, not understanding the meaning of 7-crowned one. That's a name from the mythology of Jedmund, and we all call her, said the dwarf ancestor Sybil, the most ancient dragon, Thessagon. Thessagon, this is not the first time that the Senior Sister has heard this name. She knows this person. It seems that he has killed a lot of people, wiped out the whole team, pentakill, and is unstoppable. He dominates the battlefield. I wonder if you've ever heard of this world's former name, Aden. Ajan, you're Aden. Is it a pronunciation problem? Alright, let's call it Aden. The first dwarf recited a few words, finding them correct, and continued. 3 million years ago, in a land called Alerbogen, an unimaginable war broke out. The name Thessagon was the most resounding and feared even in that war. She slew countless heroes, and only one who challenged her succeeded in repelling her. Grinned, the hero king. I think he would be better at telling this story. The first dwarf recommended a rather unremarkable little fellow. No, not a little fellow, just short and thin. Hello everyone, I'm a Berkrig, an insignificant halfling. Halflings are commonly known as dwarves or hobbits, and Berk is one of the origins of countless dwarves, so it's no exaggeration to say he's the ancestor of the halflings. Then, with a dwarf's unique eloquence, a Berk recounted to the senior sister a fragmented yet still magnificent ancient myth, like a recitation of an epic. The 7 heroes and the 3 invasion wars, the story of the evil Dillion and the great hero King Grinold, the 400 heroes crusade against Thessagon, the long history of the Ilerbojan civil war in the Broken Age. After this, the Empire marched south, marking the beginning of the Ilerbojan War, a Berk said. And I died during that period, so I don't know much about what happened next. It must be said that Berk's story was quite captivating. Even someone as calm as the senior sister listened with rapt attention. But I think those two over there should know something about the Empire. Following Berk's instructions, the senior sister saw 2 remnants of heroic spirits, one fat, one thin. The fat one was a black and white orc, while the other was a woman. She wore a conical hat and a cassock, holding a metal staff, resembling a monk, but with a pair of pure white wings behind her, a rather strange sight. Is it finally our turn? I thought the dwarf was going to keep talking, the woman said jokingly, though with no ill intentions. It was just a joke. Are you calling me dwarf? A Berk looked at the dwarf ancestor, who gave him a look that said, you're talking nonsense, but aren't we the same height? Bullshit. The ancestor of the dwarves. I am obviously 1 centimeter taller than you. Hello, your majesty. On the other side, the fluffy black and white orc showed a simple smile. My name is Xiongwuxu, and I am not an orc, but a mountain and sea tribe called Panda Fairy. The one next to me is Jiusi. She is my best friend. You can call her Sissy. Xiongwuxu. She is from the Tengu tribe, so she has wings. Greetings, your majesty. Jiusi greeted with a smile. Nice to meet you, Interceptor Jiusi. Xiongwuxu. A pleasure to serve you, Interceptor, senior sister. Is it the special forces that killed Magnus? This, Magnus said he was being blamed for no reason. Yes, that's the team. Pandaman and Tengu were a little embarrassed. We are not that good, we are just lucky, and we were chosen accidentally. Yes, my son is always envious, but it's a pity that he didn't see us for the last time. Oh, then I seem to be better than you, the panda man said proudly. I passed on my ancestral bamboo tube rice to my son. What? Tengu was shocked and burst out with his hometown dialect. Did you know that the mission was a life and death struggle? I don't know, the panda man scratched his head honestly. I just feel that we may be finished this time. So, just in case, MV. My little Yinian likes my rosary very much. I would have left it to him if I had known. Tengu and the panda man started chatting completely, and the senior sister's brows gradually frowned. Come to think of it, I don't know how everyone is doing. They probably aren't all dead, are they? Sister Yi is very strong, Brother Zhu is also very powerful, and there's King Wuzum and King Turmoil. Those 2 are so cunning. For some reason, listening to their casual conversation, senior sister could faintly detect a sense of inexplicable sadness. Our original bodies are dead, right? These words spoke for themselves, echoing the sentiments of every remaining soul present. Yes, Xiongwuxu said, we are already dead. They were long dead. Their so-called remaining souls merely remnants of memories, personalities, and images. They could neither be resurrected nor truly live. Their only hope was to pass on their power and knowledge to future generations. However, even if a means of resurrection were truly available, would they accept it? The answer is no. Whether it was Magnus, Oberon, the Great Spirit Dragon King, the Mantle King, the Son of Nature, or the newly arrived dwarf ancestor, Sebel, the halfling ancestor, the Xiangwu clan, and Tengu Sansi, they all lived lives without regrets. They neither wished to overthrow nor to perpetuate the cause, for they were all true heroes, heroes celebrated in ancient epics. Regarding the Great War, Xiongwuxu and Tengu exchanged glances, saying, it seems our memories of it have been erased. So, sorry, your majesty, we can't tell you more. Erased? Senior sister, man-made, it seems to be an attempt to seal off some secret that must not be known, as Salim said. Using the epic as the dividing line, I've also lost my memory of what happened after the empire moved south, as Salim seemed to have outlived both the Pandaren and Tenguji, as she lived to witness the war known as the Battle of Jedman's Eastern Expedition. Are these things that happened in the past? After the senior sister came back, she immediately told Bai Luo the information conveyed by the heroic spirits. Bai Luo was quite shocked after listening. Did such a war happen 3 million years ago? What was it called? The Battle of Elebergen took place in a land called Elebergen, but because of the war, it was blown to pieces. Do you think the history they told us is credible? There are obvious signs of artificial beautification and modification. The old uncle was sitting next to them. He listened to the senior sister's retelling. Although it was not eloquent, the senior sister's eloquence was great, and Bai Luo and the old uncle understood it very clearly. In my opinion, its credibility is at most 40%, no more, but I never expected there were Pandaren. Bai Luo, who had never seen a Pandaren, was quite curious. Could the empire he spoke of be the lost empire we've been hearing about? Very likely. After the old uncle finished speaking, old Reed said, and that Tanguheim, she must be the ancient Sakura goddess the teacher mentioned. Thesigan, senior sister muttered the name. If it was true, as the heroic spirits said, the weeping woman among the three merchants was the Thesigan from the Elebergen epic, this creature, I'm afraid, is not a formidable force we can currently handle. There was no way around it. The description of her in the epic was simply too terrifying, almost a battle that would kill anyone who stood in her way. Even the legendary hero King Grinold only injured Thesigan. As for death, yes, Thesigan had fallen in the legend, but it wasn't some powerful being who slew her, but something called the torrent. What the hell is this torrent? Bai Luo discovered that there were too many things in the miracle world he couldn't understand. After his senior sister's inquiries, the heroic spirits simply told him, the torrent is a form of great power, but they don't know what that power is. According to the heroic spirits, even in the time of Elebergen, very few people understood the torrent. Senior sister, they only know it's an unstoppable force. Anyone who dares to oppose it will, like Thesigan, perish in the long river of history. But isn't she still alive? That's just Oberon's one-sided account. Senior sister shook her head. It's not certain it's her. It could be a descendant or something. What about the Mantle King? Isn't Thesigan his ancestor? Even our own ancestors can't recognize him, not a direct descendant, senior sister said. The Mantle King's grandfather was formed from Thesigan's blood, and she herself has no partner, so, to put it bluntly, the Mantle King's family is a byproduct. There's a female heroic spirit named Lexington who seems to have some knowledge of the torrent, senior sister said. Her race is called the Starship Warriors, and they're from the Electronic Frontier faction, the Children of Miracles. Her creator, a man named Nahayak, has extensive research on this. Bai Luo asked in surprise. Fiaya, how many people are in your treasury, including the newcomers? There's only about 10. Okay, then you keep watching. When we have more people, perhaps we can piece together the true epic of Elebergen from these fragments. Bai Luo felt that understanding the heroic spirits and senior sister's treasury was like archaeology. Archaeology itself had no tangible value, but it could bring many benefits and satisfactions beyond material things, and it was also a symbol of the accumulated cultural heritage of the nation and a country. Of course, that was 3 million years ago. Even if Thesigan was truly the weeping woman, so what? She and Bai Luo were bound by a lord-subject pact. If Bai Luo died, she would be doomed too. The most important thing is that Bai Luo has a mysterious dragon. He can clearly feel that the three merchants are very wary of it, and can even be said to be a little in awe of it. Boom! Just as Bai Luo was thinking about putting the archaeological work aside, a surge of miracle waves came from the outside world. This is, Bai Luo looked at old Reed, only to see the old man smile. It's here, your majesty, the miracles of my children are blooming. Miracles are the foundation, and the remnant soul of the heroic spirit also made this very clear. As long as Bai Luo can fully develop the power of miracles, even if he defeats Thesigan's torrent, he doesn't need to be afraid, he can face it head-on. Let's go. Bai Luo stood up and took the lead and walked out. The others immediately followed. Let's see what kind of changes the power of the ancient legends will bring to Atón. Chapter 250, The Miracle of Ancient Tales. Is it so dazzling? As Bai Luo emerged, he was greeted by a golden sky. Endless waves of divine light descended, and countless fragments of stars drifted in the wind. Regardless of the ancient tale's strength, just based on their appearance, Bai Luo felt they were superior to Pegasus and the fairy. Lilith, what the hell is Walter? Surely, he's already awakened to the 3rd level. and he's still being targeted. I see. Wang Quan seemed to understand something. She glanced at Shiro, who nodded. This is what a miraculous power can bring to Atón. Your Majesty, please witness the spectacle we present to you. The brother and sister saluted Bai Luo, then simultaneously dissipated into pale golden light. Bai Luo looked up and saw two towering figures slowly emerge from the sky. The man on the right was a burly man with a full head of white hair, shirtless. He wielded a spear, piercing it from the sky, churning the seawater. The woman on the left, clad in a thin garment, also pierced the sea with her second Shiansu spear, following her brother's example. I represent the yang of heaven and earth. I represent the yin of heaven and earth. The yang current is warm, the yin current is cold. At this moment, where warmth and cold meet, all things flourish and give birth. Within the ocean, the vitality already endowed by the mysterious dragon's gift was now completely ignited by Shira and Wang Quan, nurturing countless lives within the sea. Ha! Bang! With Shira's low shout, the Shiansu spear plunged downward, piercing the seabed and shattering the entire plate of the miraculous land. Cracks stretched for kilometers in all directions. Endless magma erupted from the fractured trench, filling the deep sea with inky black smoke. But even faster than this, the shattered rocks soared into the sky. Crash! The sea surface exploded, as if 100 aircraft carriers were simultaneously rising from the seabed. It was an island, empty, but the siblings had forcibly lifted it from the seabed with a Shiansu spear and set it afloat, just south of Atón Island. But they weren't done yet. The first island appeared, then the second, then the third, until all 6 islands, like petals, enveloped the main island of Atón. Only then did the siblings pause. Island. Bai Luo had imagined what the abilities of the ancient tales might be, but he had never imagined such a miracle bloom. Lilith's miracle bloom was a warm breeze-like miracle flow. Leon's mid-level miracle bloom was a black sun and a blood-red moon. Now, the ancient tales had unleashed their own miracle bloom, reclaiming land. Boom, huh? The miracle children residing in the closest azure and radiant islands were the first to feel this earth-shaking wave. What's that noise? The earth. Avril leaned over, pressing her hand to the ground, sensing it carefully. A terrifying force is piercing the seabed of Miracle Land, shattering the continental plates. How is this possible? Avril was puzzled. She looked at Mars. Although the silver-white boy was only 15 or 16, his wisdom filled Avril with deep admiration, and she always subconsciously relied on him. It's the miracle body, Mars said calmly. Only the miracle body can shatter the continental shelf of Miracle Land. This land has been blessed by numerous powerful miracles, making it incredibly hard, Mars said. Even epic-level warriors can only damage its surface, not penetrate its core. Yet, this force has done so. This proves that its mass is far greater than the blessing of the rootless miracle body, and the only thing more powerful than the miracle blessing is the miracle body. One has a limited number of tricks, while the other is endless, naturally capable of fundamental destruction. Are they crazy? Sensing the movement, Avril quickly determined the source of the movement. Atón? Why is it that country again? The ambition is still so big. Brother Bai Luo. Mars knew Bai Luo and often listened to his stories when he was a child. If it were him, it would not be surprising at all. But didn't Atón just conquer the ancient capital? He should have calmed down by now, right? If it were someone else, he would calm down. But Brother Bai Luo, Mars, he will not stop. Are you familiar with him? He is terrible, Mars said. The first time I met him, the first words he said to me, I still remember. The first meeting with Bai Luo and his own answer emerged in his mind, and a smile appeared at the corner of Mars' mouth. Brother Bai Luo looks down on everyone in the world, Mars said. It's not the arrogance of looking down on others, but the pride of standing on a high place, overlooking everyone. What do you mean? Avril didn't understand what Mars said. What do you want to say? There will be a war between Atón and Azure, Mars. He will only want the surrendered Azure, just like the ancient capital and the Thorn territory. Sooner or later, he will attack us. What? Avril, are you serious? I am the only famous general in the entire Azure, Sister Avril. Avril is too unscrupulous in what he does. He doesn't take anyone seriously and does whatever he wants, Mars said. The attack on the ancient capital was done privately before. Although it was done before the Holy Covenant, how dangerous is it for a country with such mobility? And now, it has made such a big fuss and doesn't know how to restrain itself. What is the basis? Is it stupid? No, Mars clearly remembered the feeling Bai Luo had given him. He's very cautious, very, very cautious. If he had 10% of his strength, He wouldn't use 10%, only 1% against you, but he's exposed now. Avril finished speaking, only to find Mars looking at her, smiling, looking at her. You? Avril vaguely understood. You mean, he doesn't care about that 1% of strength at all, maybe not even 1%, Mars, because he doesn't even bother to hide it. Just wait, Sister Avril. Mars ignored the sudden movement and sat there, eyes closed. In 10 years at most, Arden will be at the gates with a massive army. What about you? Avril asked anxiously, a strange fear rising in her. What will you do? Mars was both extremely intelligent and resourceful. Miss Inya knew she wasn't smart enough, so in recent years, she had consulted Mars on everything. From a 4 or 5-year-old child, she had grown into a teenager. I have never thought about immortality, Mars said. Immortality is the greatest irony to heroes. If there's no battlefield where people die bravely, life would be too boring. Mars smiled. For the first time in many years, he was happy to meet a strong opponent. To meet an enemy like Bai Luo and a powerful opponent like the Atón Kingdom, Mars felt that his life was very lucky because he lived in a magnificent era. It's great that I was not born at the wrong time. The map is in the Easter egg chapter. You can wait a while to refresh it. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.